I'm sorry this rundown's so long. Forgive me. There was so much wrestling and it all piled up on us at once, and we're still getting used to the schedule. I promise they will never be this long again. It may be 3.5 hours, but I guarantee you it won't be 5. So sit back and enjoy anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a slight change in the program. Due to the fact that college is a high priority, this will either be uploaded as NXT and AEW are live, or it will be long after they are live, along with your currently scheduled show reviews for tonight. NWA Powerrr Episode 3 and AEW Dark's latest episode will be included. Owens and James will also talk about the breaking news of New Japan Pro Wrestling of America brand and the Hardy family drama, which is getting kind of sad and depressing. In other news, the Chinese megastick is now known on record as the longest insect in the world. We now start your regularly scheduled programming.
That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me just let me That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me Fuck all that shit, just let me go. Owers and tastemakers make us no chaser. Gets the blood flowing like a fucking pacemaker. Cut the middleman and inhale the vapors. Madman, old 10 Don Drapers. Cut the jukebox on, make the woofers blow. We gon' sit here until all them heifers go. Holler at the tens and spend a little dough. Not on them, no, they can buy their own drinks. That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me just let me That clock keeps ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home, but my balls keep telling me to let me Fuck all that shit, just let
me go. Fuck this goddamn piece of shit notice, guys. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fucking $8 billion company. Here's to ya! Fucking prick.
That's the most positive we can get this rant, because we want this video to be all positive, because we're doing a big rant tomorrow. But hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Wrestling Rundown, episode number 176. And I don't have to cue anybody this week because there's only 2 people on. I'm here with.
It's just us. Be bored. There's no Mike today. There's no Roddy Piper. It's just us. No Noah. No El Vagabundo. It's a bland. No, it's not bland. We'll have a lot to talk about. And Mesa, I think, was going to be in the second part of this video when we do our second ever time warp.
Yeah.
You'll see him later. But otherwise, it's just us. And also, if you heard earlier, Noah's changing the program. We added some stuff on NWA Powerrr for this week, and also for AEW Dark this week. So that's all that's added.
Yeah.
The huge. But yeah, you'll be seeing it.
Yep.
And you're getting messages. How unprofessional.
Well, it's a Facebook group chat of the rundown, so it's not really that unprofessional. So at least it's.
True.
So you don't even want to introduce yourself, or you do not even care?
Oh yeah, true. I should introduce myself. Well, we kind of already do with the intro.
All right, so then let's just start it then.
Don't we? I mean, I don't. I think they know which is which. I mean, unless they think I'm Owen and you're, James, then there's a problem.
Well, maybe we switch names this week. We could do a traded places match. Remember that? Remember those? Cool.
Our identities got lost in between the space-time continuum.
Yep.
Shit.
All right, but let's start with AEW Dynamite from this week.
Don't fight in a clear blue sky. We fight with a different kind of dynamite.
Which was episode 3. It aired on October 16th, 2019. We had some exclusives first we got to talk about, where Chris Jericho commented on his upcoming match with Darby Allin. You should have seen this on Instagram or the YouTube channel. Chris Jericho challenged.
I did not get a chance to see it.
Yeah, but Chris Jericho basically challenged him to the the Philadelphia street fight. So that's what that was. And then we had the awesome promo where Darby Allin talks about how he's going to humble Chris Jericho, which was great stuff. They should have put this on the TV show. I don't know why they didn't. That was kind of a crime.
That's one complaint I have with this episode. Only complaint, they need to do more promo packages. You can't just have one and then or two.
Yeah.
In this case, 1, 2, or 3, I think they had, but they needed, I think, a couple more promo packages, especially for the women's title match and the main event in particular.
I think they should have, had Moxley and Omega have a promo like segment in the win this week too. They would have stolen the show.
Yeah, true. Even I don't know if Moxley and Omega needed it, but because Moxley had his promo and that was kind of self-explanatory what was going on between him and Omega after that. But it's more you needed at least a minute and a half hype packages for both the women's title match.
Yeah.
And what was it? The
world title match.
The world title match. Now, if they shaved a little time off of the fucking Marco Stunt goddamn replacement, we could have gotten that.
Yeah.
The saying.
You know. But yeah, then we had the show.
I just think it went a little long.
Yeah. But then we had the show. We had the commentary team of Tony Schiavone, Jim Ross, and Excalibur. Always love that commentary team.
Still great.
Yeah. The second best commentary team in all of professional wrestling. So there you go. We have the first match. It was supposed to be an inaugural AEW World Tag Team Championship first round tournament match. It was supposed to be Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian versus Best Friends. But
the Lucha Bros go full on heel. They go full on Lucha Underground heel.
Well,
I love this.
Jr., I don't know. Yeah.
I absolutely love this.
The Lucha Bros attack Kazarian and Daniels before the match starts. Pentagon Jr. hits a package pile driver on the stage
which looked fucking brutal. The one complaint on that, with the way they rushed him onto the board, you can't rush. I think they should have given it a little more time. Otherwise, great.
And then, Ray Phoenix went to do one himself, but Scorpio Sky came out, and to put a stop to that, he fought off.
He didn't even fight off. The Lucha Brothers just ran away, which I don't know why. But it
was a hit one. And then, the Young Bucks and Shima come out with medical personnel. I did like that little touch that they had Shima come out, because that shows like the friendship that him and Christopher Daniels and respect that they have for each other. So I like that they had Shima out there.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
And stretcher off Christopher Daniels into the crowd. And, pretty much then we didn't really... And actually, at first, I thought it was the Lucha Bros versus, Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian, since they were Lucha Bros who were out there. But the Lucha Bros were just out there to... this is obviously, I think, setting up the finals. I think now,
Yeah, it's got it. Well, I mean, there's no other fucking final you can have. It has to be SCU and Lucha Brothers.
Yeah.
Especially the way they set this up. I mean, it was kind of self-explanatory.
And then, Scorpio Sky offers to be the replacement, and I really like too.
I love that he's in street clothes. That was a nice touch. He wasn't in his wrestling gear ready to wrestle. He was in his full-on street clothes, which
was on the main roster. Because on WWE, main roster, he would have been in his wrestling gear, like ready to go.
I feel bad. You know what? I feel like that might be a mandatory code too. Everybody has to get in their gear, even though, I think half of them have to sit in catering. Why? If they're not wrestling, why do you have them sit in their gear?
What is this, AEW or main
no,
roster?
WWE do that.
Yeah,
Not AEW. I don't think they do that. But, it happens over
And WWE would have tried to spin it. You're always going to be prepared to get into the win. We shouldn't always... If you're always prepared for it, it makes no sense. Sometimes you don't have to be prepared. But yeah,
and Scorpio Sky proved that. He was unprepared and still kicked ass.
Yes. And Best Friends though
by the way, this is all scripted. I just want to point out.
Yeah. Best Friends methodically pick apart Frankie Kazarian, since he had just been attacked, by the Lucha Bros.
The one part about that, I was so weirded out, in the match because like I'm not used to seeing the best friends work heel. They did good, except for the fucking hug bit, because then it turned SCU heel for like a minute in the match.
Yeah, because everyone wanted to see the hug.
Everybody wanted to see the hug and the snap back and all that, but
yeah, it was a fun opening tag match. You know, you had
there was at one point where I think it was who was it? Scorpio Sky. I should remember that. Scorpio Sky does a tope, loses a shoe, and then the crowd starts chanting, "He's got one shoe," which is the best. And then he throws the other shoe in the crowd, getting himself hyped up. And the crowd then chants, "He's got no shoes."
Yep. And I believe they threw it back, too, because I saw, like, the shoe fall in the ring afterwards.
Yeah, and then he was going to throw it back, and they were going to play catch, I guess. But then the referee, like, put a stop to that and ruined everybody's fun. And they booed the ref.
And then
biggest deal in the ref, Slick Johnson lookalike motherfucker.
Chuck Taylor bit at Scorpio Sky's like foot, and everyone chanted "You sick fuck" at him. So there was that.
Oh yeah, that was fun too.
The best friends, Chuck Taylor hit the sexy Chucky knee, but doesn't get the win. But eventually,
the name of the move makes me crease.
Yeah. Especially too, I think Excalibur tried to deliver it well, but I feel like you could tell he does not want to say that move. Like,
especially near Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone, who ribbed him for it, by the way, on commentary. Fuck.
But then we had the finish. So we had the what was supposed to be a powerbomb double stomp combination, but Scorpio Sky and Frankie Kazarian messed up the timing on it, so they botched it.
It still worked anyway, because if you look at the way the poor fucker lands, it's on Scorpio's knees.
Yeah.
So
I feel like too, botch even worked too, because it makes sense since Scorpio Sky wasn't ready to even be in the match anyway. So
I like the fact that Kazarian sold really well too after getting driven back first into the post. That was also a nice touch in the match.
And yeah, that was the match. It made sense for Scorpio Sky and Frankie Kazarian to go over. A lot of people are going to complain about it, that they still won even though they were attacked. You got to remember, it was only Frankie Kazarian that was attacked, so I feel like this still worked.
Yeah.
And I could make the argument maybe if the best friends had been a little bit more aggressive in this match, because you could tell they kind of were very careful in this match. If they were more aggressive, they would have won. So
yeah, very true.
This worked. So I gave this match, I gave it 4 stars. Because, obviously they didn't want to go any higher than that since, they had to sell the fact that Frankie Kazarian was hurt. So,
yeah, there you go.
But it's probably 4.25 if you include the attack with the Lucha Bros.
Yeah, it was great. It was a good set.
Any additional thoughts you have?
This was a fun opening tag match. The best part about this was Scorpio Sky, like, throughout the whole thing.
Yes.
Scorpio Sky might be the MVP just for that one spot he had. He looked like a major babyface coming out of this. So I mean, there goes my idea that the SCU can't be babyface, huh?
Yeah,
so much for that. They need to change their catchphrase though, because that's such a heel catchphrase. I don't know. Like, I know that if I were live, you'd chant to it, and it's like fun, but something about it in my mind's like, this is a heel thing. Why are you saying this is the first town you've ever been to?
It got over, so you can't...
It got over, but as heels, they should, I don't know, alter it a little bit. Like, I don't know.
Maybe the best town you've ever been to?
Well, no. Yeah. It's like, maybe say this is one of the best towns I've ever been to, but it needs a little sprinkle of SCU, and then you're still doing your whole shtick. I don't know. There's something like that.
Then it did the split screen while Santana and Ortiz were coming out of the locker room, getting ready for their match. That was weird.
Yeah, he said. I mean, I was entertained just looking at his facial expressions during the break. I don't know if you saw Ortiz being an absolute fucking nut, like, before he even got out in front of the crowd.
Yep. And then
This guy's a
Yeah,
psychopath, dude.
Yeah, very first squash match ever in AEW.
No, Brandon Cutler.
This was more of a squash, though. This was more of a squash. Like
MJF put him away in like fucking 4 minutes. In fairness, this is very dominant, but
yeah. Santana and Ortiz though wrestled John Silver and Alex Reynolds. They destroyed these guys. They powerbombed one of the guys into the post.
Ow.
And they hit the powerbomb reversed blockbuster combination on the other. I don't know. I forget because it's been a few days since I've seen the match. Who are the enhancement guys? But
I
pretty
don't
much
give a shit. I just know they beat their ass, and then Ortiz decided to bite the rope like a fucking nut.
Yeah, Santana and Ortiz win.
Actually, a nut. He's a nutcase.
Yeah, this worked. It was a nice way to put them over. A lot of people are gonna get mad about it. I can see though, because there's people that are gonna say, "Well, AEW promised they weren't gonna do short matches. It was only gonna be 10-minute long matches."
I don't give a fuck. Let there be short matches, please.
Yeah,
I like squash matches every now and again. Damn it.
And the match itself was good. I give it 3 stars. Did what it needed to do. Did the job it needed to do. So there you go. And afterwards, Chris Jericho comes up on the screen, or the Titantron, I don't know what they call it in AEW, and he congratulates Santana and Ortiz, on winning the match, and talks about his AEW World Championship match coming up, which I like that they plugged that, and he says after the match he's going to celebrate with a little bit of the bubbly. Obviously love to hear that, so there you go.
And then he also challenged the Young Bucks on Santana and Ortiz's behalf for Full Gear. To which everything at that point, whatever the fuck Jericho said, I couldn't hear because of one man. And the man's name is Ortiz, just screaming, "Yeah, we're the best! We're the best! We're the best! We're the best!" Over and over and over again. And by the way, did you know that they're the best?
I
don't know if you could tell after he screamed it 1,500 times, but apparently word around the street is they're the best.
Yeah.
Fuck.
They should have lowered the mic down for Santana and Ortiz.
I mean, they probably should have, and that's definitely a complaint. I didn't mind it though. I actually thought that made the segment better because Ortiz, again, I need to say, is a goddamn nutcase. He just kept screaming, "We the best," over and over again. It's like, well, people have done that before, not the way Ortiz does it. He looked like he was foaming at the mouth, ready to fucking eat a Lego lamb.
But still, this was a nice way to build up to the, Santana and Ortiz versus the Young Bucks. I really can't wait to see that match. It's going to be awesome.
I agree.
Then we had one of our first video packages, at least in the AEW Dynamite history.
That's the only video package.
Yeah, I didn't want to say the first one in in AEW history because the Road Twos people would probably count as like video packages, but this is like the first one ever in AEW Dynamite.
Yeah, again, we need to see more of those on actual television.
But this was awesome. You see, Cody's at his house and Brandy's going over all the executive stuff that they're gonna do. But Cody, if you've ever seen Breaking Bad, he's just in his own. He's only thinking about wanting, to get his hands on Chris Jericho and take that AEW World Heavyweight Championship.
I love this. And it wasn't even him talking. They had MJF on, they had DDP on, they had all his
Jim Ross, Tony Schiavone,
fucking teacher, which was weird.
His mom,
yeah, that's not weird. But his teacher is. Why is his teacher in this?
But I even like though too, and this, like MJF was putting him over, saying that he has to win the AEW World Championship. AEW will be a better place with Cody as the world champion, and this works because MJF's just being a kiss up. So Brandy Rhodes talks about how when my husband sets his mind to something, he accomplishes it, and you had DDP and Jim Ross talk about how he was not given the ability to have a world title match, even in the other company, but they didn't mention what it was, but we know what it is.
Yes.
You know, I would love too, though. They didn't just put over Cody. Jim Ross mentioned that, Cody could also not have his mind right because Chris Jericho only has to prepare for one match and only has to prepare for one thing, while Cody's got to do all these executive beaters and stuff. So they're not just saying why Cody's so great, they're talking about his disadvantages as well, which I think was really cool.
Yeah, they showed that he was human. Another thing that I want to say, the one thing I didn't like about it was the fact that they just kind of disregarded the NWA title win at All In.
And ROH, well, I guess not the
And
ROH.
ROH, yeah. Like they're acting like there's nothing ever more important as your first, I think is what DDP said. Meaning the first world championship. Like, dude, he's won the NWA title.
Yeah.
Like, that was already accomplished. Like, if you don't want to count Ring of Honor as a world champion, fine. You may have some credence to that, even if you don't think there's no prestige in that belt, which you're an idiot if you don't think there is. But at the very least, the NWA belt,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that counts 100%. Like, the lineage that goes back. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there should have been. I feel like the DDP should have been more specific in that part.
Yep.
That's just me, because like you could interpret that as his first world title when it should be. You mean his first AEW world title?
Yeah, but still
That's
very
my
awesome.
opinion, but
Very awesome stuff.
Yeah, this is great. Great video package. Go out of your way to see this.
Then we had the AEW World Women's Championship match. AEW World Women's Champion Riho versus Dr. Britt Baker, DMD.
This happened way too soon, I think.
Yeah, way too soon. And I get it because they want to make the wins losses mean something, and Britt Baker's had some pretty, wins, but still.
I mean, I assume they did this because Britt Baker wasn't going to win, so you might as well give her some title exposure since she's so green, in a way.
Yeah.
That, and I think they're building up to a program with B. Priestley this week.
If you think about
I think B. Priestley's going to crash your little celebratory homecoming.
Yeah. If you think about it, not Bree Priestley, DMD, Dr. Britt Baker was like the first legitimate person like signed that wasn't the Young Bucks and Cody, since they were kind of executives. That was a given, but she was the first legitimate athlete that they like signed. So that's weird.
Yeah.
But anyhow, yeah, this was I thought a really very good women's world title match. Riho's over, so that's good. I like the bridge that she did to get out of the pinfall. That was cool. Britt Baker consistently tries to go for the lockjaw, which is that Windsor Saturn mandible claw move.
I'm sad they didn't go with the yankum.
I was sad too. But eventually, Riho closes her mouth so that way she can't walk in the lockjaw, but then eventually gets the most devastating finisher in all of professional wrestling, the surprise roll-up. And if you're a professional wrestler, the surprise roll-up never fails. So just keep going for that, because then you'll win.
The best part about this match, which this is the one thing about it, the first half of it, typical, like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like anything special. And it wasn't until like the final half of this where like the whole demeanor changed with these. I don't know what happened. I don't know what made them flip the fucking switch. But I mean, the minute they clicked, they fucking clicked. And it was like, then the crowd was into every near fall, every close submission, everything these women did. This crowd went ape shit for.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's going on. Because, like, this is, like, Rio's great, but she's getting over something fierce. I don't know what's going on. This crowd is hugely into the Rio title matches.
Yeah.
Like, everywhere you go, Riho is getting a massive ovation. Like, towards the end of a fucking match. Never when she first comes out, but it's always towards the end where they put on such an amazing fucking sports-like contest every single match she has, to the point where the crowd just goes ape shit when she's somehow able to pull out a win. And it's like the best finishes of the entire show every single time, by the way. Every single episode of AEW Dynamite so far, the best finishes have been with Riho.
Yep.
Except for maybe week 2.
Yeah, week 2 maybe, yeah.
Like, this is nuts. Like, this was the best finish of the fucking night. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It was fucking perfect. Great match. Like, thumbs up all the way. Maybe not towards the first half, but the second half was fucking great. It was outstanding.
I give it 3 3/4.
Like, yeah. Like, honestly, I wish the first half was a lot like the second half.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they should. I feel like, too, like, cut down the matches a little bit. Like, not every match needs to go that long for it to be a great match, you know?
Then we had...
Yeah, this was great.
Then we had the second and the final first round match. It's the inaugural AEW World Tag Team Championship first round match. It's Jungle Boy and Marco Stunt versus the Lucha Bros. Because Luchasaurus couldn't be in this match.
I'll break this down. I'll break this down for everybody. Marco Stunt starts it off. He gets the fucking absolute dog piss beaten out of him for a good 10 minutes. I think maybe a little over 12:50. Way too fucking long. That went way too long. Way longer than it should have. Honest to God, like he was beating him down so much to the point where it's like, dude, just cover him. And he did eventually cover him, but Marco ended up kicking out.
Yep.
But even then, it's like, all right, come on. Get to the hot tag moment already.
Yeah.
You know it's coming. Just get right to it. It doesn't need to go on this long. Now, that being said, another match where it went a little bit long. I mean, the Lucha Brothers were entertaining, beating up on poor Marco.
I even love to how they even attack Jungle Boy on the outside,
yeah.
Making
it was good. It was still good because then the match started picking up. Marco Stunt finally makes the hot tag, and Jungle Boy goes fucking ham.
Yeah.
And they do some awesome tag moves. Like, there's some awesome tag moves Marco Stunt and Jungle Boy are able to pull off. Which, by the way, everybody's saying Marco Stunt in his body weight and Jungle Boy in his body weight, they can't just win. They can't just Hurricane Rana and flip Pentagon Jr. over. I want everybody to go and look up a real, actual Olympian who did a Hurricane Rana into a fucking vice grip to tap a motherfucker out.
There you go.
That's all I gotta say. The gifts exist. And anyway, that's beside the point. Marco wasn't really doing much. I get why there's such a huge debate because he's so fucking tiny and it's like, this guy should not be in a ring. However, it wasn't like he was being it wasn't like he was playing the role of Luchasaurus here. He was playing the role of Marco Stunt. So he was using his agility, he was using his momentum, and Jungle Boy's momentum as well in some of these tag moves that he was doing, which were great, by the way. Did I mention that they were great? The tornado, I don't know how they do it. The fucking tornado DDT into the fucking suicide dive. It's like, they make it seamless. I don't know how they keep doing it flawlessly every time. But yeah, that's like, just to calm down the fucking people, especially Jim Cornette and others who are like, this guy had no place in your wrestling business. Really? So that's why Hornswoggle was in the fucking company for as long as he was. How about El Torito?
Yeah.
Is he too small too?
What's his name? Masquerita Sagrada.
Yeah, how about him? Fuck. Like, I love the irony in it, you know what I mean?
Then you had the finish where the Lucha Bros win with the package power driver double stop combination after
Fear.
After Pentagon Jr. did the arm breaker on Marco Stunt and Lucha Bros advance, which makes sense. I actually think they're going to be the first AEW tag champions now since, Luchasaurus is injured now. Save the dinosaur, though. He's the last dinosaur on Earth. Save the dinosaur. Just everybody stop what they're doing right now. Save the dinosaur. Just
Donate to his Patreon if he has one.
He doesn't need one. He's a dinosaur. Damn it. He doesn't. What does he have? A master's degree? He says every time.
He does actually, and that's legit. He actually has a master's degree.
All
Anyway.
the scientists are trying to say dinosaurs.
I still like this match, by the way. This match was really, really fun.
I gave it 4.5.
Yeah, it was still a very fun match. It would have been a 5 had it not been for the beating going on way too long.
But we had my favorite match of the whole week. Hangman Page and Kenny Omega versus Pac.
This was great. I love this match.
I'm gonna talk.
Pac and Moxley.
So the match just spills out of control right away. Hangman Page is brawling with Pac, and Moxley and Omega are brawling. Just the match is the refs having trouble getting in control, getting this match under control.
Oh, and for the record, everyone's also giving shit to this too. Why is the referee being like, "Fuck it"? If you watch Being the Elite.
Oh yeah, because this is Rick Knox.
It's Rick Knox. If you watch the first episode, there's a reason why there wasn't a DQ. He's in mortal fear of his life.
Yeah.
So,
He's saying I need to loosen up a little bit.
yeah.
And then eventually the heels get the heat for a little bit on Kenny Omega, and they destroy him. But then again, Hangman Page gets the hot tag, and John Moxley hits a suicide dive onto Omega. Pac hits a moonsault on the outside. Hangman Page does the same thing on everybody. And then Pac throws Hangman Page headfirst into the post, and they destroy Hangman Page for a long-ass time. And then eventually Kenny Omega gets the hot tag again, and, Omega's going off on Pac. And then the match spills out of control because, as Hangman Page and Pac are brawling on the outside, Kenny Omega and John Moxley are left to themselves in the ring. They both knock each other.
Get their barbed wire weapons of choice.
Yeah,
The barbed wire broom and the barbed wire bat. They're about to fight and they duel. And John Moxley at one point uses the bat.
Yeah.
The butt end of the bat. Referee doesn't DQ it because he just went out and fucked off out of the ring. It's just like, fuck this. You do what you want. I'm out.
Yeah, and then Pac rips the bat out of John Moxley's hand and says, "What are you thinking? That you're going to cause us to lose because the win-loss records actually mean something?" So then John Moxley flips off Pac and lays him out with a paradigm shift and leaves. And then Hangman Page hits that spinning bullseye clothesline.
The buckshot lariat. And then Omega with a V trigger. And then the Deadeye by Adam Page to get the win. Which they both desperately needed in here, by the way. It was the right call. And the way they did it really booked themselves out of a situation that could have been sticky. Yeah. Whereas the WWE, they just have a clean finish and no explanation on why the guy took the pinfall.
Yep.
Shut up.
But I really like this. I forgot to mention before, John Moxley cut a promo talking about how he wants to go through everybody in AEW and destroy everybody to get to the top, which was an awesome promo. He cut it like earlier in the day in the crowd. So
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, I like that promo. That promo was great. Need more promos.
I really like how they did this, by having Moxley and Pac have that dissension, and because Moxley is out of control, he's a lunatic, he's a psychopath. He doesn't care about the rules, and he just flips off Pac and lays him out. And all the feuds connected because Pac and Omega had a history from All Out. Omega and Moxley are currently feuding. Moxley, the only one that didn't have a history was like Moxley and Hangman Page, and that's it. But still,
and even then, it's like you could have a future history and later down the line.
But this was a great way for Omega and Hangman Page to get a win. And protect Pac and Moxley. Because now this week we're gonna have John Moxley versus Pac, which is funny because they wrestled like 6 years ago in NXT, which is what they were against for the WWE United States Championship. So that's gonna be kind of cool to see them wrestle 6 years later. So
and AEW.
Yeah. So this match was freaking great. I gave it 4 3/4 stars.
Yeah, this is fun. This is a very fun match. I'm not doing ratings because, like, I don't need to do ratings until Full Gear.
Yeah, why not? All right, then we have the Philadelphia Street Fight for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. AEW World Heavyweight Champion Chris Jericho versus Darby Allin.
Love how Darby Allin came down on a skateboard. And I love how Jericho came out as the fucking Painmaker. Let's go.
Awesome. I don't think we really knew he did until he took his hood off either.
Yeah, they really protected his whole makeup and everything. That was awesome.
And they just go at it. Darby Allin fights him off at first, and this match had TV time with Maiden, so however long the broadcast was going to be how long this match was going to go. But then eventually, Chris Jericho takes control. He throws Darby Allin into the post, and I thought Darby Allin was going to die because he really took this bump. He targets the ribs of Darby Allin. Then during commercial, we saw that, which I don't know why they didn't do a split screen for this match. That was kind of a little bit bullshit. Of all matches, you would think you'd do it for the main event, but whatever.
Yeah, what can you do?
Chris Jericho grabs a kendo stick. He starts hitting Darby Allin with it, but Darby Allin, starts absorbing the kendo stick, and he hits a wicked lariat. I should mention I like Darby Allin's attire too, where he had the face paint. He had champion painted all over himself. That was cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He hits a wicked suicide dive through the ropes. The Celtic Cross, which is awesome. I always enjoy that. And then eventually Chris Jericho hits him right across the back with a steel chair, and he gets him into the walls a handful of times, but Darby Allin consistently gets to the ropes. He powerbombs Darby Allin into a skateboard, which I never thought I would see that interesting where someone would get powerbombed into a skateboard.
That was fucking great. That was a great spot.
Then he hits a code breaker on Darby Allin, but Darby Allin gets his foot on the ropes, which a lot of people are going to ask, why do they have rope breaks in an ODQ match? It's a good question. I don't have an answer. And then we have Chris Jericho grab duct tape, and he duct tapes Darby Allin hands right to his back. But still, Darby Allin was still fighting him off. He was hitting dives and everything. Even with his duct tape. He still looked great in that.
That was unbelievable. I never thought anybody could even pull that off, and he did it so gracefully too.
Yeah. Darby Allin goes for the coffin drop, but Jake Hager hits a right hand, and this causes Darby Allin to fall off the top turnbuckle, and Jericho gets him into the walls of Jericho. It was kind of weird, though. There was a spot where he hits it, and they wouldn't call it the Walls of Jericho. They just said he calls it another name somewhere else, when Jo had just literally said the Walls of Jericho, in this match.
Yeah, just call it the fucking Walls. If WWE somehow owns the Walls of Jericho, I'd be shocked.
Yeah. But it's just stupid, because it's
how would they trademark a wrestling maneuver? It wouldn't be the first time, I guess.
It was like they were trying to take a shot, though, but you had already been calling the Walls of Jericho, since he's come to the promotion, so it was unnecessary.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Jericho gets him in the Walls of Jericho, and Darby Allin has no choice but to verbally submit, pretty much, because he can't get to the ropes now since his hand's a duct tape behind him.
Yeah. So he's
that.
Fucked up.
So I like that storyline touch. It protected Darby Allin because he had no choice but to tap out. This match made Darby Allin look really strong.
By the way, everybody that's fucking freaking out again, it's they're trying to hate on this company. The whole street fight thing with the rope break. People do realize that in street fights, how they used to go is you could do a rope break, right? They actually had stipulations in matches where some things were allowed and some things were not to, differentiate all these other no DQ stipulations. That's why.
Yep.
So, let's calm down.
Yeah.
Let's calm down, because this is another thing from way back in the past. They used to have rope breaks in street fights. The pin still had to take place inside the ring, people need to remember. If it was false count anywhere, I would see your gripe here. This is a street fight. So let's just chill out.
Then the Inner Circle all come in and celebrate, and that was it. I like how they didn't do another big blow to end the show, because they didn't need to do it this week.
They didn't need to do it this week. They just needed a little bit of the bubbly.
Yeah, who doesn't want any of that? Who doesn't want any of that? So, this match was great. I give it 4 3/4 stars. It would have been 5 had the match had a little bit more time. It should have gone on a little longer.
Yeah. Again, it was like the weird thing is both 4 and 3/4 star matches would have been 5 had they had one gone less and the other one went more.
Yeah.
So time management needs to be worked on. Otherwise, this was an A+ show. I changed it to an A+, 97 out of 100. I enjoyed everything about this.
Yep. Then afterwards, we had some Aftermath online, and this is probably going to air on AEW Dog, I don't know, where Cody had a match with Orange Cassidy, but it really wasn't Orange Cassidy. It was that fan we always see like dressed up as Orange Cassidy. And Cody Rhodes took like the pinfall for him. And
MJF was the star of that segment. Don't you do it, you little brat.
and then the ref comes out and makes the count, and MJF chases him backstage like,
fuck, it was so good.
And then
MJF is a goddamn national treasure, man.
Nick Jackson's even asking like, is that count against your win-loss record? And Cody even says, we got to get you on a plane to wherever Full Gear's being filmed, so you can have a world title match with Chris Jericho.
God.
So we have to ask the question then, does that
count? Cody's the best with the fans, isn't he?
So, we do have to ask the question, does this count against Cody's win-loss record? Because
obviously not. Obviously
yeah.
Not. He did it for the kid. That was awesome, though. He's always great with the fans, isn't he? And he's not doing it out of philanthropy. Oh, my God, he actually cares about the fans because he cares about the fans. Imagine that, Stanford!
Yeah, exactly. So that was awesome. Maybe just for that, I'll give it a 98 out of 100. Just for that alone.
Yeah, that was very that was adorable.
Yes. All right, let's get to NXT for this week. Which aired on the same day as AEW because it's gonna be like that until like one decides to tap out.
They have a new intro and it's sick. They have graphics and shit.
First, though, I know you don't watch The Bump. I watched it this week because I heard some draft picks happen on there. But they actually did something kind of cool.
What?
They did.
What?
They did something cool on The Bump this week.
What's the show called?
The Bump.
That's the name of their pre-shows now?
Well, that's not the pre-show. That's just a name of like an online show where like Caleb Waxman and stuff just talk about all the angles, and they try to do it like we do it, but where they say like they give their opinions on the storylines and stuff. But obviously, that's just some bullshit.
So motherfuckers did that right after you piss us off with the Hell in a Cell ending.
That was before.
Really?
That was before that. They did it like the week it went to Fox or something.
Yeah, fuck you and blow me.
But there was something that came up out of cool. They were interviewing Pete Dunne, and they actually did like a face-off where Pete Dunne and Damian Priest like built to their match. That was good.
Which is good.
Because Pete Dunne was talking about his time like coming up from WWE, and Damian Priest like invaded the interview. Which that didn't make any sense, because how can he invade it if he was on Skype? Like, he clearly was added to the call. Like, they can't invade a Skype call, so that makes no sense.
Doing on Skype?
Yeah.
What?
And Damian Priest was talking about how he's, like, the superior athlete towards Pete Dunne. He's going to make an example out of Pete Dunne.
Why would they go on Skype?
Why not? And then, but then let's get to the actual show itself.
Yeah, please.
But the Damian Priest and Pete Dunne face-off was quite good on The Bump, at least. So there you go.
How could they face... I mean, I guess you could face off, but all you stare at is their faces because it's on Skype!
Yeah. So we had the commentary team, the best commentary team in all of professional wrestling, Beth Phoenix, Molinaro, and Nigel McGuinness. And like you said, they actually brought back an intro this week.
Yay!
Did they have a new song? I don't know.
No, that was the same song that they got back in this year with Slipknot. But still, great intro. I enjoyed the intro now. Lots of effort obviously went into that intro.
You know what's interesting though? The Street Profits are in the intro, and they're not even on NXT. So I wonder if that means
I think they're on NXT. That's the thing. I don't think they're leaving.
Yeah, so that's cool. Then we had the first match. It was Tommaso Ciampa versus Angel Garza, and Tommaso Ciampa went first.
This was basically a glorified squash.
Yeah, Tommaso Ciampa takes him to
Which kind of shocked me. I thought they were going to have a competitive match, but they straight up treated this like an enhancement match.
Yeah, and Angel Garza though gets some offense.
Garza got his fucking flag kicked.
Yep. That was so cool because Tommaso Ciampa's like so crazy, and then he hits the Willows. I think it's called the Willows window or something. I forget exactly what it's called.
It's the apron DDT. Don't give it a fucking name. Not everything needs a name.
And Tommaso Ciampa wins his return. Now maybe they wanted to make this a squash because maybe he's not ready to actually like take bumps yet since he just came off neck surgery. So maybe that's the case.
Oh, he did the whole claps and then pats himself on the back.
That was cool.
Yeah, he just annihilated poor Angel Garza.
Still, I was entertained by it. I gave it.
I found it fun. It was fun.
Yeah. Then the Undisputed Era come out, and you think that they're gonna come out and attack Ciampa. He grabs a crutch and chair to defend himself, but Kyle O'Reilly hands over a USB thumb drive to the commentators and say play that, which was kind of cool because I've never seen that done before.
That was different. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
And we find out what was on that USB thumb drive. It was Undisputed Era. Adam Cole comes up and says, that he's going to make an example. And he's sending a message.
Before you continue, I want to preface this by saying this was the best segment of the entire week.
Oh, yeah.
This was the best segment of the entire week. Nothing comes close to the segment. Holy shit.
They'll send in a message to Tommaso Ciampa and Finn Balor and, anybody else that crosses.
Basically what they do is they have Kyle O'Reilly film. He's the vlogger of this whole, and Adam Cole's the orchestrator of the attack. They're all looking like a bunch of fucking... They're hanging around backstage. You don't know what's going on. And all of a sudden you see Rowdy on a ladder and he's climbing down. And then, like, you just see Dream in a fucking heap. He's on a cart. And then Rowdy just is fucking insane. This is the most character I've ever seen him have, by the way. The most character I've ever seen Roderick Strong have. He's just going on, and he's like, "You did this to me. You fucking embarrassed me." He didn't say F word, but, he's doing that, and I'm seeing, like, he's legitimately angry. I thought he was legit angry, which, like, holy shit, talk about a turnaround in the character development. Yeah. Fuck, he was awesome here, and the whole Undisputed Era was awesome. And
when we do our UN awards, maybe Roderick Strong will win Most Improved Wrestler of the Year just because of his character development alone.
Honest to God, he was great here. And then William Regal. He's on. I don't know if this is like right after the fact. No, I think it was after a match. But I'll just get to that part now. After William Regal saw this, he's on the platform, and Caleb Braxton's interviewing him, and he's selling this thing like a tragedy. He sold this thing like a fucking tragedy happened.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. I thought he was about to actually cry at one point. I was like, what the fuck's going on?
We talked about this I think last year. Like, William Regal, I think, took some acting lessons or something like in the past couple of years.
Yeah, like he was already a good actor before, and now he's just... I don't know what the fuck's been going on, but, like, he was the MVP on this show. And let me tell you, it doesn't even end there. So he goes on, and he's, like, choking up, saying Velveteen Dream will be unable to compete due to the heinous actions of the era. And he's saying this, like, almost choking up. That being said, the winner... And he's angry. He's getting angrier as he's talking. The winner of Keith Lee versus Dominik Dijakovic will go on to fight Roderick Strong for the North American Championship next week. And like, that's where his anger peaked there. And I'm
You know what?
shit.
One segment I remember, I don't know if you ever saw this, after Undisputed Era, like, did an attack, like, backstage in his office once, like, he was, like, flipping out at him, like, I don't know if you remember that
I
at all.
remember that. I remember that episode, yeah.
Like, I love that about William Regal. Like, he's a general manager, you, like, don't want to piss this guy off. Like,
God, you don't.
I like how he holds his ground. Like,
he really does. Legitimately.
yeah. But yeah, this segment was awesome. It was something different. It was something unique. Now, obviously, they had to really do this segment because Velveteen Dream's like legitimately injured, so they had to kind of improvise. But still, yeah.
Well, that's smart. Very smart.
That's why, like, I feel like you didn't actually like see him get attacked. They just had him wait.
I thought that was bullshit. Did he really get injured off one of those end of heartaches?
Probably, yeah.
Jeez.
There you go.
I guarantee you it's the way he sells it, man, because he sells that thing like he's like, Dream, we get it. You can sell good. Don't put your health at risk, you fucking moron.
Yeah.
We get it. You love this business. You don't need to kill yourself over it.
So then we had a tag team match. It was Oni Lorcan and Danny Burch versus Fabian, not Fabian, Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel with Alexander Wolf inside.
Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel.
They should just get the
tag team of all team.
They should just get the UK announcer just for when they come out at this point now, because like it's just a bit.
Yeah, it's isn't it? It's Fabian Eichner, and Marcel. Technically, it's Marcel Barthel, not Bartel. But I guess because for some reason Morrow wants to put emphasis on the T, so he just goes Marcel Bartel.
Yep. This match was awesome.
It was great. It wasn't the best match that we've seen. That obviously goes to like the couple weeks after what was it? New York, when they had that fucking classic. But this was still really, really good. I mean, anytime you get these two teams in the ring, it's always really good.
Yep.
This was fun.
They win with the
European Bomb.
European Bomb, thank you. But still, really good stuff.
This was great.
Yeah, I want to see them put on more clinics and like, because they actually can be in a few. Because Danny Burch can actually contend for the title and go to UK since it's in the UK. But they probably don't want Danny Burch to be the one dethroning Walter. They probably don't want that.
It would be fucking hilarious. But yeah, no, that's
the match though was the match was very good. 3 3/4.
That was great.
Then we had a vignette for Johnny Gargano. I think they're just showing this again since it's on USA Network. Then Johnny Gargano.
They showed it again and they edited it a little bit to where they show the whole For Life thing. So they did some alters, but it was the same promo package that they had. If you watched it on the network before. So
yep,
there you go.
Then Johnny Gargano gets interviewed and he talks about Tommaso Ciampa being back and what his relationship is like with him. And he says that he doesn't know. He has ups and downs, which I bet Simon Miller loved that reference because it's his show. But I liked it. But that's like one of the only flaws right now in NXT is that Johnny Gargano seems to be like in limbo a little bit because he hasn't done much since the NXT Takeover Toronto 2 match with Cole.
I mean, part of the problem is, what do you do? And that was kind of the thing I'm starting to realize now. That might have been the greatest match he's ever had in NXT. And I don't know what you do to follow that. You know what I mean? Like,
I think he was supposed to go to the main roster. But
then this whole thing started festering out of nowhere. So
yeah, so they're like, we can't lose basically the face of NXT right now.
Yeah.
So they have.
Although they have, how many faces are there in NXT right now, man? There's Tommaso Ciampa, there's Finn Balor, there's Johnny Gargano, there's Adam Cole. Like, there's so much talent in the main event. Oh my God.
Maybe they'll put DIY. Maybe he'll be like one of the names that goes to 205 because the 205 needs some fresh names now since the roster.
I mean, would it really make sense for him to go for the Cruiserweight Championship though?
Yeah, because that's now like one of NXT's like big card belts now, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like it's a divisionary kind of belt. He's already got that. He already had the NXT heavyweight title. Why are you putting him in a cruiserweight? Like, not that the cruiserweights don't matter. Hashtag 205 Live matters. Shout out to Noah. Yeah. But I just don't get why he would kind of downgrade. You know,
maybe
he already proved himself in the Cruiserweight Classic and didn't even need to win a belt. So why is he going to go back down there?
Maybe he dethrones Walter for the UK Championship. Maybe.
I'd be shocked, but I actually would be against that, to be honest, because Walter's like the best thing on UK right now. You don't want to end that thing prematurely.
No. So we'll see. But I have a feeling he'll just go he'll be like one of the teams that faces the era in War Games. So there you go.
Yeah.
Then it showed a video package of, Io Shirai's like scary mask, and I was scared because it was so scary. So scary.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Sure, Owen. Sure.
Then we had Io Shirai versus Kaden Kodo. This match actually was good.
Yeah, that's good. It was competitive, but so was Brandon Cutler and MJF. Basically a glorified enhancement match with Io Shirai going over. However, this was very entertaining of an enhancement match, and Kaden actually got a lot of offense in, so it really showed her off. But Io Shirai eventually ended up getting the win.
And afterwards, Io Shirai, she wins with the moonsault, and afterwards she says that Bianca Belair, and Rhea Ripley aren't going to challenge for the title. It's me versus Baszler next. And afterwards, Rhea Ripley comes out and says, I'm going to take care of Bianca Belair next week, but if you ever drop my name out of your mouth, I'll drop you right when you stand. And that was it.
I fucking love Rhea. I love both these women. Please have this match. Please.
Guess what?
Please. Number one contenders match, please.
Guess what, too? This match actually makes sense because
yes, it does.
Knocked Rhea Ripley out last year in the Mae Young Classics.
Yeah, there's a lot of history. Go, do it.
The match between Io Shirai and Kaden Carter gets 3 stars. Good stuff.
This is great. I liked it. The segment was better than the match.
Yes,
I love Rhea Ripley. She just brings a smile to my face when she just puts motherfuckers in their place.
Absolutely.
honest to God, there's something about the way she carries herself that's just like,
and
this woman.
Everyone's gonna hate me for this. At least all the AEW mokes. I think the NXT Women's Division is like the one thing that NXT is beating AEW at right now. That women's division is just stacked.
Oh my God, right now. It's fucking unreal how much talent is on there.
Yeah, like
it might be the best it's ever been, to be honest. Even back when the 4 Horsewomen were there, I honestly think this might be the best crop of NXT women talent right now.
Yeah, AEW is gonna have to do a lot to beat that women's division in NXT right now.
It's insane. Like you got so much. You got so many things going on. You got Dakota Kai, Dakota Kai, Tegan Nox, Shayna Baszler, who's the champion, Rhea Ripley, Io Shirai, Bianca Belair, Mia Yim, Candice LeRae. You could go up and down that fucking list. It's insane how much talent's on there. It's insane, dude.
Next, Bo is backstage, and he's just getting ready for his match with Killian Dane. He says stuff. I don't know what he said because I don't speak the language, so there you go.
Well, I mean, even if you couldn't understand him, Hung Lai Yo means is universal for "I'ma kick your ass."
There you go. Yeah, he definitely didn't do that.
Fuck you, Killian Dane, you fucking prick, leaving me on the table like a piece of meat. What am I, a fucking delectable from Mauro Ranallo? What is he, a cannibal?
treating me like a freaking meat snack. Looking like prosciutto over here. Fuck you.
Then we had the William Regal thing. You already talked about it. Since you love the matches, we're going to give you the right to talk about them each time. We had the NXT North American Championship #1 contenders match between Keith Lee and Dominik Dijakovic.
Just great. I am sad that we couldn't get a conclusion. God damn you, Roddy Strong. God damn you. It's blasphemy. Keith Lee was awesome here, doing maneuvers to injure the arm of Dominik Dijakovic. At one point, it did I believe a top rope or middle rope frog splash to the arm at one point.
Yep.
Again, I can't remember all the moves, but I know the one awesome move that was done. A poison rana from Keith Lee on the Dominik Dijakovic was fucking awesome. The choke bomb by Dominik Dijakovic's great. Fucking love it.
What about don't forget the spirit bomb that Keith Lee does in this match.
I love it. I'm so glad that came back. I love that move. That freaking last ride power bomb beats any other freaking last ride, including Taker's. That's how good this fucking power bomb is. He drills Dijakovic with this. By the way, what the hell? Oh, hi, Taker. Sorry.
Yeah, you had to apologize.
I don't think they can actually see him on the video, by the way. You have to turn it a little bit more.
Oh, whatever. You know what you did.
Listen, you gotta admit, though, like, I don't think Taker could have done that back then either. Because the problem is like, Keith Lee has an ass. Taker doesn't really. So he would have fucked up his tailbone trying to do it, like, sitting down. So, like, when Keith Lee does it, when he does that sit down, he just bounces Dijakovic, and he goes like 2 feet in the air. Yeah, and then he rolls out of the ring. The ring awareness of Dijakovic is slim to none. I mean, they could also have the wing awareness, considering they fucking fly like birds anyway.
There you go.
What other spots am I missing? Because I know I'm not going to remember everything. There were this
Dominik Dijakovic like trying to go for his feast your eyes, but he can't do it because his arm's so
yeah,
hurt.
because he's selling the arm, which I loved.
So I think he just does like a sit-down powerbomb instead.
Yeah.
And then his cyclone kick, which beats Cash Onos all day.
Right.
Obviously you'll agree with that one. And then it beats Cassius Onos all day.
Oh my god, it's not even close.
Well, it's because you hate Cassius.
Dude, Cassius Onos fucking, he's eating away ice cream and jealousy seeing this freaking cyclone kick by Dijakovic, dude. By the way, am I boy 1 up? That's 2 up. Oops. 1 up.
Yeah, because you just hit. I figured you'd like that one because you just hate Cassius Ohno now.
Yeah.
So
what other spots? There's other spots. I know we're forgetting. Shit.
I think he does the line. No, he doesn't. He does the springboard moonsault.
Which again, I don't know how he does. It's fucking nuts.
But then we have.
And also one spot that was a funny thing throughout the whole match. Well, not really funny, terrifyingly funny. Keith Lee's mean guy face.
Yeah.
Piss him off. Ever. Never piss off Keith Lee. That's the one rule you go to. Don't ever piss off Keith Lee.
No, the one rule in NXT is don't ever piss off Regal. That's the first rule.
Second rule, don't piss off Keith Lee. Third rule, don't piss off both of them at the same time, or you will get fucking choked out.
Who do you think would get to you first, Regal or Keith Lee?
I think Keith Lee, because he's more athletic. And then he just hold me down for Regal to just start body blowing me. Fuck you, pisser. I'm then fucking uppercut your body until you throw up your lunch.
Keith Lee's gonna go for some type of power bomb off the apron, but Roderick Strong comes in and hits him off the head with the North American Championship.
Blasphemy!
And he knocks Keith Lee off the apron, and then he hits a high knee on Dominik Dijakovic, Roderick Strong thinks like he's outsmarted Regal, he's outsmarted everyone. But William Regal, like I said, don't piss off Regal.
Regal says, "That was clever, Roddy, but you forget one thing. I'm still the authority, and now you will be defending your North American Championship against Keith Lee and Dominic Dijakovic next week." And he's bugging out. Like, he's bugging out worse than I've ever seen him bug out before. And Roddy's pissed too, and he's cussing out Regal, and it's just Regal has this blank I'm gonna murder you stare. Like, he's like a freaking horror movie villain here. And then it goes to break. They come back from break. They show I guess the thing backstage where the Undisputed Era are backstage and Regal's coming in and just ignoring him with the same fucking bug eye the whole time. It is the whole segment. Honest, like the MVPs of tonight are Roderick Strong and William Regal. They're without a fucking doubt. They stole the show tonight, and they didn't even have a match.
Yeah,
they didn't even have a match.
I think William Regal hated his job tonight too. You could tell, like, he hated being the GM tonight. Like,
did he really? I think he loved being angry, and you could tell he loved being angry. I think that's the one thing he likes to be, is angry. So he just knows how to be that fucking angry guy. I love it.
The match is like a 4 3/4 star. Like,
yeah,
I feel like,
and I can't wait to see Roddy into the mix. That's gonna work out.
Gosh.
I want to see how he hits an end of heartache on Keith Lee.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
How's that gonna work?
Then we had Matt Riddle versus Bronson Reed. This was the cooldown match, but still pretty good stuff. Matt Riddle gets like a strain of offense in right away. He hits a wicked final flash knee strike, but then Bronson Reed hits a senton, and he does everything he can to hit big man moves, but Matt Riddle's just too good, and he ends up winning with the I believe the.
Well, you're underselling it a little bit, because Matt Riddle has fucking freakish strength. At one point, he picks him up. I believe he does a power bomb, right? No, so the first thing he does is, I think, a knee strike or something. No, he does the bro to sleep. So he gets him on his fucking shoulders in a fireman's carry somehow. Gets him in a bro to sleep. Then he hits a freaking power bomb. Like,
yeah,
and I thought he was gonna freaking Bob Holly him and like drop him on his neck, but thank God he didn't. And then he just smashes him with his knee. And then after Bronson Reed almost gets back onto him, he then hits what does he call that finisher? It's not the Styles Clash. What is it called? I forget.
I don't know what it's called.
It's basically a front neutralizer.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is, and he won with that. Great.
Yep.
Good shit.
Afterwards, they shake hands, and yeah, it's pretty good stuff. 3 1/4 stars.
They didn't shake hands; they fist bump. I think.
Oh yeah.
I know they did it in the beginning of the match. I don't know about the end though.
They did do it at the end, yes. Then Bianca Belair has a video package, and she says that she sent a message to Rhea Ripley saying that no one's going to face Shayna Baszler before me, and I don't care if you were the first ever NXT UK Women's Champion. You don't hold a candle to my level. Good.
Again, something AEW needs to do more of is these video packages.
I was less laughing the whole time because Rhea Ripley's just going to eat her. I mean, it'll be a competitive match.
Yeah, she won't eat her. Dude, Bianca Belair is... she's a muscular woman. You forget how strong she is, too. This is basically a freaking big house match, basically. I hope we see something similar of Keith Lee and Dominic Dijakovic with Rhea and Bianca Belair.
That match is happening next week, too, so...
I'm actually looking forward to it now, just because
this week.
It might do that.
Well, this week.
They might do that.
Well, this week.
Well, technically, it's this week, yes. We will be seeing it this week. You guys will see this coming up on Wednesday. Because, yeah.
Then we have the Kushida in the trainer's room. We find out he's on the injury report. He's gonna be out like a month. And I like how they have the injury report now. Shows that there's risk getting into the ring and wrestling. because Keith Lee is technically on the injury report because I think kayfabe wise he injured himself falling off the apron. So
Yeah, true.
Because I don't think the only one that's like really hurt in the injury report is Velveteen Dream, but that's it. So
Yeah.
But I like they had. What do you think about the fact that they have the injury report?
Thumbs up because it brings realism to the sport.
There you go.
There you go.
Then we had Tainala, not Cunty, even though it's still in a Titantron, which is weird. Versus Tegan Knox. Good stuff. Tegan Knox dominates early, but then Tainala tries to use her judo to take down Tegan Knox, but then eventually she hits the shiniest wizard of all time and beats Tainala. Good stuff. 3. I forgot Tegan Knox had already been back in UK because it doesn't even feel like she even had the matches in UK. So let's just forget about that because I don't want to remember that. But still, good stuff. Afterwards, she celebrates with Dakota Kai. And before she can,
so
she gets in.
I do have one thing that I need to say. This is my first time actually seeing a match because I'll be honest, I didn't really watch NXT UK and I didn't care. I didn't care. So this was my first match. I liked her. She did good. However, there is one thing I notice. She is very ginger on those fucking knees, dude. She's on borrowed time.
Yeah,
it's actually scarily like how badly on borrowed time she is. This is not a joke. Like I'm wondering if they even should have brought her back, because like she's. I could see like the limp as she's running. She's not 100%. Like in the slightest, she's not 100%. I don't know what is going on, but I get those knees checked out again because like something felt off about her compared to when she was in the Mae Young Classic.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but it's like I don't know. I don't know.
Not Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler, Jessamine Duke and Marina Shafir come out, and Shayna Baszler basically roasts her, saying that you had the great comeback story, but it all is going to be for naught because all I'm going to do is just choke you out pretty much. And I asked Dakota Kai how that works out. You're just going to be another victim of mine. So they're going to set up that match.
Then she's like, you don't have enough limbs to like give to freaking charity or something like that. I'm like, oh my god, fucking Shayna Baszler's goddamn savage.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're gonna get that match in the future, probably for the championship. I'm cool with that. Even though
it probably won't be until like after War Games. I hope at least.
Yeah.
Don't do it this soon. Christ.
I know. Yeah. But then you would have lost 2 title programs. In the span.
Very quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. But still.
Do that. Yeah,
don't do that. The match itself, though, good stuff. Tegan Knox, looked good. 3 stars. Then we had a message for from Finn Balor, and I actually forgot.
Shit.
Yeah, why don't you talk about it? Because let's just say you forget that this guy legitimately can like cut like a serious promo when he
majorly serious promo, like the scariest promo I think he's ever cut. I don't even know what any of it meant. All I know is that his future is his past, which is true. That's all I knew about that, but everything else was like...
He said he's going to make an example as someone next week, so he's returning like in a match next week or something.
Something of that nature. There was a lot of different lingo. You have to really... It's like a Da Vinci Code. You just got to decipher it, and you just got to keep watching it over and over again. Just because Finn Balor's delivery is that good, it's going to be hard to even decipher because you're just hearing his delivery of the line.
Yeah, but it's good.
You did great here. You did great.
I'm happy. Like, I hope a lot of people. I know it's probably going to be a short-term thing, but I'm going to enjoy the short-term Finn Balor.
No, don't let it be short-term, please. Keep him there.
Yeah, really.
This fucking point. Don't bring him up to the main roster ever again.
Yeah, like
I'm actually looking for people to come down to NXT. I want to see Cesaro too and Kevin Owens at this point.
They missed that chance.
Who are both fucking absolutely frustrated with their current positions, by the way, on the main roster.
They missed out on Cesaro. They could have done it, because he didn't get drafted, but they didn't.
No, they're still probably going to do it. I would hope they'd do it. Because I know Owens is pissed because he got drafted to Raw.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
helped save SmackDown, I guess.
yeah.
So
Well, yeah,
he got pissed. And then I know Cesaro's just pissed because he's, instead of wearing tights, he's now a jobber in pants.
Well, wasn't he wearing pants in UK? Wasn't he wearing pants in UK? I thought he was.
I thought he was wearing the freaking trunks he always wears.
Maybe he was. Yeah.
Either way, I don't want the pants. Give him the trunks, please.
Give him new music, please.
I don't know what his new music is. Why did they change it?
Well, because Sheamus got, Sheamus can't wrestle, so
who cares?
There you go.
Oh.
Then we had the next match. It was speaking of people who came down from the main roster, it was Boa versus Killian Dane.
And Killian squashed him. The end.
Yeah.
Do I need to say anything else?
Yeah, pretty much.
Boa was not particularly that good, and Dane squashed him with Brie Vader bombs and pinned him.
No, he made him submit.
I'm sorry. He had a submission.
Yeah.
Right.
But I feel like he just I don't even think he really. I think he was just trying to he was just gonna hurt him because he wanted to hurt him. I don't think it was any type of submission or anything like that. Then afterwards, he goes to go backstage. Pete Dunne makes his entrance, and he has a face-off with Pete Dunne, and Pete Dunne just breaks his fingers, and he just shrugs it off like this.
Fucking great. And he just goes, eh.
Yeah.
Eh.
And during the break on WWE.com exclusive, you could find this. You saw Killian Dane was trying to get to Pete Dunne, but referees and officials and stuff were holding him back. So it looks like they're setting up a future program between Pete Dunne and Killian Dane. Who doesn't want to see that?
I want to see it, please. I want to see it.
All right, then you get to talk about the main event. It's Pete Dunne versus Damian Priest.
Oh my God, Damian Priest look awesome here. By the way, another big guy who does a better cyclo kick than Cassius Ohno. Otherwise, I don't remember much about this match off the top of my head. I just remember the match happened.
Yeah,
remember the match happened, and I was enjoying every fucking minute of it.
Pete Dunne takes him to school in the beginning, and he stomps his hand into the steps and really just...
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that made me cringe, because the way he sold that was great.
He does a Cabana from the on the outside, and he goes for the bitter end, but he doesn't hit it.
You know what one of my favorite spots of by Damian Priest is? That fucking, springboard tope that he does to the outside. Yeah. Holy shit, he does that effortlessly. Can you imagine too? I saw this guy when he fucking debuted for Ring of Honor as Punishment Martinez. At 20, he was 21 then.
Yeah,
he was 21 years old. How? This dude looks like he's fucking 40, like a part of a biker group.
Yeah. And he hits a high cross power bomb too.
The Splash Mountain, as they call it.
Yeah. But then
he also does. What didn't he? They said he had a set out choke slam of his own, right?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if he did. I forgot if he did it or Dijakovic did it. So
they both do. They both do it. Yeah. But they call them by different names.
At this point,
I think Dijakovic's is the choke bomb, where he turns it into a sit-out power bomb. And then Damian Priest is the regular choke slam, but he's drops to his side, essentially.
At this point, they should just be a tag team, because it seems like Dominic Dijakovic and Damian Priest have a similar moveset, almost
oh man, I want to see them feud. You know why? Because then there's a third big guy in that amazing mix-up. Please.
Just to piss you off, let's throw Cassius Ohno in there too.
No, I'd rather Lars Sullivan before Cassius Ohno.
Come on, Lars Sullivan.
Has Lars Sullivan been, by the way?
He's injured.
Never mind.
But you used to like Lars Sullivan.
I do.
Oh.
I do.
But,
where the hell has he been? Now you told me he's injured. I don't think he's coming back then if he's injured again. What is this, his third injury now?
Well, he wasn't injured the first time. He had like some.
Oh, right, yeah, because he was an idiot. And he had an anxiety attack because he realized, oh shit, everybody's gonna expose my racist shit.
Yeah. But then eventually we had the finish. You see like Pete Dunne and Damian Priest like freaking doing hockey style like punches on each other.
That was yeah, and they even called it a hockey fight.
Yeah. And the referee's trying to break it up, but then Damian Priest behind the referee's back low blows Pete Dunne and hits the reckoning on Pete Dunne, gets the win. I wanted to see Pete Dunne win, as I talked about. I should have opened it with this, but then Skype was being shit. I owe you guys an apology, because last week doing this review shows, I was too much of a fanboy. I gotta be a critic. I owe you guys an apology. Because I wanted to see Pete Dunne win last week, but he didn't win. But I was still not disappointed, because Damian Priest looked awesome, and Brian and Vinny talked about it on their show this week. This is a good thing because, you know, it's not the main roster. You're not worried like Pete Dunne's going to come back next week and get his win back. Like, this is going to be the only match, and then, you know, that's it.
They won't have another match till like 6 months down the line, probably, yeah.
Yeah. But Damian Priest will actually, like, progress up the ladder versus, you know, if this is the main roster next week, like, they'd have another match and Pete Dunne would win and no one would be getting over. Like,
yeah.
So.
Don't remind me.
Yeah.
Or if you're Cesaro, it's 100-0. It's the 100-0 booking where Ricochet wins every effing time.
I think Cesaro beat him like once.
95-5 booking. Sorry, let me correct myself. Oh, that one win makes all the difference.
This match was great, though. I get 4.5 stars.
Yeah, this was great. Not the best match of the week, but still great.
This show also is an A+. It's a 97 out of 100. If I had to say which one I like more, I guess I'd say AEW, but it's really, really tough. Like, it probably depends on my mood. But
I'll say an A, 95. It wasn't the best show of the week. I still think it was AEW. This is still a fun show.
The only complaint I have is I would switch stuff. I would have put Keith Lee and Dijakovic in the main event slot. Move up, you know, the Boa, Killian Dane, and Pete Dunne match, because obviously you have to move the Boa, Killian Dane match, you know, since the Pete.
No, you would just switch the two, wouldn't you? Oh.
Well, you got to switch. You got to move Boa and Killian Dane because you need Killian Dane out there to do so Pete Dunne can do the finger breaking thing.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, this was still like a, you know, awesome Wednesday night stuff because Wednesday nights is a fun night for professional wrestling forever.
Yes, they are. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It's not just Wednesdays either. It's Tuesdays.
Speaking of Tuesday, let's get to some Tuesday stuff.
Yes. For the record, before we even talk about the Tuesday stuff, also, are we going to be reviewing Impact or not until they come on Access?
Well,
I should ask that because I think they're also on Tuesdays.
Well, this week there's technically like no Impact. It's just Bound for Glory. Noah told me they're doing like a special on on Access where they're gonna show like a preview of what Impact will be like. So it's not. So technically there's no Impact show this week.
It's next week.
Yeah, next week.
Okay.
So,
well, good to know.
Still watch Bound for Glory though, obviously.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to tonight. Or
at
least I'm just gonna do it when I wake up tomorrow.
I will warn you. The first half of the show, you're not gonna be able to see like 15 minutes of like the first match because Fight TV sucked when you go to watch it. That's all I'll say.
I'll have a way around that.
Yeah, because I have no way around that. All right, so let's get to NWA Powerrr with 3 R's. I'm gonna say that every week too.
Okay.
This is episode 2, and this episode was called Clickbait, which I'm kind of thinking, why was this called Clickbait? But we're gonna find out when we get to the end of the episode.
Yes.
We had the commentary team of Jim Cornette and Joe Galli. I thought Joe Galli was better this week.
Well, yeah, because Joe Galli actually was doing stuff this week other than commentary.
Yeah.
He was really good at it.
Yeah. We had reactions to the first episode, which they showed like this kind of before the stream started. It showed like various wrestlers everywhere tweeting and YouTubers talking about it. You saw The Rock, you saw Bully Ray, you saw Walter, you saw Corey Graves, which I was surprised they showed people from WWE's tweets, which was kind of funny. I mean, I don't think Walter's gonna get in trouble, and I actually don't think.
What the fuck are they gonna do? It's not like WWE owns the fucking Twitter of the guy.
But you saw like various YouTube accounts talking about the show, which was kind of cool. I like it.
Yeah, which is great.
I was kind of hoping we were gonna show. I was kind of hoping we were gonna show up, but I think because they wouldn't have been able to find us, it's in a rundown versus like the actual.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Even though I did hashtag it. So,
yeah.
No.
Well, I don't think, but then we had the actual.
We also are just getting our feet on the ground with this editing kind of thing. So you know.
Then we had a new intro this week where they actually had stuff from the first episode in it. So there you go. Then we had. I will say, if you want to see in-ring action, this is not going to be an episode for you because the in-ring action was very minimal on this show.
Which on this show was fine.
Yeah. So David Marquez interviews someone we haven't seen in a wrestling capacity in like 2 years, Aaron Stevens.
Which was fucking great, by the way. I was so happy to see him.
I have not seen Aaron Stevens since Impact Bound for Glory in 2016 when he won the Grand Champion, became the inaugural Grand Champion. I have not seen him wrestle since.
and how angry he looked holding the belt after.
Now I will say I know he's done. I know he left in 2017, but I wasn't watching Impact when he left. So, but he was awesome here. He comes out. And he talks about pretty much where he's been pretty much, saying that, I left the wrestling business to pursue some acting and stuff. You've probably seen me and stuff. But when I heard, like, NWA was coming back and all this buzz around it, I had to come back and I had to be a part of this pretty much.
The funniest part was, the funniest thing was, like, when people were interrupting him and he's like, I'm not finished yet.
Yep. And then he says, he brings back his old gimmick, his intellectual savior of the masses that he had in WWE by saying, "You're welcome."
And he also said, "Silence."
Yep. And then he kind of turns heel. I don't know.
I didn't know what the hell happened. It's like he went from face to heel real quick.
I guess they realized like he was gonna get a big ovation when he came out, so he had to act like face, and then he turned heel. But he tells David Marquez like not to look directly into his eyes. So he has to like look over like right at the camera. And Aaron Stevens says that everybody wants to see me in movies. They want to see me on the show, and they're gonna book me every single week, pretty much. And that was it. This was great. Fantastic.
And also hilarious.
Yeah, like I thoroughly enjoyed this. Aaron Stevens ruled here, and I actually would like to see him dethrone Nick Aldis for the NWA World Championship. I wouldn't complain about that at all. What did you think of this?
This was fun. Good to see Aaron Stevens back. Glad he's back. I hope to see more of him, honest to God. He was hilarious here.
Yes. Then we have another face I haven't seen in a wrestling capacity since TNA 2009. Trevor Murdoch versus Ricky Stokes. We have not seen Trevor Murdoch, like I said, in a wrestling capacity. I know he's like done indie stuff, but I haven't seen him since then. And I didn't know he owned the name Trevor Murdoch, but I guess he does.
I think his real name is Trevor Murdoch.
Oh yeah, so he obviously owns his own name.
Because he's the son of Dick Murdoch.
Yeah.
So,
but Trevor Murdoch looked aggressive in this match. He hits a wicked Russian leg sweep on him. That running knee strike. But eventually, Ricky Starks ends up winning with the most devastating move in all of professional wrestling.
The roll up.
I liked Ricky Starks. Afterwards, he cuts a promo. And before that, Trevor Murdoch shakes his hand and he just says, "Tonight wasn't my night." And Allison Kay should have taken notes because this is exactly what she should have done. He kind of puts him down a little bit, but kind of puts him over at the same time by saying, yeah, tonight was not his night. But he's not putting down Trevor Murdoch, but he's still acting like a heel. He talked about how everybody is paying to see me, and everyone's paying to see like my gorgeous face, pretty much.
Oh, he was hilarious too. Ricky Starks was fucking great here.
Yeah,
he did great shit. Definitely check his promo out too when you get a minute.
I had some breaking news. Where I think this is when Joe Galli announces that he's going to interview Nick Aldis, like that he's going to show footage of it anyways that he did like earlier in the day. So this was good stuff. And Joe Galli, actually, this was kind of funny too. I've never seen this before, really. He actually had he cut a promo on the guy, kind of, by saying, I was just trying to have journalistic integrity and stuff. Like, it was so cool. Like, they actually gave the character, they actually gave him a purpose. I really liked it.
Nice. They did good shit.
Yeah, maybe you'll implement this now. Maybe NWA is gonna make you think like you have to implement this now in your show, pretty much.
We're thinking, honest to God, we've been talking about it. So it's definitely up for conversation.
NWA beat you to the punch on something, so
yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Now we just take it. We'll take the concepts.
And since you like Colt Cabana, while you talk about this, Joe Galli interviews Colt Cabana.
Colt Cabana basically just being a meme. And then he's like, who's my partner ever going to be? Oh, who could be my partner? Well, his name is... And then all of a sudden he gets cut off with, Mr. And out comes Ken Anderson. The crowd pops.
Yeah.
And then he just he could have picked anybody in the world, but he picked this asshole. And then he's like, they're gonna feel the wrath of Mr. Cabana. And then Cabana just goes, Cabana. And then Ken Anderson goes, and Mr. Anderson. Cabana gets on the mic again. Cabana! And then you just see Anderson. The best. And even Cornette almost broke afterwards.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh, great. But yeah, they had fun. You could tell they were having fun. And it was a fun squash match afterwards.
Yeah, they faced Sal Winalo and Jordan Kinsley. So, when you talk about that match...
Kingsley.
Yeah.
You can talk about the match.
It's a squash.
I'm not an analyst. I'm not good at doing these.
Colt Cabana has some fun where they do that thing where they lock up and then they do that leapfrog thing they do.
Where he just keeps leapfrogging over the guy and then ducking and then leapfrogging and ducking.
Yeah, he rides it like a surfboard at one point. And then at one point he just doesn't run over to the other side of the rope. He just stays there. Yes. Ken Anderson hits a wicked spinning senton twice. Great stuff.
In the Green Bay plunge, yes.
I thought that was when he did it off the top rope. That's the Green Bay plunge.
I'm just calling it the standing Green Bay plunge. Sue me.
There you go. And then Colt Cabana hits a slingshot. I don't know who the guy was because it's been a few days since I've seen the match, and it's enhancement guys. You don't remember enhancement. I'm going to say it's Jordan Kinsley because why not? It's just let it be him. And he slingshots Jordan Kinsley into Ken Anderson, and he hits the mic check, and Ken Anderson and Colt Cabana win. I was like, why are they a tag team that's just so thrown together, but they're just both such memes?
It was the promo. It was the promo. Just have them do promos. They're great as I haven't seen football team. It's great.
I have not seen Mr. Anderson wrestle, I think, since Impact 2016?
Yeah, he got a lot crisper, didn't he? Since he's been in NWA? Holy shit.
I forgot to give star ratings. The first match gets 3, and this match gets 2.5. So there you go.
Are we really doing star ratings for these? Okay.
It's the first couple episodes. You gotta.
Hey.
Then Nick Aldis is shown like leaving headquarters of the arena, and he's not in the mood. He said, "I came here to have an interview," so we know like something went down in this interview. What I liked about this show is they actually did a very good job, like throughout the show, building to like this interview that we were gonna see.
The clickbait. It's the clickbait. Yeah. The whole clickbait concept. They're like, hey, Logan Paul, fuck you. We can do it better.
Yeah, pretty much. Then we had a Tony Falk ad. I don't remember this, but I remember.
Yeah, this was cringe. This was cringe.
You want to talk about it? Because I don't remember it more.
Barbecue grill and tire iron. That's all I gotta say. Yes, you heard that correctly.
Did he say he taught Shawn Michaels some type of language too?
No, it was the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Barbecue and tire iron. That's what he sells. What? That's like what was that guy's name? John Grady's barbecue foot massage or whatever the fuck. Like that meme from forever. That's what this reminds me of. I really don't know if this is a real place. I hope it's not a real place. That's weird. Why would you sell tire irons in a restaurant?
So yeah, this is the only cringy thing of the show, though.
Yeah, that's about it.
And you could talk about this because you know the guys better than me. Kyle Davis interviews Eddie Kingston in Homicide.
Eddie Kingston just gets face up into the fucking camera and just says, "Hey Ortiz, you think you're a nut? I can be a nut. I'm the OG nut. Fuck you!" And he just starts screaming at the camera to the point where he's so close to the camera can't even focus in. I don't even remember all of what he said. All I know is he was screaming so incoherently that his face was blurring the camera. Like, it was the best. Eddie Kingston's just the best.
This is weird, though. How can he have said that to Santana? No, Ortiz.
No, he didn't actually say that. No, I'm just making shit up.
Okay, good.
That would have been funny if he did. Fuck you, I'm the OG. I'm the OG nut.
Because it wouldn't have made sense, because this was taped, like, weeks ago, so it's like...
No. I know. What was, I forget. What did he say? Because I don't remember actually what he said.
They talk about pretty much...
He screamed a lot and got so close to the camera.
I knew that, too. I know he talks about he was going to win the take the tag titles from...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's hyping up his tag match. Him and Homicide's tag title match with Bram and whoever the other guy is.
I forget his name, yeah. Then we had Allison Kay, who has the new women's title. I forgot to mention she got presented that like at the press conference.
And here's one down. And you and I even talked about it.
Yeah,
they had an okay match. Obviously, Allison Kay was going to win because it's Allison Kay. She's the women's champion. Why would you have her lose?
I thought Ashley Blocks actually showed some. I thought it was pretty damn good. I thought she actually showed some nice athleticism here and stuff. So.
Yeah, she really did good here.
I give it 3 1/4. Yeah,
the match was good, 3 1/4, and then it was the promo segment that I didn't like.
Yeah,
because it was like Allison Kay gets on the mic. She talks about how she brought her in for this chance. It's like, you did good, but then just proceeded to bury her by saying, like, you ain't got what it takes to get this belt, or whatever the fuck. And made her look so dejected. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that's how you do it. I've seen so much of Jericho, like, put people over while insulting them that, like, I don't know. Like, this is just not how you do it as a heel.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just something weird about it, man. Something weird. Yeah. I didn't enjoy that. It's like, it's fine if you want to say, like, they don't have what it takes yet. But it was the way she did it. It sounded like, from the beginning of the promo to the end, it just was very condescending, and I didn't like it. Maybe that's the point. Maybe I'm not supposed to like it. I don't know. I don't feel like I don't like people getting buried like right on like national television, or
national online.
Yeah.
Oh,
It just felt, like you said too off camera. It felt Bush League the way she was doing it versus Jericho and stuff.
yeah,
Like,
Jericho, like, I don't know. It was something about Jericho. Like, Jericho will at least put the guy over and then insult him. Like, look at his AEW promo when he debuted the Inner Circle name.
yeah.
That's all you need to know, you know?
Then we had
Anyway, next.
fan reaction for the show. Good stuff. I mean, NWA is doing some good stuff. They sold out the pay-per-view, so it's like, you know.
Thumbs up. Into the fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. Great name. Fantastic.
Then Kyle Davis tries to interview Tim Storm. This was like right after he lost his last chance to win the NWA World Title.
And he just looks dejected and walks off.
Yeah,
Perfect.
made sense. Yeah, perfect. Then I'll let you talk about this. Joe Galley interviews James Storm.
James Storm, he's out there and he's talking about how when I have the national title, this means I'm next in line for the world's championship. Sorry about your damn luck. Then Eli Drake comes out.
Yep.
And he's like, because he like says, look, man, you may treat that like it's nothing, but don't undersell what you just won. That's your ticket to the world title. You should definitely defend that with every ounce of your being until you get to the world championship. And when you get that world title shot, and when you win the world title, just don't forget about your boy. And then walks out. And then James Storm just kind of gives a little respectful smile to Eli Drake.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
Yeah, I'm down for this.
I want to see this match. Cool.
Yeah. They even put up how Nick Aldis is ducking both of them, which is, I thought, a nice touch.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, it was like two heels where I don't know who's heel. Is James Storm a heel? I don't think he's heel.
I thought he was just being James. I thought he was just being James Storm.
James Storm is just James Storm. Yeah, true.
Then we had another Austin Idol commercial. It's the same one from last week. Then we had the NWA.
I don't think it will ever change.
No. Then we had the NWA World Tag Team Championship match. NWA World Tag Team Champions, the Wild Cards versus Outlaw Inc. Thomas, I forget his last name off the top of my head, but Bram, as you said, starts the match, and Eddie Kingston starts it, which made sense since they were in Impact together in that faction with James Storm that we don't talk about because it wasn't good. You know, Eddie Kingston and Homicide just bury these dudes at first. They destroy these dudes. But then Homicide gets the heat, and there was one point where Thomas's partner goes to go off the top turnbuckle, and you hear Eddie Kingston say, "Get out of my fucking face!" Like, and they had to bleep it out and everything. Like,
I love Kingston. He said "fuck" with no. He had no fucking chill, and he just fucking said it. And then Jim Cornette's like, "Are you allowed to say that on national TV?" I don't think you are.
And then bleeped it out. So
best.
And then eventually Eddie Kingston gets the hot tag. He hits, a couple exploder suplexes, and it looks like that Eddie Kingston and Homicide are on the verge of winning the NWA World Tag Team Championships. And this is what kept the match from being 3.5. The Dawsons attack everybody. They just lay them out, and the match gets thrown out. So the Wild Cards retain the tag titles because you can't win titles or submission.
I want to see Kingston and Homicide win the belts.
Don't be too much fanboy, then you'll have to apologize next week. So,
well said. It's blasphemous. Fuck the Dawsons.
Well, I'll tell you why this didn't work, because I didn't really like the fact that they ended off a DQ finish. But I also will tell you why I didn't like this. Because if you're gonna, now you could do this finish if you're setting up a triple threat match, but
NWA is so not triple threat tag match to me.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you really gonna have a three-way tag? I don't think so. You're the NWA.
Yeah, so.
I'd be shocked, honestly.
But they lay out Homicide and hit like a double power slam on him. There you go. 3 stars. Then we had
Dawson, the Dawsons. Can I be honest about them?
Be honest about them.
They're fucking jokes, dude. They look like fucking jobbers. I'm sorry. I don't Jim Cornette's all goo goo gaga over them. I don't fucking see anything in them.
Yeah.
I see a couple of redneck motherfuckers who are fat and out of shape who are playing wrestler. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what it is. I don't like them.
I think Cash just don't know this show.
I don't know. In fairness, I've only seen one match, and they didn't do anything that overly offended me, like Ono has.
Yeah.
But they just look so out of place with fucking Outlaw Inc. and Bram. Even he looks out of place next to Bram. Christ, they look so out of place here.
Don't worry, everyone. We'll try not to call him Bram every week. We'll try to refer to him as the name he has now. It's just we forget what it is right now. So we'll fix that next week.
Who's his tag partner? I forget his tag partner's name.
Should I look this up to,
Let's just look it up now. Fuck it. This is not the first time we've had to look up something on the air anyway.
Okay.
One of the most disorganized show on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, you... Alright, so...
Well, just because I edit it doesn't mean this still isn't the most disorganized show on YouTube. Look at Roddy Piper coming out of fucking nowhere, okay?
Yeah. Okay. So, Bram's wrestling under his real name. Thomas Latamo. I don't know if that's how you say that, but that's the name he's wrestling as right now.
Okay.
His tag team partner is Royce Isaacs.
Royce Isaacs.
So there you go. Now from this point, we won't call him Bram anymore. Calling him Bram is over. And now that I've said that, James is probably gonna call him Bram every week.
I'm gonna I'm calling him Bram every week now. You just sealed that fate. You just sealed that fate.
So now I'm gonna have to correct.
Fuck you, Bram. You alcoholic fuck.
So now I'm gonna have to.
In fairness, I've heard he's gotten clean, but I'm still. It's just funny now. It's a meme. I like you, Bram, but fuck you, Bram.
So I'll have to correct you every week, and
And then we'll have a big whoop. Want to fight about?
All right. Then we had. You want to talk? We have to get serious because this is the next segment's so good. We have to stay serious.
Yeah, no, that segment was fucking great.
You want to talk about it?
I don't know. All I know is so the first thing was he talks about Tim Storm and how he's a fighting champion, and if that was the last match he ever had, at least he can hold his head up high. He has nothing to be ashamed of. He's a great man and an even better competitor, I think is what he said. But that night, I was a better man, he said, I think.
The interview starts out good. It's going fine.
It's great. There's nothing wrong. And then he brings up Allison Kay. Right off the bat. And that triggers...
Camille.
Yeah, he's like, you had a bit of an incident with Camille, and you wouldn't let me talk to her, and you got very heated. Why? I was just trying to maintain my journalistic integrity. He's like, what the fuck is this? Are you guys really? Are you the TMZ of pro wrestling or something all of a sudden? I thought this was pro wrestling, not TMZ. And then he explains how he brought in Camille as an insurance policy against Brandy Rhodes and Cody, and didn't even mention Cody by name, calling him an inferior athlete.
Yep.
Which, holy shit, talk about there's some shots fired, and you know who's shooting the shots.
Yep.
But I mean, shit. And hell, they even actually have that match, by the way, from NWA 70
the Cody versus Magnus match, and they had the promo package with them and everything. And they had the they just showed the legs of Tamil. By the way, I don't know why.
It's Camille.
Tamil, meal deal, something. Sorry. But no, this then he's like, she does her job and she does her job well. We've had a few miscommunications in the past, but that does not mean I don't let her speak for herself. And then Joe Galli tries to get her to speak. Doesn't even say a word. And I think she did it out of spite to Galli. And then Magnus just goes,
Nick Aldis.
Yeah, Nick Aldis. Because I actually respect him. I respect the National Treasure. I respect Bram too, but Bram's just funnier to me. I don't know why. But Nick Aldis goes, I think we're done here. I think this interview's over. Can I go now? It's like, guess this interview's over. And then it's over. And then into the fireplace. And then I'm jamming out. I had to end the show.
I don't think people needed to know that, but
it's fine. I'm sure everybody else was too when they heard this song. The minute it popped up. The intro. This is the best theme in wrestling, by the way. Can I say that? Into the Fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
can't wait to hear that play for Into the Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. It's gonna be a great pay-per-view.
Let me segue back to the interview. This interview was absolutely excellent. Nick Aldis has always been able to talk, and it's a crime that guy was never. Oh yeah, he was an Impact. I forgot he was Impact World Champion. So my bad. I forgot
he was
about
Impact World Champion, but it was still a crime because they made it so forgettable because of Dixieland.
Yeah.
You fucking mooks.
But still, this was freaking amazing. I don't know what this is setting up, but it was just awesome. Like, this guy, like,
I don't even know. What is a mook? I forget. What a mook? I don't really know.
But this show was an A show. I gave it a 95 out of 100. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought it was better than the first week because you actually were like I said, this is not a good. If it was action you're thin, then this isn't the show for you. But this show is introducing the characters. It's setting up storylines. It's fantastic stuff, and it's something different that we get from like AEW or NXT. It's great.
Essentially.
Yeah.
And then we get to the less exciting of the four show.
UK. This week, well, I'll say that. Well, first, I forgot to update the win-loss record for AEW. Let me do that.
Oh yeah, you got to do that. What am I doing?
I forgot this time. So Adam Page is now 4-3. Alex Reynolds is 0-1. He's probably never getting a win. There's that. Chris Jericho is 5-0. He's got the best record in AEW right now. Britt Baker's 2-3. Chuck Taylor's 2-3. Darby Allin's 2-3-1. Frankie Kazarian's 4-3. So there you go. Let me see. Jake Hager, I finally added him into the roster, and he hasn't had a win. He doesn't have a loss yet. So
he will not be having a match until I think after his Bellator fight at the end of October. So he'll be on the November edition on Dynamite, I think.
I mean, honestly, I think he should. I really wouldn't complain if he never had a match. I feel like the heavy rules fitting him better, anyways. But
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him have like squash matches, to be honest.
Yeah. John Silver's 0-1. He's probably never getting a win. John Moxley's 1-1. Jungle Boy is the biggest loser in AEW right now because he's 0-6. So he's got to get his shit together.
What's Marco Stunt too? Isn't he like up there in that rank too?
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. Marco Stunt's 0-4. So
he's the second biggest loser.
Yeah. Kenny Omega's 3-3.
Fuck you! You're holding Luchasaurus down. Blasphemy!
Yeah, Luchasaurus. I know he hadn't have a match, but he's 0-4 right now. I was sad. I think that
I'm sad.
Ortiz is 2-0.
Wait, who?
Hack is 2-1. Pentagon Jr. is 4-2. Ray Phoenix is 4-2. WeHo 6-1. And I think Santana's 2-0. Scorpio Sky's 4-3. And one Trent, which his name's just Trent now, by the way. I didn't know that. I didn't know he didn't have the Beretta name. Is 2-3.
I think he had it for a few weeks, and then some. I don't know what's been going on, but something tells me they almost got a cease and desist again.
Oh my god, yeah. So yeah, Trent, he's 2-3. So now let's get to UK. I'll say this though, this was easily the best UK episode in a long time because they did one thing right finally on the show. It was too late, but at least they finally did it, and I'll get to that in a second.
Who gives a shit? You know why? Because they've already buried them to the point where like it's beyond repair, and I don't care anymore. That's honestly how I feel about it. Like, yeah, you exactly what you said. It was way too late.
Yeah, they should have done it at Cardiff, but they didn't. But we'll get there. So this is episode 65. It aired not October 3rd. It aired a different day than that. Hold on. Where's my calendar?
And October 4th, I believe.
No, October 10th. We had before that we had
stupid.
Why?
Because I said October 4th.
Oh. We had the WWE.com exclusive. It showed like Trent Seven like talking about his upcoming match with Noam Dar that I don't care about, so I'm just gonna end with that. I mean the match probably will be good. It's just the feud sucks. So my opinion anyway.
Hey, can we be honest? They have I don't know what people saw in Noam Dar, but he sucks as a heel. Can we just say it?
Yeah,
we've given him so like I'm sorry. All the way from his Alicia Fox days, all the way to now, he has always sucked as a effing heel. Turn him babyface, for the love of God.
It's like he's trying to be like a meme, but it's like not working. Like
he looks so cringe.
Yeah.
Like just stop it, dude. Just fucking stop. You're not cool.
Then we had the show.
Go away heat with me anytime he pops on with his stupid gimmick.
Then we had the show. We had the commentary team of Nigel McGuinness and Tom Phillips. I'll be honest with you. It sounded shit, but I just come off watching NXT, so obviously it was going to sound shit compared to NXT's commentary team. So I shouldn't really call it shit.
Well, no shit. It's fuckboy Phillips. He sucks. He's always sucked. That's why Rich Brennan was better than him, and that's why he backstabbed him to get him out of a job. So here's to you there, Tom Phillips.
He's better in NXT than he was on the main roster. So
I don't give a shit. Rich Brennan was better than him when he was in NXT than Tom Phillips is in NXT now.
Yeah.
That's the point of that.
It's sort of build-up package for the NXT UK tag title match coming up tonight. So there you go.
Sure.
We had Ilya Dragunov versus Saxon Huxley because this match was supposed to happen a few weeks ago, but because Ilya Dragunov wasn't cleared to compete, Alexander Wolf took his place. So we just had the match this week.
Join Imperium. Do it, Ilya. Do it.
Yeah, Ilya Dragunov looked good in this match. He actually adopted Cesaro's apron suplex now, so that's cool.
Cool.
And Alexander Wolf came out to watch, and Ilya Dragunov won with a torpedo uppercut. They did a thing where he got distracted, so he almost lost, but he didn't lose. But still, good stuff. And then afterwards,
join the Imperium.
Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel come out, and they want him to join Imperium like you do. And
do it.
He walked backstage with Alexander Wolf, but he didn't officially join the group. He just it looked like he was like going backstage to like confront him, but we didn't see anything more of it. But I hope he joins Imperium. I think it would be a good idea.
I think, honest to God, like he should join Imperium just so that way they can get more gold.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just me. Like I
I want to see them take as much gold on NXT programming as possible.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
He could win the.
Like we already had the whole Destiny of Gold with Undisputed Era. If you need to have them turn babyface in order to sell this thing, I want to see Imperium with every single NXT belt.
Yeah,
UK tag titles, NXT tag titles, Cruiserweight tag titles, UK title, NXT title, North American title, the whole shebang.
Who wins what? Who would you have win what championships?
Ilya Dragunov would get the Cruiserweight Championship.
Is he 205?
Alexander Wolf would get the North American. I think that would be a good fit for him because he's actually a hell of a worker. And vastly underrated. Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel would both have the both tag titles, although you could just you can interswap with the four of those other guys anyway. You could have Dragunov or Dragunov and Eichner and Barthel and Dragunov and Wolf and Barthel. Walter can do it if he wanted to, and that everybody would be dead. Everybody dies.
Well, Walter with Dragunov are like a tag champ. He's like somewhere in the UK in real life, anyways, too. So
that's what I'm saying. So, and then later on, either Killer Kelly, because she was, I believe, in Ring Comp, or Jazzy Gabbert becomes the NXT, or fuck it, put both in. Have one win the NXT Women's, and have the other one win the NXT UK Women's. Perfect.
And then get the women's tag.
And then they can win the women's tag belts too. Just give them all the belts. Fuck it. Imperium wins all. Imperium rules the world. They own the mat. It's sacred again.
Can you imagine what would happen if that actually happens?
I would not be opposed to it. That's what I'm saying. I want to see what happens under the tyranny of Walter. I actually am very intrigued with how that would go.
And then they just go to the main roster and win all the gold, and they win all the gold.
The main roster would fuck them up in a heartbeat. Don't even bring that up.
Then we had Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel versus the Hunt. Very good tag team match because it's the Hunt and Marcel Barthel and Fabian Eichner. They immediately start aggressive in this match where the Hunt wants to get the hands on Eichner and Barthel. And they're off the game at first because the Hunt's so out of control and crazy. Then the Hunt, Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel get the heat on not Primate, but what the other guy? I forget his name. I forget his name now off the top of my head, but Mike Hitchman. I forget what his name is now. Wild Boar. Wild Boar.
Mike Hitchman.
Then Primate gets the hot tag, and the Hunt hits the double headbutts, diving headbutts, but Marcel Barthel pulls him out of the ring, and then Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel hit the London Bomb for the win. Obviously,
European Bomb,
yeah. It makes sense for them to win, obviously, since, Imperium needs to look strong all the time. They can never lose. So there you go. Then, what'd you think of the match?
Thumbs up. I enjoyed it. Mike Hitchman and Primate are always entertaining as the beastly characters, and especially Primate. Primate's always great. And I can't say enough about Barthel and Eichner. I mean, they're fucking great.
It's so crazy. These guys just formed this year, and you would think they would have been tagging for years.
I know. He wasn't even a part of Ring Comp either, Fabian Eichner. That's how nuts this is.
Yeah.
And they're probably one of the most efficient tag teams right now in all of WWE and all of wrestling, really.
Rhea Ripley gets interviewed, but before she can say anything, Piper Niven comes up and thanks her. This was all filmed last week for saving her from Jazzy Gabbert and Ginny, and she asks Rhea Ripley to team with her to take out Ginny and Jazzy Gabbert.
Ginny, go away, Ginny.
And Rhea Ripley agrees, but says, "I don't like you, but we're gonna come together for a greater enemy."
For a greater enemy.
But I don't really I didn't really care.
You got the
Yeah.
point. Okay, next.
Rhea Ripley too better be winning that match next week. I know you could just have Piper Niven take the fall, but Rhea Ripley should never ever lose a match. Until
Who are they taking on again? I'm sorry.
Ginny and Jazzy Gabbert.
Well, if Jazzy Gabbert gets the pin on Piper Niven, then you still keep Rhea Ripley strong. So
If anything else,
I'm gonna be honest. That's another person I've tried to give a chance to.
Yeah.
Be honest. Piper Niven sucks.
Yeah, I know.
She's actually trash. I don't know what happened since the Mae Young Classic, because she was actually decent in the Mae Young Classic, but she has regressed.
So is
all you
Ginny.
need to know.
So is Ginny. Ginny's regressed too.
Ginny 100% has, yeah.
I don't know what happened at Ginny.
Yeah, Ginny just went from 100 to 0 real quick. She wasn't even 100. I'd say like 45 to 0 real quick.
Yeah. Then we had two wrestlers. One wrestler I like, but doesn't have a character I like, and then one wrestler I just flat out don't like. It has a character I don't like. Nina Samuels versus Xia Brookside. So you could tell my enjoyment level of what this match was going to be. I have to tell you which ones I like and which ones I don't like, and you get the picture.
Oh, fuck.
Do I have to tell you which ones that... Yeah, so Nina Samuels is
go
the
ahead. I know.
Nina...
I already knew. It's Nina Samuels you hate.
Yeah. And Xia Brookside
and
like.
Xia Brookside you like, but she looks like a fucking jobber.
Yeah.
There you go.
That she gets the win with the most devastating finisher in all of professional wrestling. Surprise roll-up. So...
Roll up. The greatest. Yeah. Who won? Xia?
Yeah, Xia won.
Finally! Oh
but
my
then
god,
she cuts,
a miracle.
But then on WWE.com, she cuts this promo saying that I'm just going to go right to the top. And it's like... I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
But the match, I don't really care about it because I don't care about Nina Samuels. So, but good that I'm not making money doing this because I get a lot of hate.
Oh well, you're still getting the views.
A-Kid has a vignette. He's debuting next week. I don't know anything about him.
Repeat that.
A-Kid that's a wrestler's name. A-Kid. A/Kid.
Oh my god.
What's the matter?
What the fuck has happened in pro wrestling? We have resorted to calling a pro wrestler A-Kid.
Yep.
Are you sure this isn't Marco Stunt?
I'm sure.
What the fuck?
Just go watch UK and you'll know who the guy, and you'll see the guy.
The only thing I watched from UK was Bartel and Eichner taking on the Hunt. That's all I gave a shit about.
So there you go.
Oh, fuck.
What do you think about What do you think about What do you think about A-Kid showing up?
Why is he called a kid?
Oh, but it might be a kid. My bad, not A-Kid. So.
I was about to say, if he was legit called A-Kid, I was gonna lose my mind. Yeah, no, it has to be a kid. It's probably a kid. I think it's a kid.
Well, I won't know until next week.
I think it's a kid.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with. It has to be a kid. Is he Indian?
No.
Is he some sort of ethnic descent?
No. Just British.
Okay, he might actually be a kid then. Okay. Next.
We have the The best star of NXT UK, probably.
Jack
Jordan Devlin.
Star, my favorite jobber.
No, but Jordan Devlin comes out to cut a promo. He talks about how he apologizes. No, he talks about how he has to address the rumors where he says he thinks he's the best wrestler in NXT UK, and he wants to come out and address these rumors. And he says, I don't think I'm the best wrestler in all of UK. I know I'm the best wrestler in all of UK. It's great promo because Jordan Devlin's just awesome.
Jordan Devlin's awesome on the microphone, isn't he?
Whoever would have thought that the guy that was green as goose shit would be like one of the best things on the thing about it.
God, he's improved leaps and bounds. We hated him. We hated him in the inaugural classic too. The inaugural UK tournament, he sucked. And here it's like, holy mofo. He's improved tremendously.
He talks about how he's better than anybody in all of professional wrestling. Then Dave Mastiff comes out and, he talks shit. I like it too. When Dave Mastiff interrupts him, he just keeps talking. He's like, oh, here comes Dave Mastiff. Cut his music off now. Love it.
I love Jordan.
He cheap shots Dave Mastiff. He goes to hit the Devlin side, but because Dave Mastiff's too big, he can't hit the move on him. So he just ends up throwing all his weight into him. There you go. And he hits the splash on him, and he says, I got a pretty damn good look of how great you were just on the floor. So that's the set up a feud with that, which I'm confused because I don't know. I thought they were going to set up a feud with Tyler Bate, but we haven't seen Tyler Bate since that episode of UK, so I don't know what's going on.
Probably.
So, yeah, maybe.
It wouldn't surprise me. You know why? That turnbuckle shot he took at Cardiff when he got a powerbomb on the turnbuckle, I thought he actually injured him. I thought he actually got injured there.
Maybe he's going to NXT. Because I feel like he should be on live television.
Isn't he? Yeah, he should be, shouldn't he? He's so fucking over there.
Okay,
Him and Trent Seven should both go there.
Well, they probably don't want to take Trent Seven off because then they lose like a lot of the big star powers from the brand. So,
guess what? Not my fucking problem. Fuck off, UK. You ruined Joe Coffey. I won't forgive you, fuckface. Ha ha!
Then before I cover the main event, we had another WWE.com exclusive showing Ashton Smith. He says he's been looking for a tag team partner, but he doesn't want to openly ask somebody because he realizes that other wrestlers have other things going on. But Oliver Carter comes up and he offers it to be his tag team partner, and we're going to take out the Grizzled Young Veterans. So they didn't forget about that. Maybe I just got the date wrong. I was pretty sure that match was supposed to happen not last week, but the week before that. But maybe I was wrong. I'm usually sometimes, but I thought they said it was going to happen last week. It's pretty sure. But maybe I have that. Maybe I'm mistaken. Huh?
Yeah, who knows?
Then we had the main event. It was the NXT UK Tag Team Championship match. It was NXT UK Tag Team Champions Mark Andrews and Flash Morgan Webster versus Wolfgang and Mark Coffey. I almost said Joe Coffey, but it's Mark Coffey. The match was really good. Flash Morgan Webster.
Which espresso are you?
Yeah, right. Flash Morgan Webster and Mark Andrews start off aggressive. They hit like a lot of high, fast impact moves and hit a flip dive and, really take out Mark Coffey and Wolfgang. But then Mark Coffey hits a wicked slam on him and they get the heat for a long-ass time on Mark Andrews. But then Flash Morgan Webster gets the hot tag and he hits a lot of really high, quick, fast maneuvers on Coffey and Wolfgang. They both hit suicide dives on the outside. Flash Morgan Webster actually hits a stand-in C-Fire, which I've never seen before because I always see it in the video games and I always put that move on myself and I never get to see it done in real life. Finally got to see it done in real life, so there you go.
The last person to do it before him.
Who was that?
Sin Cara, a.k.a. Mystico.
I bet he botched it too. Then, during the match, Joe Coffey comes out to watch. That's bad.
Hey, you want a little Jamaican there in your espresso, my dude?
But at this
Give
point,
you some spices, if you know what I mean, in your espresso.
And there's points where like Mark Coffey and Wolfgang, are in trouble, but Joe Coffey can't do anything about it because it would cause a disqualification. So he was kind of like, I want to do something, but I can't do anything. So I guess that even though I don't really get that because he could have just distracted the referee, and that didn't really make any sense.
I mean, didn't they win the tag team championships by basically ignoring the referee's cadence anyway?
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah. Yeah. So eventually, I actually like to. Mark Andrews actually hits an innovative Stun Dog Millionaire where Mark Coffey goes to slingshot him into Wolfgang, but he ends up hitting the Stun Dog Millionaire that way. That was pretty cool. Flash Morgan Webster hits a Swanton Bomb right across the back and doesn't get the win because he took too long to get to cover. There's a spot where everybody's laid out, and then everybody just gets up, and they have like a face-off with each other. And they end up taking out Mark Andrews, and then they hit the sit-out chokeslam into the Enziguri powerbomb combination for the win. And Gallus finally gets the NXT UK tag titles. As I said...
Sorry, my parents are freaking out.
Yeah. At least... They did put the championships on them, but I think it's like a little too late. They should have done it at Codif. But
the sad part is, it's like you could have had 2 War Games matches, man.
Yeah,
you really could have. I don't like what they've done. It's like Imperium's now the only group, because British Strong Style pretty much just broke up for no reason, and I don't know why.
Well, because Pete Dunne went to NXT.
But then fucking Imperium came to NXT.
Yeah.
What's the difference? There's none. I didn't get that. Why didn't you just have them appear on both shows? From time to time. I didn't get that. And not only that, but it's like, fuck me. Gallus was the 3rd best group in that. And it was they should have at least been included in a War Games match. It should have been British Strong Style versus Imperium versus Gallus. That was tailor-made for a War Games triple threat tag. Yep. Tailor-made. It was the first War Games they ever did was a triple threat tag.
Absolutely.
And fuck me. I didn't like that. You could have had 2 different War Games matches. Both would have been bangers. You could have had Balor, DIY, and Velveteen Dream on one side, and the Undisputed Era on another in the main event, and then you would have had the starting War Games match be the triple threat tag between British Strong Style, Imperium, and Gallus. It would have been great, and I don't know. It's just I'm deflated. Yay, they won the tag titles. Great. When did they job out to Barthel and Eichner?
Yep.
Because it's coming.
Yeah.
And it could have meant a lot more if their first win was, Eichner and Barthel pinning them off a European bomb combination to get the shot. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But, fuck my logic, I guess. Because NXT UK doesn't have any and doesn't seem to fucking give a shit. So
this show, though, at least this was a better show than we've seen. I'm going to give it a B-, an 80 out of 100.
I'll say I agree with you just because I only watched one match, and I'm sure it was not that bad. So,
but Gallus,
matches were at least probably good.
Like I said, Gallus winning the tag titles should have happened 2 months ago.
It should have happened at Cardiff.
And now Joe Coffey, he's not even if that's the next opponent for Walter.
Yeah, notice how they've been hiding Coffey too, because I realized, oh shit, we fucked up.
Yeah, he hasn't really done anything. Actually, if you think about it, too, even though Coffey won the feud, Dave Mastiff's actually in a more prominent role right now than Joe Coffey is right now.
Yeah, because of course he is.
Yeah, we can't.
He's fucking a machine. But again, it was the way they booked the match. They could have
Coffee shouldn't have been the cowardly heel. I'm telling you, people, and everyone's like, and these UK marks keep telling me, oh, he was being a UK heel. Okay.
And some people too.
Do you know what he was like when he was a part of the group in WCPW known as the Prestige? Because it wasn't a coward then.
And then people keep telling you, but he won, so it doesn't matter.
I don't give a fuck. Again, as I said, that's like getting the smallest piece of cake. And it's the last piece of cake. That's not a win. That's a, you motherfuckers, I want my money back. You just stole all the cake and you left me with this little skinny piece. The hell is this? I'm a big boy. Big boys need cake. You stole all the cake and left me with this little piece of it.
You want a cake now?
I do want cake. I'm not gonna lie. I do want cake. I digress. That's beside the point. This guy has been fucking made to look like an absolute joke. And no need for it. Absolutely no need for it. And I guess what? No mention. I guarantee there was no mention of the fucking street fight because no one gave a shit because they assume if you didn't watch the fucking event that Mastiff won anyway. This guy has not been on TV since that effing match. Not once he's been on TV.
Wait, he was on TV. He was on TV this week.
Oh, whoop-de-doo. He was on TV this week after being out for like over a week straight.
Like 2 months.
For 2 months he was out. Because he was being hidden away because he was embarrassed that he won under the shitty circumstances because they botched the finish. And
I'm on actually. He was on another week where he helped Gallus take out Morgan and Andrews.
He helped Gallus. Woohoo! Did he help Gallus here? Did I give a shit? He didn't help Gallus, right?
No, because he was too afraid.
I guess they don't need Joe Coffey then because he's a bitch.
Joe Coffey was just out there watching. He was too concerned to get involved because he was worried they were
too busy drinking his coffee. He was having some espresso. Like, good job, boys. Good job.
This week was better.
I might suck because I barely beat Mastiff, but good job. Beat Mastiff off a technicality, but you guys beat them decisively. Good job.
Like I said, this show is better, but they still need to just merge it with NXT.
Where the hell is Killian Dane going to come into this group and even out the odds? Then Coffey can be a fucking devastating heel again.
No, because then he probably...
Honestly, God, because if he at least had Mastiff in his corner in that match, or no, I'm not Mastiff. If he at least had Killian Dane in the corner of Mastiff, I would have at least this would have made sense the way they booked it at Cardiff.
Yeah.
Because then at least you would have had, like, most of the time it was Mastiff and Dane.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just... Where is Dane? Like, why is Dane just his own guy and not with Gallus?
I don't know.
That's another thing. That's just my gripe with it.
Well, if Killian Dane goes to UK, like, Joe Coffey will probably be even more forgotten about. He'll probably just be focusing on Dane and the tag champs, and Joe Coffey's just standing around.
Yeah, probably.
Because that's what he did in this show.
Quite honestly, it should just be... Honestly, I think it should just be Joe Coffey and Mark Coffey as the tag team champions anyway. Because then at least it's not devaluing the tag titles. Because it's, brothers holding the belts. And then you can just have Wolfgang and Mastiff go for the big belts. I'm sure they have to bring in a network belt at some point for the UK show.
I don't know when they're doing that, so...
They should. They need a third title at this point. Like, holy shit, you have way too many guys not getting over that you need at least something. So
they announced next week that Ligero is facing Travis Banks too.
And guess who's gonna lose?
Travis Banks.
Again.
Yep.
Give him a fucking squash! Just give him a squash match! We'll take it at this point! Christ!
And And like Yale has been off TV for like a month. I mean, I know it's that way because of the taping schedule, but still, a month. I don't think that happened in NXT where someone was off TV like a month, unless it was like.
Yeah, like this is bad.
Yeah.
This show is a goddamn tragedy. How about Joseph Connors? Remember the next breakout star that Michael Cole handpicked? Where's he been? Oh yeah, gone for like a month and a half.
Yeah, I think the last time I remember seeing him is he beat Kenny Williams one week, but I don't know.
Again, by the way, how many matches have these guys had?
Like 2.
No, they've had like 3 or 4. I swear they've had like 3 or 4 matches already.
But Joseph Connors should be like in the title scene. He's doing nothing.
No.
Let's end.
It's because you don't have a mid-card belt. Get a fucking mid-card belt.
I don't want to end the show right now because we're in the negative. Maybe we should start with UK every week. It seems like.
I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I have an idea. It's not cats though. It's not cats. We're just gonna watch. We're just gonna watch something.
Wait. Copyright.
It's from our show.
Oh.
We were sad. Trust me. You know what it is. You know what it is. All right, let me get it up here. All right, and we'll just. If you guys missed it last week.
I know, I didn't get copyrighted. Imagine I get copyrighted this week, but not last week.
Yeah, right. All right. Here I go.
On to NXT.
Express. Well, before we get to NXT and the other stuff, little thing. I'm gonna splice here in the edit. This is past. Right now, what you're seeing is past jams. We're gonna go to future jams where he's talking with Noah, and we're gonna do. What was the pay-per-view called? I'm blanking. Oh yeah, New Japan Pro Wrestling, King of Pro Wrestling, and go. Wait, what? Oh no. What's going on here? Fucking dojo. All right. Hi, Rowdy. That's all we need to see right there. There we go.
That got us in a good mood.
Oh, what the hell? Play it again. I don't know. I'm hearing it play again. Not anymore. Stop playing it again. Okay, but there we go. Now we're in a better mood. All right. Speaking of time warps,
let's end the video.
We're gonna end this part of the video.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
No plugs, because we don't need to plug right now.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta plug in the coordinates. We're going to time warp on Acton.
Hey Vince. Dream over.
Fuck's sake, it's Friday. We went to the wrong day. Shit.
No. What happened is Skype sent us to the one day. We were at a different day, but then Skype forgot. Skype, like that.
Sounded forgot because of time warp malfunctioning and Wi-Fi malfunctioning and Skype being shit as usual. Give me un moment. Fuck you. Okay. Well, we're here now again,
Yep.
and now we're gonna talk about this garbage show.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna really do much of the talking for this. Owen, floor is yours.
So today is the end of a tyranny. Is that what you called it before we started? A tyranny?
End of tyranny, yes.
Because
We're free. We're all free.
this is the last rundown talking about Vince McMahon's current let me rephrase that. Talking about the main roster currently under the control of Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Should we do this? Because that sucked. Or is it just fuck it? Like,
Who gives a shit, honestly? If he's not gonna give two shits to put on a good enough wrestling show, we don't have to give ourselves a good intro to this segment. How about that?
but anyhow,
They get the point.
when we filmed this before, my decision hadn't been made yet. But then I started thinking about it more after Wednesday. So let's go through a story. Let's tell a story. Because that's what the main roster can't do that. So why don't we tell a story?
I like stories.
So obviously, when we started the rundown back in 2015, it's not like my eyes are completely open. We've always known the main roster sucked, but it's like, I think somehow.
But it was like it was on a decline because it was
Yeah.
good in a lot of areas, even if it was shit in a lot of other areas in 2015. However,
Yep.
let's talk. Downward we go.
Let's talk about where it
Worse
started.
and worse and worse and worse, week after
Yeah.
week, month after month, year after year. The fans took notice.
Let's talk
And
about
after 5 years, and I called this, by the way, on the rundown.
and you can see it
After
in the
5 years, the wrestling business as a whole is now struggling because of this fucking cunt.
Yep. Let's
Thanks,
talk about
Rick.
Let's talk about where I like really started to like hate watching this product. I think maybe 2018.
I mean, if you want to really go back further than that, you can trace this all the way back to 2009, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, you could even trace it back further than that, but there were more minor issues that would turn into major issues that would envelop and plague the company in 2009, and then it was like a cancer that would not go away.
Yeah, and then Money in the Bank.
For those who want to be hyped, this will not be the last WWE video by me, because I go into great detail on these fucking clowns, and that's what they are, goons.
But I'll talk about it. I really started to hate watching.
Continue.
The main roster. Mainly Raw. Towards 2018, especially the fall when they put on that like terrible episode of Raw that had like the worst weight, which at the time, because now that's changed, I think, was like the worst rated Raw ever.
We're gonna get into why it's changed.
Yeah.
We're gonna get into why that's changed.
But then after like the 50 millionth time, then 2 weeks later, the McMahon. I'm gonna sound like Kevin Owens here when he's talking about it, but he's telling truth. The McMahon family came out and said that we're gonna launch a new era for like the 2000th time, saying we're gonna give you new, fresh matchups, new storylines, new programs. We're the authority. That was a bunch of bull crap.
Yeah.
And then
getting lied to again.
Then
over and over and over and over again.
Then we had a good WrestleMania, and then that was it.
A good.
Yeah, that's it.
That's funny. Good. The only thing anybody ever gave a shit about was Kofi Kingston, Daniel Bryan. Name one other thing anyone gave two fucks about on that card.
That's it.
Exactly.
Then we had that wild card.
And by the way, they could have had an amazing card. They could have had the best card of all time for WrestleMania. And of course they botch it by having the main event for the women be yet another triple threat. They had God knows what else, having Baron Corbin and putting him over. Where did that go?
Yeah,
You put the King of the Ring on him, and you're still not fucking pushing him. And if anything, I actually this is the one time I feel sympathy from Corbin, because if anything, you're actually doing him a disservice.
Yeah.
I don't think he may be the worst booked heel of all time.
Probably. But then
it's terrible.
Then we had the wild card.
It's laughable. And I feel bad for guys like Corbin.
Then we had the wild card rule that buried you know, the brand split and just buried everybody. No one.
God.
Then we had
keep in mind.
You know, then
do you want to also let's talk about this too. How much of a time was that? Was the end of the Raw after WrestleMania 2, which pissed off so many fans. This was really the start of everything. That go home show to Raw was the thing that set off the freaking slope, because the crowd completely turned on the main event. The fact that you had the Bar come out. And by the way, the Bar was like not even around for a week later after the fact, because Sheamus had to go get fucking surgery. So what the fuck did that accomplish? All you did was bury Kofi, bury fucking Rollins, the championships as a whole, not even just the WWE and Universal Championship. And then it was, and then the time where you could have built up some new fans and some goodwill to watch a product weekly, you fucking squander it, and people tune the fuck out in herds. And by the way, it was like, I think a 3.0. The first time Raw scored a 3.0, and I don't even know how long. And then the very next week after the Go Home Raw, and then the wild card rule happened the very next week, because Vince panicked and was like, "We gotta do something." Oh my god. Maybe you should have done something. Then we fucking told you should have done something. You fucking mook.
Then we won't spend too much time talking about this one, because there's a whole rundown just talking about the Money in the Bank 2019 pay-per-view.
We're not gonna go over this shit. Bye. Never.
But I'll say the one thing I'll say is I wasn't gonna watch because of the Saudi Arabia stuff, anyways. But WWE proved to me that they didn't care whether I watched or not by putting on an abysmal of a pay-per-view, by making it feel like I wasn't gonna miss anything. Then it's worse.
Not just once, by the way, but twice.
Yeah. Then it gets worse. Then I come back after being gone a month, and literally nothing. It was the same company that I get companies.
Same matches, same everything.
Yep. So
I don't think anything changed when you came back. Keep in mind, people want to tell me, and I even said this. Everybody's like, "Well, WWE was afraid of killing the towns," and some guy, some apologist, I think it was on Ringside News, and by the way, shout out to Ringside News, because they did shout me out. But whoever was on Ringside News had the gall to say, because WWE is such a global entity, that they don't have to worry about killing the towns, because that's really not a factor anymore. Really, then, why are the ratings down then?
Yep.
Why is attendance down? Especially for Stomping Grounds. And the night after Stomping Grounds. And the night after that. That's not killing the town?
And I should say, I get too, companies aren't going to change after a month. but it shouldn't have been as much the same as it was after a month. Like there should have been some change after a month. Some, not a lot, but some. Like,
yeah. Not. You said you changed. Hired 2 bodies to be your fucking meat shields and Paul Heyman and Eric Bischoff, and have them take the fucking fall and have them, take all the bullets for you when you're the one fucking up.
Meanwhile, too, let's talk about a show that happened while I wasn't watching. AEW, Double or Nothing, had their first show, and they showed they cared about their audience.
I felt like a wrestling fan again.
Yep.
Which I had not felt in years. Now I did, and I was thinking, I was heavily considering quitting NXT. The reason I don't is because it's not a Vince McMahon product, and that's why I stuck with it ultimately. But there was a point in time where, after what they did with the fucking War Raiders and what they did with Aleister Black and Ricochet and Cedric Alexander and 100 other people from 205 Live and NXT, that I'm like, what's the point anymore? And I guess that makes me biased, because as much as I like NXT, I like AEW more because I know, one, they care about their audience. I mean, Triple H does too, but he's not the head honcho. But I know Tony Khan cares, I know Cody cares, I know the Young Bucks care, and Omega care, and Adam Page cares. I know those guys care. They proved that to me with Double or Nothing. They proved that to you with Double or Nothing. They proved that to every other wrestling fan, the million that tuned in to buy that pay-per-view, which is the same range, by the way, that they have been able to maintain on TNT, which is unheard of, by the way, for a debut fucking show like that. And not to mention, that's just in US alone. That's not even counting the rest of the world. And established themselves night 1, pay-per-view 1, as the number 2 wrestling company in the world because they fucking cared about their goddamn audience. They didn't bullshit you. They didn't give you a fuck finish.
Yep.
And they showed that they were willing to hear the wrestling fans out and try. And that's all we really wanted. After being let down so many times, just fucking give a shit.
Yeah.
And that's what AEW does. They give a shit. They're not treating the fans like marks. They're treating the fans like fucking fans.
And there's
AEW
more, though.
Couldn't have come soon enough, by the way.
Now let's get to the point. So when we did this the first time, I just listed off things that lately the WWE main roster have been doing one. And James just went check it off a little.
We might as well do that again, because I think that was funny. Let's go. Let's do this again.
So let's start. Even though we've already talked about it, but season premiere week, they put out a bad season premiere episode of Monday Night Raw.
Check.
Awful.
Yeah, check. For the record, when we say check, it's like bad. So
yeah,
get the irony of that.
Let's go to Wednesday. By the way, this isn't trashing NXT, but let's just talk.
By the way, yeah. So, I want to point this out. You specifically what happened on Monday Night Raw. It wasn't really the whole episode of Monday Night Raw, although the fucking second and third hours were trash from what I hear. Yeah. And this is from a guy who didn't even watch it. But it was the fact that they did the Lana and Rusev storyline.
Yeah.
Again. Only instead of Summer Rae and Lashley, just insert Bobby Lashley into the mix. Wow, what a great way to capitalize on an undefeated MMA star, huh? Hey, Lashley, you paying attention to how Swagger is being used in AEW?
Yeah.
Probably should have gone there, dude.
Well, he didn't. He couldn't go. There was no AEW when he re-signed with WWE. So,
it was a year ago. Well, Lashley, write out your contract and then go.
Yeah.
We'll welcome you with open arms. Trust me.
So let's talk about even before we get to Wednesday, before NXT. On Wednesday, on the network, they launched a new show called The Bump. that wasn't advertised, wasn't promoted, nothing, and it's about people like Caleb Braxton and like supposed like internet wrestling personnel that sit down and give their thoughts about the storylines and everything during the weekly
Because they're
programs.
the only ones that would talk positively about this garbage. Check. And for the record, you know if they promoted this. The reason they didn't promote this is because if they did, they would have gotten so much shit for it, they would have completely lost credibility. If they haven't already, by the way.
One of the supposed formats of the bump is that it's unscripted and, unedited and everything. So.
Yeah, and I'm not autistic.
Let's get to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like I said, this isn't trash in NXT. We're just calling a fact a fact. WWE did everything they could, 3 weeks ago Wednesday, doing AEW's first show to try to undercut their first episode. They put on a takeover quality show. They put NXT on Wednesdays live.
They had a head start with an hour of NXT on USA for 2 straight weeks in a row, and the other hour being on the network. So because of course they jumped the gun because they wanted to get against AEW so badly that they forgot their site that they need to finish up.
Then
check.
Then they had limited commercials and had a half-hour commercial free.
Check.
Then they went 15 minutes over
check
program, and they still got their ass kicked.
Check.
And how do they respond? Let's talk about how they respond. You see, like, WWE personnel saying, "Congratulations, AEW, you've won this battle."
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Most people that don't have any clue of how WWE operates probably looked at this and was like, "Wow, what a cool company! What a cool company WWE is." I fucking vomited in my mouth.
Yep.
And I think a general population of wrestling fans also did too. Okay, and I'll tell you. We'll tell you why in a minute. Anyway, they gave a little sappy apology that was not at all genuine. So yeah, that's check.
Then let's get to Friday, which was 3 weeks ago. SmackDown's premiere on Fox. Before that even happened, before it even airs, they advertised The Undertaker, Goldberg, Sting, and Stone Cold Steve Austin to show up, and they never come out actually on camera on the show and do anything.
Check.
And we find out later that Undertaker wasn't asked to be there because he found out he wasn't needed. And obviously you could tell with the poster behind me that that's like a check. I don't even want to say a check plus, like a check minus. Like,
dumb shits.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goldberg too was in backstage too, and he was just sent to go on the red carpet.
The blue carpet.
Blue carpet, sorry. And Sting,
Yeah,
I believe.
as anyone gives a shit anyway, but you know.
Sting was backstage too, I think, but I'm not sure. I believe he was.
Yeah.
And I think
Sting was backstage. Was told he didn't need to be on camera. The only one on camera was the fucking Rock.
Yeah.
And by the way, you already saw me rant about this, so that's a check. All that's a check, by the way. Then they decide to cancel 205 Live.
Yep.
I've already done a rant about this.
So just
there was no need for it to happen if they fucking listened to their audience. So in that sense, another check. Bullshit that happened. False advertisement from the start of the fucking show to the end by canceling an entire other show that they promised.
Then we have the main event of the show. Not the show main event, so you don't need to go to sleep, James.
Well, that in itself's a check.
Okay. Just main event itself is a check.
Big check. Big check minus.
Kofi Kingston, who had been WWE champion for like 6 months. And we'll say this:
8
he
seconds.
9 actually 9.
I'm sorry. Oh, that one extra second means so much.
But let's we will say this: Kofi, we said, needed to drop the title. We will stand by that. Not in that fashion.
I agree that it needed to be a short match, not that short. He should have at least had 1 or 2 hope spots, mainly with the SOS pin and the Trouble in Paradise kick, which legitimately has knocked people out before. But they just had Kofi look like a fucking idiot, charge at him, get F5'd and pinned.
Yep.
So this was a waste of time, right? Like I predicted when he won the fucking title. So, great. He's got his WrestleMania moment. What the fuck does that mean if you're not even going to maintain an ounce of his main event credibility long term? In fact, he's gone right back to teaming with Big E Langston as part of a tag team tournament. And completely forgot about his title reign.
Yeah, let's talk about that too. How does he respond a week later? He's out there with the breast cancer segment, throwing pancakes in a match with the OC, and doesn't even care about getting back his WWE Championship. If we have to explain any more what the hell's wrong with that, then you need to like check your brain at the door, because that's. I
think they already did.
Yeah.
That's a check. That whole thing, check.
And what was Kofi's reign ended? What is just being set up now? It was Brock Lesnar versus Cain Velasquez.
A guy, by the way, who is clearly not ready to compete.
Yeah.
Like, in the slightest. He's got a big-ass fucking knee brace on, and you book him prematurely before even signing him to a contract to see if he was even medically cleared. Fuck.
And I want to take this one. I want to take this one because this one I'm the most pissed about. Everyone's thinking, "Oh, this is gonna be awesome. We're gonna get Brock Lesnar versus Cain Velasquez probably at like a WrestleMania, Braun Strowman versus Tyson Fury because that match was set up." But then most people forgot. They want to get that Saudi money. Screw waiting a long time. They want to do it right now. They're going to do it at Saudi Arabia, Crown Jewel 2. And it's going to be Braun Strowman versus Tyson Fury and Brock Lesnar versus Cain Velasquez. And if you don't think those matches are going to be garbage...
No, let me call it what it is. Saudi money is sweet Saudi blood money for you're all a bunch of whores.
Yep. Check.
Check.
Then we have more. Believe it or not, there's more. So Hell in a Cell was the next Sunday. Before the pay-per-view, the day it even happened, there was only 4 matches announced. They didn't announce the rest of the card until Sunday, like hours before it aired. James, if you were running your Raymond Youth Wrestling, how stupid would you look if you didn't announce a full card for Immortal? Because when was your full card of Immortal set? When was it set? The full card before you aired it on YouTube.
The podcast before the Off the Book series was fucking aired. There's the answer to that question. In fact, I think we announced most of the matches on Gold Rush itself.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that they were well in advance announced. I know the tag team tournament final was announced. Women's final was announced. The freaking tag match between Victor and Taka versus London Devastation was announced.
Yep.
I think at least 6 or 7 of the matches were announced, and the rest were added on the podcast.
And when did the podcast come out?
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm missing a match. I mean, we booked a female gauntlet before the fucking tournament was even finished with the 2 finalists.
Yep.
That was on quarterfinals episode. That was on the podcast after quarterfinals episode 1.
There you go.
We announced that. And yeah, we have basically, we're doing what we can with the small audience that we have to have goodwill with our fans. That's what I do.
Yeah.
If I'm in WWE's position, I do what I can after getting my ass in. That's the thing that aggravates me. The sheer arrogance. Because if I were in that position, I would do everything I could to build up some goodwill with my fans. Not WWE. They don't even announce a full fucking card. They fucking only announce 4 fucking matches. And then they announce the rest of the card 25 minutes.
Yep.
25 minutes before the pre-show goes live. And then we get to the finish of that wretched show. And by the way, even if there was one good match on there, the rest of the show was pretty lackluster because all it was a Super Raw.
Let me talk about that because you're gonna because you'll have your chance when you release the State of the WWE address. So
Go for it.
So I'll say this: we're not doing a full-on Hell in a Cell review because just reviewing this one match alone defies how we feel about Hell in a Cell. It's Seth Rollins versus The Fiend Bray Wyatt for the Universal title inside Hell in a Cell at Hell in a Cell. So the card was not going the greatest. There was only like 2 awesome matches in the beginning, and the rest of the card was basically crap. But that would have been forgiven because the main event was really what everybody was hyped for anyways. Then we had the main event. We had red lighting that nobody could see. No one could at all. It sucked. They didn't call an audible and decide, hey, let's get rid of this. They just kept it the whole time, the whole match.
Sound familiar?
Yep.
WrestleMania 35. The same problem everyone had was with their fucking lighting. They were like, instead of fixing it, let's maximize it tenfold.
Then the match is starting out fine with Bray Wyatt, doing what he should be doing and destroying somebody. Then the match, I believe, starts to really take a turn. Seth Rollins starts getting a string of offense in, and he hits stomp after stomp after stomp. And it's getting to the point where it's like, I get Bray Wyatt's supposed to be like a monster. He's supposed to be a beast. But it's like WWE, the only way they could show that was just to have Bray Wyatt no-sell his finish. When really what you're doing is you're hurting Seth Rollins' finisher, which they've been doing for a while. It took them 4 to beat Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam, and 5 in a pedigree to beat Braun Strowman at a Clash of Champions. Here's how you realize Seth could have just done other moves to really show that the Fiend was strong, right? He didn't have to keep doing his finish again, and again, right? He realized Seth is like a tank. We crap on Seth. He's a hell of a wrestler, though. He could have done, frickin' Falcon Arrows. He could have done frickin' suicide dives, high knees. There's a ton of other moves he could have done, but it was just stomps. That's it. Then, and I'm surprised no one's really brought this up. This was the Fiend's second match under this character, and on television total. And Seth Rollins.
I didn't mention this on my exposed WWE video. I've never seen a character be booked way too strong and then way too weak and then way too stupid.
Yep.
All within the span of a half hour. But WWE found a way to make it work. Found a way to make it work.
Seth Rollins, though, is destroying The Fiend, and this is when the match takes a turn, because Seth Rollins is supposed to be the babyface, Bray is supposed to be the heel, but everyone's booing the biggest babyface that they're trying to get over in the company. The biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
And Seth is already not really making, he's not doing himself any favors anyways, but this...
Because he's cracking under the pressure.
Yeah.
Instead of taking his anger out on who it needs to be taken out of, he takes it out on us. So, his prerogative, I guess.
And, we get to the finish. Seth Rollins has Bray Wyatt buried under, ladders, a bunch of chairs and stuff. He grabs the sledgehammer, and the referee... When Seth Rollins is about to hit him with it, it goes, "Seth, stop! This isn't you." To which I'm saying, what are you talking about? Seth Rollins, this is the same Seth Rollins who's stomped people through cinder blocks. He betrayed
John Moxley through cinder blocks. Backstabbed his Shield brothers. Tried to end Edge's life on national TV, or threatened to, just to get the Authority back in power.
No, he did try to. Because remember when Cena said, "Oh yeah, I was going back to the Authority." He went, "Oh, I'm gonna do it anyways." And then he invaded an NXT takeover.
In a ruthless rage to get back at Hunter.
Yeah. I guess that's not Seth then. Who is that? I don't know.
It's not. I guess they think we're stupid and we don't have long-term memory.
Yeah.
So they insult our intelligence even more. That's not even just that. How about the fact that the sledgehammer has been used 100 times in cell matches over the years? And the fact that before the sledgehammer spot, which called for the ref stoppage, which we'll get to in a minute, Bray Wyatt brought out a fucking mallet.
Yep.
No one called for the bell. No one called for a ref stoppage. That's sportsmanlike, but Seth having a little tiny mallet compared to that fucking honker. That's sportsmanlike? That's unsportsmanlike? Okay. Right. Okay. Just checking.
Then he uses it, and the match gets stopped. Fans are booing. And
it's by ref stoppage, which, by the way, WWE won't say this. But that means Seth Rollins won.
Yep.
Guess who was right? I called that it was going to be a bullshit finish too, but I didn't expect this. I never want to see a Hell in a Cell match ever again in WWE. Killed the concept dead.
Yeah, because they did this last year too.
2 years in a row.
Yep.
With an on-finish.
I don't know what people are going to say. Yes, it was stupid then. They did it in the Attitude Era. And it was stupid then, but it didn't hurt anybody in the match. And in fact, Stone Cold Steve Austin came out during the Kane Mankind match, and since he was so out of control, he was laying out referees and stuff. The match couldn't have a finish. So, while that is stupid, you can at least find things to defend in there. So,
yeah, like freaking Austin not giving a single shit about what match is going on.
Yeah. So then, literally, all they had to do, and the match was already a disaster, was just wait a couple more seconds and then had the Fiend Bray Wyatt put the Mandible Claw on him and then just win. And it doesn't happen though until after the match is already stopped and the fans are chanting, "We start the match."
AEW.
We want refunds, CM Punk, all types of stuff.
Basically all the troll posts that you would imagine troll They angered the fans.
Yeah.
Trash was actually thrown in the ring. A riot broke out in Sacramento.
I heard too. Someone that was there live talked about it on YouTube. They didn't put when the Fiend's lights went out, they didn't put the lights on for like 3 minutes because they knew the backlash that they were getting. They didn't have the balls to put those lights back on. But then it gets worse. Now, a lot of people are going to say it's just reports. It might not be true, but I think it is true. We hear reports that Vince McMahon is laughing at the fans' reaction. He's laughing, and
according to Meltzer and others, Mike Johnson and Sean Ross Sapp, he was laughing to disguise his anger. Excuse me?
Yeah.
You're angry at us? Anybody should be, if anything, this shoe should be on the other foot. You misogynistic twat. The shoe should be on the other foot, not the other way around. If anybody should be angry and have every right to be angry and laugh maniacally, it's us, not you. Look at yourself in the mirror and now go drown yourself in a fucking toilet bowl, you prick.
So that's a big check right there. Big freaking.
Oh, yeah. Great job. Good job.
And then the next night on Raw, which I didn't watch because I had a sour taste in my mouth from the shit show. And like I said, because Bray Wyatt didn't win the title, I wasn't watching the main roster to the Royal Rumble, but then there's more. Then,
yeah,
I only know this from ups and downs. Simon Miller, from what I've heard from him, said that they didn't even remotely talk about the Hell in a Cell finish. They just basically acted like it never even happened. They just thought we'd forget.
Awesome. Check.
And apparently, too, they put on another bet. I guess he didn't say they put a buy the numbers episode of Raw because he said they were just filling time because they knew the draft was coming up, so they didn't want to do any big storyline on Raw because they knew the draft would affect their storylines anyways.
Yeah. Well, that was even having too much help, right? Because now we get to the draft.
Let's go through it.
We get to the week of hell.
I only watched the draft because I was thinking, well, I gotta watch the draft, because I'm gonna miss a lot. Things are gonna be different when I come back. Let's go through it first.
Here we go.
I'm not even gonna go through the exclusives because I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
They're all crap.
I'm not going through the rules of the draft. You should know them. It was 3 weeks ago. Let's go through the show. We have the commentary team of Corey Graves and Michael Cole, which unless they do another Mae Young Classic or he does something in NXT, I'm probably never going to hear Michael Cole currently on commentary ever again. Corey Graves, I'm never probably hearing on commentary ever again. At least currently. The first match was the winner gets the winning brand gets the first draft pick. It's SmackDown's Roman. Remember this too, James. It's SmackDown's Roman Reigns versus Raw's Seth Rollins. That's very important for later. And this really makes no sense to me. And this is a brand kind of at the fans. For some reason, Seth Rollins is getting cheered more than Roman Reigns.
I'll make sense for it. I'll make sense for it for you. These fans, guarantee you have not watched an episode of Raw or SmackDown or any WWE TV show or any wrestling, for that matter, because they probably had a bad taste in their mouth with Roman Reigns being shoved down their throat all that time ago. in 2018. So they saw Roman was there and they booed him. They saw Seth Rollins there and they cheered him because he was the most over babyface in 2018. Well, then they saw the ending segment and they booed. So that should tell you all you need to know. That's the only way I can really make sense of this. Is that they're so out of the loop that they thought it was still a normal thing to boo Roman Reigns because they thought he was being shoved down everybody's throat. Which wasn't the case by this
point. Then I want to talk about this call because it's important. Corey Graves makes a call here where he talks about how he interviewed Roman Reigns like before this show, and he talks about how since Seth Rollins is like the big star on Raw, he's gonna present himself like a big star. He's gonna be respectable to everything. It's like, you know, he's gonna present himself and make himself look good and everything.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. While you're comparing bank accounts with Will Ospreay and calling Kenny Omega a jobber. Yeah, got it. Sure.
Calling what? Saying AEW is what? Bush Leagues or something like that?
Minor leagues, yeah.
Okay.
To which Jim Ross had the greatest burn. Maybe one day he'll be more over than his wife. Greatest burn ever. Thank you, Jim Ross.
And look, I'll say this. The match was good. But I also say this, I can watch better matches that they've had on the network because they've had better matches. Money in the Bank 2016.
This is probably in the top 10.
And I've seen, since I was going to like AEW shows and watching NXT and stuff, I've seen so many matches like better than this. Like
100%.
Yeah. Let's go. So this match was to determine the first pick of their brand. How did they end the match? By a disqualification. And we don't even find out that it was a disqualification until, the show comes back on the air. Because the end of the match is the Fiend Bray Wyatt popping up.
Tell me that part. Wait a minute. You're telling me that they didn't even say anything until after they came back?
Yeah, after it came back from commercial. Of course they did. But the Fiend Bray Wyatt pops up out of the ring, and he puts Seth Rollins in the mandible claw, and he pulls him under the ring, and it just looks so hokey and corny, and this was like the worst Fiend appearance I've ever seen in my life.
They embraced the hate, caned him.
And then it's worse because like when the lights come back on.
So does that mean Seth Rollins is the new Zack Ryder?
Guess so. When the lights come back on though, Roman Reigns is just gone. He just vanishes. He doesn't want to. He's not there to help Seth Rollins. Nothing. Like
wow.
Is this even worth doing star ratings for? I don't even.
No.
Okay. All right. Let's go through round one of the draft. Remember how I told you that what brands each people want? Let's go through this. The first draft pick. By the way, I'm just trying to make it seem like a big deal that this person was the first draft pick, even though this made no sense about the draft too. Only certain wrestlers could be picked on Friday, and certain wrestlers were able to be picked on Monday. Like, what are you doing? Like, wow. Please, internet, behave. I'm saying that because, I don't want to talk about this again. All right, let's go to the first draft pick. Huh?
This is unbelievable so far, what I'm hearing.
The first draft pick, though, and Fox and USA representatives are picking the drafts. Fox is picking it for SmackDown, and USA is picking
let's put that in air quotes. Executives.
Yeah.
These were fucking celebrity fucking hacks. not executives like they promised. So again, another false advertisement, along with the plethora of other false advertisements that they pretty much have given us. Like no one, and I mean no one, gives a shit about John Madden or Colin Jost about drafting comedy characters. No one gives a shit.
Yep. And it shows like them being in the war room, and it just looks so hokey and so.
The war room. They literally created a comedy show. It's a laughing stock.
Yeah. Let's go through the first pick though to Monday Night Raw, because Raw gets the first pick for some reason. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, I forgot because Seth won that match, so that's
yeah. Somehow. Oh yeah, because he got attacked. Right.
The first pick on Raw was Becky Lynch, who was the Raw Women's Champion. So she was already on Raw. Then on SmackDown, SmackDown's first pick was Roman Reigns. And what he was already on SmackDown. What's going on here?
Let's go.
Raw's next pick, the OC. What? Already on Raw. SmackDown, this at least was a change. It was The Fiend, Bray Wyatt. He's going to SmackDown. So.
Oh, why is he showing up on Raw?
Yep. Here's Raw's next pick, Drew McIntyre.
He was already on Raw.
Then it shows Fox executives' reaction to selecting Roman Reigns, the high-fiving, the celebrating, the think that's awesome that they got Roman Reigns.
You already had him. Oh, fuck.
Then we had the draft panel, which was Samoa Joe, Renee Young, Booker T, and Beth Phoenix on the panel. Then they just talked. Feel bad for Samoa Joe, but he's injured, so whatever. But still feel bad for him.
At this point, I would advise he just keep getting injured, so that way he could get TV time and actually be over on the microphone and not lose.
Troy Aikman and Joe Buck talk about the draft. They don't really talk about it. Troy Aikman or Joe Buck. I don't watch sports, so I don't know who the hell these guys are, and I don't care.
For the record, I don't want Joe injured. Joe is a nice man. I just don't think he should wrestle anymore if they're gonna fucking book him to shit.
Yeah. But all they care about is talking about what their favorite professional wrestling maneuvers are versus talking about the draft. Then we had Ken Corbin versus Shorty Gable. So he's officially now... Yep. And guess what? 50-50 booking. Ken Corbin won. With the end of days. Then, you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. Fox NFL panel talks about the draft, which consisted of Michael Strahan, Tony Gonzalez, Terry Bradshaw, and Howard Lawn. They basically talk about who they would draft at the first pick, and they're saying people like Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, Andre the Giant, and Bruno Sammartino. See the problem here?
Two of those fucking guys are already dead, and two others are on their way out.
Yep.
No disrespect to Flair and Hogan, but fuck.
Draft round 2. Randy Orton's on Raw, so at least that's a change.
As if he was doing it. Is it really? As if he was doing jack shit on SmackDown anyway the last 6 months. What the hell did he do? In fact, he's been showing up more on Raw than SmackDown anyway, as a part of Team Flair.
Sasha Banks is on SmackDown now, so there you go.
Oh shit, she has blue hair.
Ricochet's on Raw. He was already on Raw.
For fuck's sake.
Braun Strowman's on SmackDown. And Bobby Lashley's on Raw. Already on Raw.
Oh my god.
USA executives are overly excited that they got Randy Orton. Then it shows the panel talking about the draft again.
Everybody is excited that they got Randy Orton, except Randy Orton, who tweeted out a fucking photo with the thing that said Elite on it.
Yep. Then we had Fox Sports talking about the draft, which consisted of Grady Quinn, and like I said, because it's not Brian Quinn, I don't care. Reggie Bush, Matt Leonard, and Urban Meyer.
I'll show you fucking Bush.
Oh my.
Me.
I don't remember what they talked. Oh, they talked about how like it's the grade to get drafted to a show. They talk about what it meant for them to get drafted to like their teams for their careers. And it could mean
fuck off. You're comparing this fucking pile of garbage to the NFL draft. I don't even watch football, and that's shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's funny.
The New Day wrestled the OC. Kofi.
We already discussed this in detail with Kofi. Move on.
He pinned AJ Styles with a Trouble in Paradise, and
so now he went down from WWE belt to the US Championship. Oh, you fucking pricks!
Yep.
You
and they
bastards.
And they kept saying throughout these
Actually,
shows.
I'm sorry. One racist bastard. Continue.
And they kept saying throughout this show, this is possibly the last time you're ever gonna see these matches again. You might never see the New Day fight the OC.
Right off. I'm not gonna see I'm not gonna see Randy Orton versus Roman Reigns again for the umpteenth time in a row. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Hold on.
Something happened.
I was watching something that played in the background by accident. Hopefully that did.
Yeah, it didn't pick up. Okay. Yeah, you're fine.
All right, next, we had draft round 3. Remember this: Alexa Bliss is getting drafted to Raw. Already on Raw though, but remember that though. Lacey Evans is going to SmackDown. Remember that too.
Oh, women's right. By the way, did you see? Never thought I'd be a fan of Sonya Deville, but I was after her tweet. Did you see what she tweeted?
No, I don't have Twitter.
Well, apparently, she has made claims now that apparently, Lacey Evans swallows a lot to get to the top.
There you go.
I think we know who she's swallowing.
Yep.
Past history proves that Vince McMahon likes blonde women. That's all I'm gonna say.
Then go over this one. Remember how Kevin Owens ran Shane McMahon off of SmackDown? He was defending SmackDown. Guess where he's drafted? You would think SmackDown, right? Nobody's on Raw. Yeah.
Did you hear that he actually gave his opinions about how he wasn't happy about being on Raw? And he got fucking shit for it.
Tell me about it.
They didn't even air his thing.
Oh, I knew about that.
You know how they have those right afters or whatever the fuck they were putting on YouTube? Kevin Owens didn't air because I didn't like what he said. Because it painted WWE in a bad light. Because it was stupid. Because he saved SmackDown. And then he got drafted to Raw. Good shit. Good.
Yep.
Yeah. Continuity. Yeah.
Great stuff. The Revival on SmackDown because of the SmackDown Tag Team Champions. At least I think so. Am I correct? They were the SmackDown Tag Team Champions.
Yeah, they still are. I literally just had a spasm of rage.
Natalya's on Raw. She's already on Raw.
Me.
Then we had the final round of the night. The Viking Raiders are on Raw. Already on Raw.
Fuck me.
Lucha House Party's on SmackDown, and now they can't compete on 205 for some reason, even though they were doing that anyways. And now that's funny too. They're on the show that airs before 205. Now all of a sudden they can't be on 205. Like, all right. So tag teams were able to be picked as one pick, but a brand could pick a single wrestler from that tag team if they wanted to. But then let's look at Raw's next pick, Nikki Cross. This is stupid because Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross were a tag team. So why are you wasting 2 picks if you could have just picked them as one pick? You just lost yourself a pick. I know, it's so confusing, probably to you. Like, you probably don't understand. Like,
I'm looking at a book right now.
a bug or a book?
A book.
Oh, he said a
Looking at
bug.
a book right now. It says cognitive psychological a cognitive psychology of mass communication, 6th edition. And on the tags it says used. And I can determine easily that this is a used book. I can't determine this draft as easy as I just did this used book.
Yeah.
Do you see the problem here?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the problem here?
There's more.
Oh.
Heavy Machinery's on SmackDown, and they were already on SmackDown. That is one thing I'll miss. I'll miss seeing Otis every week at least. You know. The Street Profits are on Raw, so they are officially on Raw.
Guess
We had
guess what?
what's that?
Even if they were also on SmackDown, guess where they were on a majority of the fucking time?
Yep.
Oh. Riveting change.
They should. The panel talks one more time about the draft, and they say make sure you tune into like WWE.com and stuff to, you know, be caught up because draft picks could happen over the weekend. So there you go. We had the Insider Scoop talk about the draft, and it's just making fun of like the Wrestling Observer and stuff, where all the insider stuff is wrong. So there you go. That's exactly what they were doing too. Don't tell me that's what they weren't.
That's what they were doing. Here's my middle finger for that.
Can you do 2?
There you go.
We
I'm just gonna stay like this the whole time. I don't even care.
You hurt your fingers.
No, not really. This is actually kind of comfy.
Then we had the main event. It was the SmackDown Women's Championship match. SmackDown Women's Champion Charlotte Flair versus Bayley. Bayley came out. This was the best thing on the show. She had a new look.
Oh, wonderful. I don't care. Guess what? You know why? Because it made a mockery out of Charlotte and made a mockery out of Becky. And it was like, oh, we have to turn her heel now because we fucked her up so bad as a base. So guess what? Don't care. Could have been a cash cow. You turned her into a fucking cow. Good job, WWE. Good job. Fuck.
You should probably explain yourself because, you know, a lot of people...
No, not... Cal isn't fat. Cal is in... She's a very angry person now.
Yeah.
Great.
She destroyed the Bayley buddies and she has a new look. But guess what? Guess how she beats Charlotte Flair? With a roll-up. So, in a sense...
Surprise roll-up.
Never fails in wrestling. But I don't want to make the joke here because we're not joking around right now. And makes you question, why did they put the title on Charlotte Flair to begin with? Yeah, you're gonna wonder, why did Charlotte Flair drop the champion?
We should joke around. You know why? Because they joke around with us. Why can't we joke around with them? Just saying.
But yeah, we find out later why Charlotte Flair loses the title. But this was an F. This show was like an F. And then what do I give it as a grade? I'll give it a 5 out of 100 just for the main event alone. Maybe I'll rate it higher.
No, that's fine.
Who
It's
cares?
a 5.
Keep it at 5. You ain't watching anyway, so it's not like your rating matters.
I feel like that's the lowest grade I've ever given a show.
It is. It actually is. So, good on you.
I think Wa.
Because I approve.
Wait to hear Wa's grade because I hated Wa more, even though I did miss most.
I know. I farted, by the way. That's how much I care about this fucking show.
There you go. Before that, though.
It smells like burger. Good. At least it smells better than Raw's fucking pile of garbage they gave us on Monday.
Before that, I should go through the draft picks that were drafted over the weekend. Let me do that now. I should mention that they told us that whoever wasn't drafted in night 1 became free agents. So they're basically telling us that they didn't even want the guys to begin with. But still, let's go over the guys that were drafted over the week. These were what they call the supplementary picks. Apollo Crews was drafted.
Supplementary. Yeah.
Apollo Crews was drafted to SmackDown, even though he was already on SmackDown.
Here we go again.
The B team was drafted to SmackDown, even though they were already on SmackDown. This was a change, at least, but his career was done forever. Drew Gulak was drafted to SmackDown. But it makes sense now why he lost the Cruiserweight title, I guess.
Give us Gulak back.
Yeah, please. EC3 was drafted to Raw, even though he was already on Raw. Heath Slater was drafted to SmackDown, even though he's already on SmackDown. No, actually, no, he wasn't. He was on Raw, so that was a change.
You wouldn't have known because he hasn't been on TV in months, maybe a year.
Yeah.
So.
Sin Cara was drafted to Raw, who hadn't been on TV in months. But he was like legit injured, I guess. But still, why were you drafting someone that was like legit injured? Tamina Snuka is now on SmackDown, but she hasn't been on TV in months either. So now let's go through Raw. We had the exclusive, the Real Housewives and the Psych cast were talking about how excited they were for the draft night 2.
Oh my God. Oh. The minute you mentioned Real Housewives, I fucking creased.
We had the show. Dio Madden, Vic Joseph, and Jerry the Ken Lawler were on commentary. Probably going to be the last time I hear Vic Joseph ever commentate again. Shows previously.
No more takedowns, and no more overhead tosses. It's a sad, sad day.
Oh my God. He's probably gonna be back to what he was now when he first started into
overhead toss and takedowns all day.
Vince is gonna eat that up. So
wouldn't surprise me.
Previously, it shows previous stuff that had been taking place during like the Fiend, Seth Rollins, and Bray Wyatt's feud. The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Seth Rollins feud. I messed that up. I said the Fiend, Seth Rollins by accident.
He is a fucking fiend. What a fucking fiend he is.
We had Becky Lynch versus Charlotte Flair. I didn't watch it because I can see the match done on Evolution. I can see the match done on NXT. I can see the match at Hell in a Cell. I can see them wrestle so many matches better than this, so I didn't really have an interest to watch it. And I've seen the match so many times, I don't have any interest in it. So, I guess Becky Lynch won by the most devastating maneuver in all of professional wrestling, the fluke roll-up, but who cares? Jim Kramer talks about Jim Kramer, not John Kramer. Jim Kramer talks about the draft. I didn't care. I don't know who he is. Alright, so here's the round 1 of the draft. Seth Rollins was drafted first to Raw, obviously, since he's the Universal Champion. Brock Lesnar was drafted to SmackDown, obviously, because he's the WWE Champion. And this one, And then, wow. The one that really kind of mind boggles me. Charlotte Flair was drafted to Raw. Now, I'm going to tell you why this mind boggles me. Because she had been doing months and months of advertising for Fox with SmackDown. She's been working directly with Fox. And honestly, she could probably bring the ratings up for Fox, too.
She had the last name Flair.
The New Day was drafted to SmackDown, so they missed the chance to break them up.
They weren't they already on SmackDown?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
Andrade and Selena Vega were drafted to Raw, so there you go. It showed the panel and they talked about the draft. We had Andrade with Selena Vega versus Ali. Selena
What?
Vega, huh?
I thought you said Selena Vega versus Ali for a minute. That's how much
No,
I'm
it's
like in and out of like this.
Zelina Vega came out and she talked about how basically tried to put her and Andrade over like as they were like bigger stars than like the New Day, Charlotte Flair, and Brock Lesnar and Seth Rollins, saying we weren't drafted in the same round as them. They were drafted in the same round as us. Maybe it sounds better than the way I said it, but it's basically the same thing, like literally, like it really doesn't matter. Andrade won. The match was good, but I've seen him have many better matches than this, and I'm tuned out at this point, so whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We had round 2 of the draft. The Kabuki Warriors are on Raw, but they can still go to every brand since they're the women's tag team champions. So there you go. At least they're using the women's tag team champions, I guess, the way they should be used by having them go on each brand.
I actually don't like it. To be honest, you know why? Because I've realized, like, yes, we're gonna get a great match out of Team Kick and Kabuki Warriors, but it's like I'm not sure if I want to see main roster corrupt NXT. So I'm conflicted.
Yeah. Daniel Bryan was drafted to SmackDown, even though he was already on SmackDown.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Rusev's on Raw, already on Raw. No, actually,
What the
I don't
fuck's
think he was.
Paige been, by the way? Wasn't she supposed to manage the Kabuki Warriors?
Neck injury. But it's funny because I'm backstage like the day after. She said I'm healthy and ready to go, so I'm ready to manage them again. So that was funny.
Oh my god.
Bailey's on SmackDown, already on SmackDown. She's the champ, so Aleister Black's on Raw because his wife's on Raw, so he had to go to Raw because they want to keep the couples together. We had the weekend update, which was Colin Jost and Michael Che talk about the draft. They basically like talked a bunch of shit about Braun Strowman, and it wasn't funny. We had a Raw Tag Team Championship match. Raw Tag Team Champions Robert Roode and Dolph Ziggler versus the Viking Raiders.
Thanks for killing four premier talent.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, 3 anyways.
Yeah.
But
even then, you know, our boy fuck Dolph Ziggler could have been something, and then, you know.
Hey, that's a positive. Now that we don't watch the main roster anymore, we'll never have to see him wrestle currently ever again. I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Although the sad part is they were actually the sad part is Bobby Roode and Ziggler were actually proven to be a really good tag team.
Yeah.
They actually made more sense than him and McIntyre.
Oh yeah. The Viking Raiders won with the Viking experience, I think, on Dolph Ziggler. The Viking Raiders afterwards
call their finisher the fucking team name that they fucking first named.
Yeah.
So of course Vince still gets his way, right? I'm so fucking close to punching a fucking camera. Oh my god,
The NBC panel talk about the draft.
Why
Whatever.
are they on?
I don't know.
I don't give a fuck if USA is owned by NBC. Why is NBC at all affiliated with this? Why?
Yeah.
Why are any of these celebrities on? Get actual executives. Like you promised us. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You don't fucking follow through on your promises, do you?
Nope.
God.
The Viking Raiders are backstage, and they talk about how now they're the first team to be undefeated to be IWGP, ROH, NXT, and Raw Tag Team Champions.
Which, again, they're making them talk out of their ass. They're making them talk out of their ass now?
Yeah.
I was there at Best in the World in 2017. Guess what? They lost.
Yeah.
Maybe not by them getting pinned. It's been so long now, I forget. But all I know is they lost.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah,
And they
round
lost
4.
in New Japan, by the way. They lost in New Japan.
Yeah.
Their final match in. Just thought I'd point that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that
That was the 6-man tag gauntlet.
Yeah.
Which is where I got the idea for the Athena title gauntlet, by the way.
We had the draft round 4. Round 4 of the draft. I bought that completely.
Who gives a shit?
Cedric Alexander's on Raw. He was already on Raw.
Oh my god. What change?
Shinsuke Nakamura and Sami Zayn are on SmackDown.
What change? So much change.
Sami Zayn's seen as nothing more, even though he's great in the role, but he's seen as nothing more as just a manager now. Like, what the hell? Like,
remember when these guys had match of the year at TakeOver Dallas?
absolutely.
Much better times.
Humberto Carrillo's on Raw. Ali's on SmackDown. Eric Rowan's on Raw.
Well, seeing all elite there, seeing all elite, Brody Lee. Can't wait.
Aleister Black squashed Eric Young with an inverted dragon. Just Dragon Sleeper, sorry.
Great. Way to use Eric Young, a guy who can be used as a multitude of talents. He could be a comedy guy, he could be a serious guy, he could be a crazy guy, he could be a sympathetic guy, he could be an underdog. Nope. Jobber.
Draft round 5. Buddy Murphy's on Raw, so that was a change.
Great. Was it really? Was it really?
I guess the report I heard.
Why it's not change? Because of him winning against Reigns didn't change anything in the trajectory and only brought it downwards. I don't think he's gonna float too well on Monday Night Raw.
This probably means nothing, but I just say I guess I did hear the reports that Buddy Murphy and Aleister Black, Paul Heyman's really high on, so he wanted them on Raw so he could book for them.
Bullshit. You are high. Heyman, you're an idiot because you know you have to be high on whoever Vince McMahon is high on. So stop feeding these guys bullshit. Fuck.
Yeah. Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode are on SmackDown now, so that was a change.
Yeah.
Jinder Mahal's on Raw. He got picked before Cesaro did, and he's out for like 6 more months.
With an injury for, I don't know, maybe taking too many rides!
Carmella's on SmackDown since, Corey Graves is on SmackDown, so whatever. R-Truth's on Raw.
And they were high-fived. at the fact that they drafted R-Truth, the 24/7 comedy fucking champion. They high-fived like they won the Super Bowl and drafted him to a brand he was already on!
Yep. Well, yeah, essentially. A brand he could have gone on anyways, but apparently now, too, the 24/7 title is not only exclusive to Raw now, apparently. The Street Profits are backstage doing their thing that was old like weeks ago, and the OC beats him up. Ricochet beat Shelton Benjamin with the recoil, or the 630. I think it was the recoil actually.
Who gives a shit?
He cut a promo and it wasn't good. NBC just regular NBC station, I guess, talks about the draft, not draft. So there you go.
Skip it.
Round 6 of the draft. Samoa Joe's on Raw, already on Raw.
No one cares. He was already on Raw.
The Miz is on SmackDown, even though his show's on USA Network, so that makes no sense. Kira Tozawa's on Raw. So, good knowing you. Ken Corbin's on SmackDown. And Shelton Benjamin's on Raw.
But again, of course, it rounds out the entire draft. Shelton Benjamin's on Raw, a show that he was already on.
No, he was on SmackDown.
Oh, yeah, really? I'll tell you why you're on. Because guess the last place he showed up before WrestleMania 35. Raw! He got drafted over and traded to Raw. I rest my case.
We had Buddy Murphy.
Fucking company.
We had Buddy Murphy versus Cedric Alexander. Quite good match, but I've seen him have better matches. So
Go on 205.
Buddy Murphy won with Murphy's Law. It was quite good. That's all I want to say. The Street Profits backstage and said they're going to challenge in the OC to a match. I guess it wasn't the whole OC. It was just Gallows and Anderson, but they weren't specific.
Shit.
Final round of the draft. This was the final round of like the overall draft, and here's who the picks were. Rey Mysterio's on Raw. Already on
Raw.
And he can't be the mouthpiece now for Cain Velasquez, but...
No, he will be, because apparently Cain Velasquez is going to go right to fucking Raw anyway, even though he's on SmackDown.
Yep. Jordy Gable's on SmackDown. Titus O'Neil's on...
And he was already... No, he wasn't. I think he was on Raw. I don't fucking know. The wild card.
No, he's on Smack. He was on Smack. He was already on SmackDown.
Fucking great.
Titus O'Neil's on Raw. He was already on Raw.
The head of catering.
Elias
What's on the menu today on Raw tonight, Titus? Oh, we got some pasta. Pasta, put it in a box. Deliver it to my house and put it on my cock. Cheesy on martini and some salsa on my balls. Hey!
Do his spot call. Do his spot call. Don't forget that.
Huh?
Do his call. His his catchphrase. The buck call.
Oh. Food.
There you go. At least we can get some laughs right now.
That's sad laughter.
Elias is on SmackDown, even though he was already on SmackDown. Liv Morgan, the final pick overall, went to Raw. Final pick was Liv Morgan. Rivet and stuff.
Fuck.
The draft panel again, whatever. We had the Kabuki Warriors versus Natalya and a mystery partner. The Kabuki Warriors, I completely forgot were heels until I saw Asuka with the face paint. And The mystery partner. Remember how Lacey Evans was drafted to SmackDown? She was the mystery tag team partner on Raw. She was wrestling on Raw. I skipped this match, but the Kabuki Warriors won. I'll let you really rant, because I talked about the main event finish. Why don't you talk about probably the last episode, the most recent episode of Firefly Funhouse, and go through it in depthly. We finally had a bad episode, yes.
Yep. The one glimmer of hope you had was Bray Wyatt. And in 8 days, you killed him dead. Again. Again. The show opens up with the stupid childlike graphic that I already didn't like anyway. And now I really don't like because they fucking ruined it. The whole gimmick. He's all happy. All stupid and dumb and smiley, even though he doesn't have the belt! Ramblin' Rabbit rambles and says, Seth Rollins is coming. He looks really mad, dude.
Keep this in mind, too.
Really mad, man.
Keep this in mind. This is a puppet, by the way.
It's a puppet. It's a puppet that's smarter than Bray Rogers. With no belt! So, Rollins shows up, starts wrecking shit, starts raging like your typical Twitch streamer who playing Fortnite.
What was Bray Wyatt's reaction, too?
Bray Wyatt, who got knocked out for a bit, then rose up looking in a bit of rage, saying, Seth! Why are you doing this to me? Please make it stop. And that one moment killed Bray Wyatt.
And I get it. He's not. I get it.
Got smashed into a fucking wall. And then Seth Rollins.
Before you get to the next thing, I want to say, like, a lot of people can. I get it because this is supposed to be like the softer version of Bray Wyatt, and he's not the Fiend, so that's why he's not like destroying him. But this is unrealistic. This is so unrealistic that he would be begging for mercy at this stuff. Like, you want to talk about thoughts about that he begged for mercy?
No, not really. I just did. That one moment killed him dead. It killed the mystique of the Fiend and of Bray Rogers completely. So he got knocked off. He's out. Seth Rollins then looks into the camera, knowing it's there, by the way. Turns around, says, burn it down. And commits arson. And burns down the Firefly Funhouse. While the Fiend maniacally laughs somehow. What is there to say?
Yeah. Like, really?
What is there to say? This fucking main roster, this goddamn product is in shambles. In shambles. And any time I talk about it, I don't even watch it. When I talk about it, I get so fucking angry. And I feel my blood pressure rising talking about this fucking garbage every fucking time. Because this shit is so fucking simple. It's so easy for me to take this storyline and actually make a fucking superstar out of this. I'm pretty sure a 6-year-old can do this. Blind! Deaf and dumb. I hated this with every fiber of my being. These last 8 weeks have outdone the invasion of 2001. Outdone it. This is by far between the Bray Wyatt Hell in a Cell finish and the fucking draft have been the biggest booking blunder in WWE history. And think of the fucking ground that covers. Yes, that includes Mabel winning King of the Ring in 1995. John, don't at me. Because I watched it. And it was bad. But it ain't this bad. This is atrocious. This is absolutely atrocious. That you have gotten so bad to the point where viewers just say, fuck it, I'm done. 1 million fucking viewers dropped on your SmackDown draft episode. 1 million. You went from 3.9 to 2.8. Why? Because you have not furthered any storylines. You have not built up any freaking new stars. You have not done anything to show why we should care about these new stars. And this has been stuff that we've been complaining about for years. 4 years. 4 years we've been complaining about this stuff. And again, I'll reiterate. Vince McMahon, you misogynistic, racist, homophobic fucking prick. You're angry at us? We should be angry at you! We should be angry at you, you fucking cunt. You are the sole reason why it is so goddamn unbearable to watch that garbage. And anybody that tells me I should watch it and give it another chance, don't you goddamn bother. I will never, ever watch this show again until Triple H takes over. And even that, Triple H has got a lot of things to fix. And until they're all fixed, I ain't watching. And I guarantee you they will be out of business before Triple H can even have time to fix the fucking damage that Vince McMahon's done. And by the way, if you don't think that was by design because of Vince's selfish ego and his selfish fucking ways, then you're an idiot. Because his track record has proved that he is a selfish cunt. And I'll reiterate this the very last time. Because I know other people aren't feeling the same way, but I have every right to feel this way. Because I'm sick of people haven't even suffered through this shit and feeling like they have no way out of this shit because of routine or what have you. Vince, for all the fucking turmoil you've caused your employees and your fans, for all the fucking horrible shit you've done, on and off camera. Just in general, you look like a fucking scumbag. The minute you pass away, I will be there to piss on your fucking gravestone in Stamford, Connecticut. And that is a promise. Because you don't deserve any respect. Period. And if you were president right now, everybody else would fucking agree right now. But you're not. And somehow these fucking idiot morons will call for Trump's head, but these same people that are wrestling fans won't for Vince and praise him like as if he's God. So, that's all I gotta say. I will never watch Vince's garbage again. I won't watch pay-per-views, no WrestleMania, no Royal Rumble.
SummerSlam, none of that. No SmackDown or Raw. I'm done. I quit because I don't ever want to get this angry again. Ever. Ever again. And you know what? I don't think I'm the only one, am I?
You're not, because now it's my turn. We could go over the other draft picks, but the fact is, if they didn't care to do it until the bump episode, they don't matter. We're not talking about them.
You want to know one that matters is Cesaro, and it's because he deserves way better than he does.
And Harper, but he's leaving anyways, so.
Thank Christ.
Hopefully. But, yeah, so like I said, this is bad. Like, I'm done with any product, like I said, that Vince produces currently. I will watch past stuff. Full
retro.
Yeah, full retro. But other than that, I'm done with current main roster WWE until Vince's changes are gone. Because, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of reasons. One, I don't feel like they care. They don't care about us at all. And I've gone to AEW. And I went to their show, and it feels like they care about us. And I don't feel the same for the main roster. Even now, Impact of all things feels like they care about us.
Yeah.
And they don't care to put out a good show. And I keep saying this, as much, I don't hate NXT UK, by the way, as much as NXT UK is sucking right now, I like to believe that they're actually trying to produce a good television show. I actually like to think that they are. And at least they're trying. Then that's more than I will ever say for the main roster. And if you think I'm biased against UK, it pisses me off that next week they have to change their airtime all just so they can, they have to change their airtime for Saudi Arabia to have their pay-per-view aired. That's bullshit. They have to, they have to go at 11 o'clock. No one will be watching them at 11 o'clock. And it's like, nothing's changing. The Hell in a Cell really proves that. They had a chance to take a character.
They had the last bit of goodwill left with the way they were booking The Fiend, and they fucking killed it dead just because Vince wanted to do it his way.
And then,
which if he'd have just stayed out of the effing way, this wouldn't have even happened.
Yep.
It wouldn't have even happened.
And I hate, that it seems, and look, like I said, in business, you want to make money, but it seems like that's all WWE cares about. All they care about is just making money. That could be part of a business, but it shouldn't be the main focus. And that's what AEW is doing. They care about making money, but they care about the fans. Even NXT's doing that. 205, NXT UK. I haven't seen it yet, but MLW, NWA Powerrr with 3 R's. They're caring about the fans.
And this is just not even going through over New Japan, who are now expanding over to America finally. That's not even going over, Ring of Honor, who is trying to get back on their feet. And I really don't think it's a bad product, unlike most people. That's not even going over the abundance of UK promotions that are still active despite WWE trying to kill it off.
Yep.
It's... And that's not like there's so much. That's not even going over OWE and like a ton of different things. It's WoW and Stardom and all these other wrestling companies that actually care about their audience. They actually care.
It sucks too. Like, I feel bad for the wrestlers because they're now feeling like Becky Lynch isn't feeling like she's good enough to.
Becky Lynch is the one I felt so hurt by when I read her tweet or read her statement. It sucks that you guys don't like it. I think it was something like that. It sucks that you guys don't like it because we really are trying. And Becky, girl, I know you are. I know. But I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It's not your fault.
not even The Rock or Steve Austin could have gotten any of this shit over. It's that bad.
Yeah.
Don't beat yourself up, please. Like, and that goes to all the wrestlers. Like, I know we've ragged on your boyfriend a lot. Seth, this isn't your fault either. Honest to God, dude. Like, don't crack under this pressure anymore. Don't lash out at us, because we're just not gonna lash out at you anymore, dude. Like, I feel too bad, because it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault there. Even guys I've said I've disliked, it's not their fault. It's not Jinder's fault. It's not Corbin's fault. Guys I've liked, it's not Cesaro's fault. You know, it's none of these guys' fault.
I actually can't even like Seth Rollins, because WWE is so forced. You can't, if you're employed with that company, you can't speak bad about them, and that's what I like about AEW. Jim Ross can actually say what he likes and dislikes about AEW.
Yeah, he has his likes and dislikes, his critiques, which is great, you know.
And I feel like Seth can't even say maybe, and I feel like that's what Seth is. He can't, maybe even if he has critiques, he can't even say what they are. Like,
look at Bully Ray when he was in TNA.
Yeah.
Seriously. Like, that's a whole fucking story arc on Don Tony and Kevin Castle when he was, you know, raging on them for giving, you know, when Impact was doing the same shit, like, not even fucking 5 years ago.
Yeah.
5-6 years ago. They were pulling the same shit. You know, and Don Tony and Kevin Castle called them out on it, and then Bully Ray lashed out on them on behalf of the company.
So this is it. You're not going to see any more main roster coverage, at least from me and James and like John Tuddy. The only people that probably would, and the offer. And
look, this is still up for debate. It very well may just not happen.
Yeah.
It very well may not just happen. And if you guys don't want it, sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I thank you for your contributions. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, but, you know.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. You know, if that offends you, I don't know what to tell you. Unsubscribe to me and Owen.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, because it's like, I'm not going to put myself through this. I don't want to get angry ever again over this. I don't want to feel like I'm going insane and going in circles. I literally felt like I was going insane as he was reading the draft.
Yeah.
I'm shocked I'm actually, you know, sane right now.
Yeah. Well,
we'll talk about people, like, because we do have, I mean, we were gonna go over the Hardys debacle, but that's just sad. And if you really want to know about that, just go to these other podcasts that cover it. Honest to God, like, and honest to God, it's too sad. It's just too sad, and I'm tired of being sad. I'm tired of bitching. I'm tired of moaning.
Yeah.
I believe in being a critic.
Yeah.
And I know you do too. But it's come down to the point where I don't believe we should be repeating ourselves like a broken record and bitching constantly about the same shit. Or some variation, something similar of it. You know?
And we don't even have to talk. We don't even have to talk about this because we're not making money. We're not benefited from.
Yeah,
money.
No, we're not. But even to the people that are, and I'm serious because I said this last time.
Well, I feel like it's going to be in there, but you can say it again, yeah, because I feel like that's like the one thing we got from the last one. So.
Well, I'll say it again, just in case. In fact, I'll probably just cut that whole part out and say it again because. There's so many people that still talk about the main roster who hate it, who genuinely hate it. JD from New York. And first off, I'm actually going to start off with Jason Solomon from the Solomon Sound Off. And I remember what he said. He said, "Don't tell me how to do my job." I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm not even trying to say, like, your job. He says, the Raw reviews get the most views. Well, great. But that, at the end of the day, is an excuse. If you really don't want to talk about it, I'm sure the fans will understand
and they'll be with you 100%. And if they aren't tough shit, oh well. You got some baggage off your channel. Seriously, is that going to affect your views at all? Is that really going to affect your bank account? I don't think it will. You get more views live on, you know, the AEW Dynamite TNT reviews than you do on a WWE review in a week. I mean, I'm just saying. That should tell you a lot. And, you know, if you're going to do NWA Powerrr and AEW Dynamite like as a combined stream, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of people to talk about it. You might as well just talk about shit you genuinely enjoy. Just don't worry about these analytics. Fuck all that. I'm not telling you how to do your job. There's got to be a way for you to do your job and for it not to feel like a chore. Because you're at the point now, Jason, and I'm going to go over the whole list of people that are at this point as well, where you genuinely don't have to do this if you don't want to do it. And if they want to do it, that's great. I don't discourage people that still want to do this. But I can tell when somebody doesn't want to do it. And that brings me to my next guy, Aaron Rift. Why? Why do you still talk about this if you genuinely don't like it? And I know your situation is a lot more different than mine, but I don't know. Like, you could literally probably just assign it to somebody else in the No DQ team and not have to deal with it yourself.
It would probably open up. He always says too, like he never has the time to watch like New Japan or any of this other stuff. It would open up the door for him to be able to do that.
You'll enjoy it a lot more, I guarantee you.
He even says, I mean, you see his post, Aaron Rift. He even says like he doesn't rage like you do. Like he doesn't like to be that guy. Like you see, like he goes on the nature walks and stuff, and he doesn't like to, rant and rave. And that's what he said.
And yet he still rants and raves,
Yeah.
And it's like Brian Alvarez and Vinny, like, why are you still reviewing this? Dave Meltzer too, like, why? Honest to God, why? I mean, I get, again, it's part of the job, but at the same time, there's so much more wrestling out there that you literally can make up the difference with the amount of views that the other wrestling companies get that would probably combine for a Raw or SmackDown review. And this goes for any podcaster. This goes for JD, who is probably the ragiest out of all of them, This goes for everybody. This goes for everybody that's been going through this shit. Because I went through it. You don't have to do it if you don't want to do it. I'm just saying. So, to all YouTubers, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Don't try to make excuses. If you genuinely feel it's making you that upset, it's just not worth the money. It's not worth the extra views. And it's not worth your time, most importantly. Take that, Raw and SmackDown. Take that. There we go. Never again. Yep. There we go. Yep.
Let's do 205. Because at least
205 had some great shows the last couple of weeks. Let's
start with last week's, the October 11th edition.
Mm-hmm.
Which, hate saying it, now kind of doesn't really matter in the long term because half the guys on the show are gone. But
Yeah.
we have the commentary team of Aiden English and Tom Phillips. It's a 2-man booth now, which I really don't mind. I wish we had somebody in there other than Tom Phillips, but I don't have I'm not mad at Tom Phillips right now, so there you go.
Normally I would be because of what he did to Rich Brennan, but
it's a bigger thing to be mad at right now. So we had the first match, was quite good.
Yeah.
Tony Nese and Drew Gulak versus Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch. This was a rematch from last week.
And this was great. I mean, it will be the last time we ever see these four in a ring together, but...
Yeah. And, I thoroughly enjoyed this match. The heels get the heat for a long time on Danny Burch, and then the baby faces mount a comeback. They hit the double powerbomb on Drew Gulak, don't get the win, but they hit the assisted DDT on Gulak. Gulak takes the loss. Made sense now since this was his last match on 205. He put somebody over. Lorcan and Burch, like I said, I like it because it's not 50-50 booking, so it works.
It was the best match these two teams definitely had together.
Yep.
So, good on you guys.
We have a vignette for Isaiah Swerve Scott coming to not NXT, 205. Cool. So, yeah, I'm happy to see him come to 205 and compete full-time. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to do in 205 Live because he's very talented.
Yeah, I agree.
Then we had
let's call a spade a spade. Is the talent roster really depleted? Because you have a lot of guys on NXT that would technically be considered 205.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's that. So.
Daivari squashed Chris Bay.
Chris Bay.
Great name. So, that's what I think he said. Daivari won with the Hammerlock Lariat.
Typical squash.
Did the job it needed to do. Then we have a match that kind of doesn't matter, but it was still awesome, so I'm not going to take away from the match because it's not the wrestler's fault. It's a no disqualification match. It's the Brian Kendrick versus Akira Tozawa. I really enjoyed this match because this is going to be the last time we're going to see these two in the same arena together for a while, but still, Akira Tozawa immediately starts aggressive in this match, taking out the Brian Kendrick, and the Brian Kendrick just immediately goes for the kendo stick because he's smart, he's calculated. So the Akira Tozawa goes for it himself, and they think they've evened out the odds. But Akira Tozawa, when Kendrick's getting into the win, puts his foot down on the kendo stick so Kendrick can't use it, which was smart. He destroys Kendrick with the kendo stick. He throws him into the steps, and then Kendrick gets the advantage by throwing him into the steps. He duct tapes him to the top rope and destroys him with the kendo stick for a long time.
I always like that spot when they pull that off because it's like it looks real and it looks like it hurts.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are gonna say, well, they stole this from AEW because they literally just did the same thing.
That was duct taping hands. They've been doing the whole duct taping of the ring post things ever since Shane McMahon and testicles.
Yeah. So then Kendrick had a stack of chairs set up. He went for the sliced bread number 1 or 2. I think this is 1.
It was 2. I don't know.
And which one's 1?
Yeah. I think it might have been 1. Sorry.
I think 2 is outside the ring. But it
wait, what are you talking about? Was it both? Were both from the post? Yeah, they both were from the post. I think.
But he goes.
Then it's sliced bread number 2. Who cares?
Tozawa reverses it and he falls into a stack of steel chairs that he set up. And then Tozawa destroys Kendrick. He grabs a table. I even love too how the crowd asked for a table spot. They said, "We want tables," and Kendrick just screaming at him, "I don't care what you want." Quite awesome stuff. He throws him over the announce table. He hits a senton with the chairs. And eventually he goes to do it again, but Mike Kanellis comes out. He destroys Akira Tozawa. He hits a swinging neckbreaker on him, and he puts Kendrick on top of him and covers him. And this, I think, was supposed to set up to a tag team match between Tozawa and Gallagher versus Kendrick and Kanellis. But now
Yes.
Tozawa's on Raw, so that can't happen now. And Mike Kanellis,
I
unfortunately.
mean, who knows? The Lucha House Party were on Raw, and they were on 205 for the longest time. So maybe they'll finish the program off.
Yeah,
That's what I think they'll do, honestly.
But Kanellis also asked for his release, so they can't. So Kanellis is kind of out of the program now. So, can't blame Kanellis. And like I said, I don't want to talk about that product right now. We know why he asked for his release. So I just want to. We don't need to talk about it because we basically just kind of explain why he's asking by our big WWE rant we've been doing. So
Yeah.
it sucks for him, but he can go to AEW, he can go to ROH, he can go to Impact, he can go to New Japan. There's a lot of places he can go. A lot of people are asking why did he sign his new deal, but we don't want to get mad right now. We want to be happy. We want to be positive people. This 205 Live though was a hell of an episode.
Definitely A-. I enjoyed this.
90 out of 100.
90 out of 100.
Then we had this week's, and Drake Maverick makes the promo. He cuts the promo, does a little video package saying even though we've lost like our 205 Live pass, and even I'm on SmackDown, but he basically confirmed he's still going to be the GM. He made a deal with William Regal where some people from NXT that are under the 205 weight limit can compete as well. On
Shit, it's the NXT Cruiserweight Championship.
Yep.
So
So that was quite good, and I like it because it's starting a new era in 205 Live.
thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Then we had Gentleman Jack Gallagher versus the Brian Kendrick. They don't even want to wait for the match to start. Gallagher immediately goes right after Kendrick. He throws him into the barricade and he destroys him. But Kendrick, because he's smart, the match hadn't started yet, hits him with a kendo stick right in the ribs. Throws him in the ring. And the match begins. And Kendrick just targets the ribs of Gallagher. Then Gallagher mounts a comeback. He hits a suicide dive through the ropes. He hits the gentleman's drop kick, but he doesn't get the win. And Gallagher just doesn't care anymore. He's upset that Kendrick's been attacking him week after week. He goes to use the kendo stick himself, but Kendrick's like, stop him. The referee's trying to stop him. Kendrick uses this as an opportunity to hit him in the ribs and hit the slice bread number 2 for the win. And yeah, it made sense for Kendrick to win. I think he's going to be a future contender for the Cruiserweight Championship. I thought he'd be the next one, but I think Tony Nese, which we'll get into in the main event, is going to end up being the next one. But still, quite great stuff. I like the fact that Kendrick's back to being a heel now. It's he's the best as a heel. So it's quite great. And Gallagher, I like how they're telling that storyline where like he's in a slump. And it's done in such a way where it actually makes him look good versus making him look bad. So there you go. Yeah, thumbs up.
Yep.
Then Angel Garza vignette. Looking forward to seeing him come.
Yay.
Live. I like how they updated the video package because this was like right after he got squashed by Ciampa, so it was funny. We had the Sin Brothers versus Justin Alexander and Justin Morris. It was the Justins.
Yes.
It was a squash. They had a super kick, Indian leg sweep combination, and then they hit the Bollywood attack or something for the win. So the Sin Brothers are getting the win. Now they have a thing where they're calling themselves the best tag team on 205 because now they're the only tag team left in 205, so it works for them.
Considering the fact that we still need Cruiserweight tag titles, yeah, I think that's a good claim, boys.
Yeah. Leo Rush vignette. It just shows him winning the NXT Cruiserweight Championship, and he's actually returning this week.
Yay!
Then we had Arya Daivari versus Tony Nese versus Oni Lorcan in a triple threat match. Pretty good. What sucked about the match is the crowd turned on it because they had sat through a 2-hour SmackDown prior to this. We've ranted about that before, so we don't need to do that again. Tony Nese and Arya Daivari worked together throughout the beginning portions of the match, taking out Oni Lorcan. There were points, though, where Arya Daivari was being calculated, though, and continuously trying to just get the win for himself. So then there was actually a point where Tony Nese and Oni Lorcan double-team him, which was funny. I loved it. Oni Lorcan was the star of this match. He was fighting all the odds and trying to take everybody out. There was a point where everyone was just hitting all types of maneuvers on each other, where like Lorcan did a blockbuster, Tony Nese did a running Nese, and like Arya DeBowie had like a splash all in like one sequence. It's quite awesome.
Such a great sequence. Fuck me.
The finish though is Oni Lorcan does the superplex on Arya DeBowie, and Tony Nese comes in and hits the sunset driver on Oni Lorcan and gets the win. Afterwards, Tony Nese grabs Aiden English's headset and says that this is basically a message to Leo Rush, saying he wants to come after his Cruiserweight Championship.
I can't wait. Let's go.
Yeah, I think they've wrestled before, Tony Nese and Leo Rush, but I might be mistaken.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up show. It was good. What sucked about this show was it, right now 205 Live is kind of having to kind of dig themselves out of a little bit of a hole because they don't have half a roster right now. It's really they're trying to establish and introduce people, but it was still pretty good. I give it a B-, 80 out of 100.
Yeah, 80 out of 100.
Once we get the new recruits come in, it will be an awesome show again. And I'm happy because it looks like 205 Live isn't going to die, because I feel like if it was going to die, they wouldn't have new superstars come in. But you never know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so 205 Live got us in a better mood. Let's talk about NWA Powerrr with 3 hours.
Which is great.
Into the fire! Into the fire! Into the fire!
Fantastic show. I gotta find my notes. This episode was called Twilight of Tim Storm.
I love that name. I love the name. I love how they name their episodes too.
Yeah. So we knew Tim Storm was going to have some type of big role on this show. We were just waiting for it. We had the commentary team of Jim Cornette and Joe Galley. We had reactions to episode 2, which we saw Wrestling with Regret make a.
That was great. I love seeing him. And you knew that was a Cornette call probably.
And there's another the big guy that does the guitar sit-in. I know I've seen him before. So. But yeah, it's cool.
I like him.
Joe Galley cut a promo, and basically he says that, I'm just trying to have journalistic integrity. He does apologize.
It comes off as such the biggest heel now. Talk about a freaking... Like, he looks like an asshole.
He says he's just trying to ask the good questions, but he says that tonight I'm going to interview Nick Aldis and Camille, and this time I'm just going to keep it strictly on who's going to wrestle and be his next challenge.
Good job breaking your word. You're an asshole.
Yeah. Then we had the intro again. It shows, Into
the fire.
It's new again because they added some stuff from the second episode in there. They do the typical introductions, but Eddie Kingston invades and basically is upset that he's upset.
My boys.
You want to talk about it because you love Eddie Kingston. So
Eddie Kingston basically just comes in and he's basically demanding that the Dawsons come out, because if they won't come out, we'll bring them out and we'll fuck them up and bleep out the F word. And I love Eddie Kingston. I want to see him and Scott Steiner in a promo battle. NWA, book it, please. Anyway, Continue from there. If there's anything I missed, that's the one thing that stuck out to me. Was how he's like...
he does say, too, he doesn't care.
Oh, he also says, I'm sorry, there's one thing. We ain't got nothing else. Wrestling's our livelihood. Wrestling is what made us. So if we don't even care about ourselves, what does that say for you two? And I'm like,
yeah, it's so good.
No.
Yep. Then we had the best Monty Bell.
Put these jobbers to rest.
Then we had the best Monty Bell match I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, what the hell?
It was only 2 and 3. It was only 2 3/4, but still, it's better than any other match.
It was better than the Mae Young Classic.
She wrestled Krista Rose. She won. I forget how, but she won.
She won. Squash match did its job.
Yep. Dave Marquez interviews the Dawsons. You want to talk about this? Because I know you don't like the Dawsons right now.
Fuck the Dawsons. You can talk about this. I don't even want to fucking give them the time of day. All I will say is they look like... I think they got fatter since last episode somehow. And I'm shocked because they're taped. Like, all consistently.
Maybe they had too much Kato in these episodes.
What, they visited over in Stanford and just ate the whole buffet? What happened in the last 2 minutes in this case?
Funny thing is too, maybe they're trying to get you to hate them more than you hate Cassius Ohno right now. So
For me, it's still go away Heat. So
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever you want to say about him.
they basically they kind of say the same thing you said, except they're not giving Eddie Kingston and Homicide the time of day, pretty much. So,
We are bullshit. We are bullshit. I don't know what Cornette sees in them, honest to God, because I see nothing in these fucking fat slobs.
yeah, that's flat.
Honest to God, I'm sorry. I just don't see a damn thing. And I know that sounds mean, but it's like, come on. Like,
Yep.
you could even tell in the ring, these guys are green as goose shit. Like, they're not ready, not even for a YouTube show, never mind primetime television, which is what they're trying to emulate.
Then we had the NWA pay-per-view ad. I'm excited about that one.
Into the fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
We had a vignette for Thunder Rosa, who's coming in NWA. It's basically Darby Allin's gimmick. This could be Darby.
I thought it was Rosemary for a minute. Am I the only one?
No, I didn't, but yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see him.
Yeah, I am too. Can't wait.
Her and Darby Allin to be a couple now, because they have the same gimmick. So
God damn it.
can you imagine them on a date, Darby Allin and Thunder Rosa? What they talk about? Imagine what they would talk about. Darby Allin
I fucked my head up doing half pipes.
Yeah.
I got my arm broken by some bitch on live TV.
Darby
Wanna
Allin
be
would-
friends? Sure. Want
Darby
to
Allin
date?
talk about-
Sure. Hey, guess what? What? Gets a shell from the frickin' beach. Marry me. Okay.
Darby Allin would talk about how he doesn't sleep because his head's on fire every night.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah? I didn't see it.
Then we had Joe Galli was going to attempt to interview Tim Storm, but he gets interrupted. Aaron Rex comes out and invades it, and this was awesome. So they basically did the WWE where they tried to bury him and dress up in all different costumes, but he actually didn't get buried. It actually made him in this segment.
Pretty much, because Colt is the best.
So he comes out.
Speaking of the fat jobber, fuck.
He's
I
coming
don't
later.
like this guy either way.
He's coming later, but
Well, no, this guy currently, like with Colt, whoever he is.
yeah, but he's not out there right now. It's Aaron
Oh,
Steve.
we'll get to him. Okay.
Yeah, but Aaron Steve.
Hey, Aaron Stevens, who was like the funniest part of the show.
So he comes out and he's dressed up like a pirate, pretty much, from the Pirates of the Caribbean. He pretty much says he tells them not to make eye contact with him. And you know, he says that I don't care about Tim Storm right now. What was weird about this is he mentions he was supposed to have like a tag team match with the Dawsons, but I think he said I'm not really interested in that. He talks about how he's the greatest actor in all of professional wrestling, and he recently made a movie. But every time the fans would say something, he was like, "We have an hour show. I can wait all day if I have to." It was pretty damn great. And then he says silence. And we see like the trailer for his new movie coming up, and this
is such a skit, and if this is real, I'm totally buying a ticket to see it.
He even says it's coming out on Blu-ray, DVD, and like somewhere else in like VHS.
Am I the only one that feels like it's just basically a one giant rib on WWE, this show?
Kinda.
Like, because that's what this feels like. He's ribbing on the whole Damien Mizdow gimmick already. Like, fuck's sake.
And yeah, then he basically says that's it. He just leaves. I loved it.
It was fun. It was a fun segment by Aaron the Idol Stevens.
Yep. Then we had Caleb Conley versus Dan Parker. Good stuff. Dan Parker looked good. Caleb Conley wins with a moonsault. So there you go.
Salt after moonsault.
3 stars.
It was good.
Then Joe Galli interviews Tim Storm. You want to talk about this?
Well, give me a minute because my fucking phone charge is deciding to be an absolute bell end.
All right, I'll talk about it then.
Yeah.
he kind of doesn't really know where his career is going to take him now, considering the fact that he can never challenge for the world's title again, which makes sense because that's basically the only reason you go to a wrestling promotion is to win the world championship. So I kind of like that. He doesn't really know what's next for him. But then Eli Drake comes out, and I'm thinking he's going to heal this guy. But that's not what happens. He actually comes out.
He's the biggest babyface right now.
He comes out and he says, like, there's not just the world's championship. You want to make Mama proud? Let's go for the tag titles and let's face the Dawsons on the show. And he says, I have to think about it. But I really like this. What I really liked about it was I was questioning, is Eli Drake just going to turn heel on the end of the show and beat the crap out of Tim Storm? But that's not what happens. We'll get to what actually happens. But still, I loved all of this. It was great.
Yeah, I love this segment.
Then we had the spiritual advisor ad, where basically it just makes it look like you have hair, but it's like invisible. So Simon Miller should buy this right now because he'd have hair again. It was weird. Since you hated this so much and you hate this guy, why don't you talk about an apology by Josephus, the fat jobber?
He should join up with the Dawsons. Fuck this dude. I don't see anything in him. I don't even see, like, Heat Magnet with him. I'm sorry, I just don't. Like, you got guys that, like, and here's the problem. I know what the NWA is going to do. The real heel should be Eli Drake. These fucking fat slobs are not going to cut it for me. I'm sorry.
No.
I get it. You're trying to be old school, but you can adopt some new school traits and adopt them being old school-ish heels. Ric Flair, for the love of God, was never like the typical burly heel prototype, and he became like one of the best fucking stars in the history of the business.
Yep.
I don't see that in the Dawsons, and I don't see that in Josephus. Josephus looked like a fucking geek here because, and even more so. So there was actually a big problem I have with this, actually, because Colt Cabana comes out, and as funny as he was, because he comes out, he's like, I'm Jim Storm, haha, and, you know, with a fucking cowboy hat and all this stuff, and all of a sudden, Josephus is, like, giving him shit. I don't know why, and why even Colt's a part of this, and then all of a sudden, he just throws medical powder in his eyes, which Jim freaking sells like a maniac. Then Storm comes out and super kicks Josephus, thank God. But then he's about to kick Colt, and then Ken Anderson comes out and pulls him out of the ring, and then Storm just has this stern face the entire time this is happening. I love James Storm. Did I mention he's great?
Yeah, and Colt Cabana here.
Yeah, that's the whole segment. I don't get it.
I
don't get Josephus,
yeah,
but
I like the
everybody else was great.
Yeah.
But I will say that Josephus looked like even more of a geek than he would have anyway. Maybe that's the point, but fuck, he looked really.
Then the segment was like a thumbs in the middle just because of James Storm and Colt Cabana alone.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Joe Galli interviews Nick Aldis and Camille. This time, Nick Aldis talks about how there's so many great competitors that could go for his world championship, and he's like listing them off. And I like how someone did scream Josephus. He's like, not quite. That was quite good.
I love that. Thank you, Christ.
But then he kind of heals out by saying, no one in this promotion is good enough to take this title from me. Maybe someone outside the promotion. Because if you remember, it's technically someone not in NWA that beat him for the world's championship. So,
Hi, Cody.
Yep. Then Joe Galli.
I know this is a long shot, and it would never happen in a million years. But could you imagine if Kenny Omega beat Nick Aldis and showed up with the belt to fight Cornette?
Yep.
I love Cornette and I love Omega, but I can't lie, it would be fucking sight to behold.
No, I got a better one. Joey Janela beating him from the belt.
No, it's got to be Kenny. It's got to be.
He hates Kenny more.
No, he definitely hates a lot more people more than Kenny Omega, but he still hates Kenny Omega enough to the point where it would be different.
You know what?
That would get eyes on NWA.
AEW too should like have Nick Aldis do it on their show too.
I'm sorry. I do like Powerrr. I actually really like Powerrr. But yeah, no, it was who knows? Maybe he'll lose it to it'll turn out to be Brian Cage. I would love to see Brian Cage in NWA, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue. We'll talk about Brian Cage later.
Well, let's continue. Then Joe Galley lied to everyone. He says, "I gotta ask, what's going on with you?"
Way to keep your word, jackass.
And Nick Aldis says, "As you saw last week, I'm not keeping Camille from talking." Now, I'm assuming it's gonna come out later. We're gonna find out that really is the case. Like Camille is.
I think Camille's just doing it to fuck with Galley, but that is just me.
Yeah.
Again, he looks like a douche.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Still, this was a great segment.
You know what? Here's the thing. What if she can't speak?
Well, she's deaf.
Well, no. Wait, is she?
I said, what if she is?
Well, what I'm saying is, not she could read lips, but what if like she couldn't actually speak because she has no voice?
Yeah.
Just saying, Joe.
Can you imagine that's the storyline?
Trying to look like a fucking prick.
Can you imagine that's the storyline reason we find out like later on too?
Oh my god, that would be a mind fuck for Joe Galley.
How Joe Galley would feel then? Like,
oh, he'd feel awful.
I feel like that's the direction they should just go now. Just do it.
Anyway, next.
Still a great segment though, because Nick Aldis is awesome, and it was
Nick Aldis is always great.
Who's the Mark? This was a weird ad. That was cringe.
Yeah, no, just skip this.
Then we had Eli Drake and Tim Storm versus the Dawsons. He actually does come out and have the match, and it's quite good because Eli Drake and Tim Storm are good wrestlers, so they carried this match. Let's be honest, they did.
Yes, they did.
But they have a miscommunication. Eli Drake goes shoulder first into the post, and Tim Storm takes the Enzuigiri power slam combination for the win.
Boo.
Then the Dawsons continuously beat Tim Storm until the Outliers or the Outlaws. I forget what their names, but
they're the Outlaws.
The Outlaws come out and chase off the Dawsons, and then Eli Drake and Nick Aldis come out to check on Tim Storm. Now this actually makes sense because Nick Aldis talked about how much he respected Tim Storm. But I thought they were going to do the Eli Drake heel turn here. Maybe they should have, but maybe we want to save that for a future show. I'd be alright with that.
Slow build, slow burn.
Yeah. This was still an awesome episode of NWA Powerrr.
Thumbs up. 95 out of 100. A.
Yes. Now let's do Impact. We're in a better mood now to do Impact. So
okay, fair enough. So we'll do Impact and then we'll leave Dark for last.
Let's talk about Impact. So I'm gonna, like I said, my first Impact I think in a couple years.
Yeah. So the show made me excited to watch it on Access. That being said, fuck.
It was okay. It was. I've seen worse wrestling shows this year.
Well, there was. I actually really enjoyed the pay-per-view. I don't know what it was, but
yeah, I thought it was okay.
Other than the Battle Royal, which even that had its fun moments, or whatever the fuck it is, and the whole intergender shit, there was still like that whole card was pretty entertaining. I even enjoyed Ken Shamrock and Moose.
All right, so that's one we have different. But yeah, let's talk.
Well, I mean, I was scared for Ken's life because if Moose wasn't in the right position, he would have died. But
well, let's talk.
You know,
let's talk about the show. Let's go through it. It's the first Impact show. I mean, I guess for me, it's just sad because like Impact, we've seen how Impact was before. Now it's kind of become a little bit of an indie fed, and it's just sad for me to see that because I've seen what Impact was like before. Where it was the #2 promotion in all of professional wrestling. So I don't
care. It's not even TNA anymore. TNA is gone. Impact is like, I know it's like a spawn of TNA, but at this point it's like a whole different company. That's how I look at it anyway.
Let's talk about this show. Yeah, we should talk about. We should just immediately start with a rant. They advertised a 6-man tag, and they never did it.
I think there was injuries or something that prevented that from happening. So they did a. Oh wait, no. So yeah, there was Fight TV issues.
We'll get to that in a second. Like literally a second. We had the commentary team of Don Callis and Josh Matthews. It's quite good commentary team.
I don't like Dom. I like Josh, but not Dom.
Yeah, he sounds so robotic.
Oh my god, he sounds worse than Michael Cole. Everybody that wants to give Michael Cole shit, listen to this fucking guy and tell me that does not sound like a fucking robot to you reading off a script or a teleprompter.
We had the intro. The intro was awesome. It was the song they used was "Lonely Man," but I really like the intro. It felt cool.
Thumbs up. Did good shit.
Then we had the Call Your Shot Gauntlet match.
Oh, fuck.
And I lost the stream. I bought the show, by the way, for $33, and I lost the stream right away. And I didn't get it back for like, I think 5 minutes.
I'll tell you, you didn't miss much. You probably missed the dick guy.
Oh, I saw that. I'll get to that.
Fuck.
I'm going to talk about it too, because I never talked about it before, really. So, but I'll just go through real quick the competitors that were in it, just to save time. So the competitors that were in the Call Your Shot Gauntlet were Eddie Edwards. He started at number 1. Number 2 was Adam Thurnstrow. Number 3 was Luster the Legend. Number 4 was Cousin Jake. Number 5 was Rohit Raju. Number 6 was Joey Ryan. We'll get to him in a second. Number 7 was Jessica Havoc. Number 8 was Rosemary. Number 9 was Madman Fulton. Number 10 was Cody Deaner. Number 11 was Johnny Swinner. Number 12 was Jordan Grace. Number 13 was Swaggle. Number 14 was Carrie Hogan. Number 15 was Rajsen. Number 16 was Tommy Dreamer. Number 17 was Kylie Ray. First time I've seen her back in a wrestling ring since Double or Nothing. 18 was Fala Ba. And 19 was Sabu. And 20 was Mahabali Shira. Yeah, let's talk. So yeah, we'll just say Fight TV is going to fix those streaming issues, because that was ridiculous.
Like, yeah, no. And this is not the first time either. They've done this with New Japan shows and other wrestling events. It's strictly a Fight TV problem. Like, what the fuck? Like, I think this is like the 4th event now in this year that they've had these issues. Like, come on, you're better than this.
Did I miss anything prior to the Joey Ryan thing that's worth talking about?
Not really. It was your standard battle royal. We're not going to go over spot for spot.
Yeah.
Kylie Ray returned. It's good to see her back. Thank God she's back.
Yep.
Fuck Joey Ryan.
Yep.
Oh my God. And it's even worse because, like, how many people were on the dick train?
Eddie Edwards willingly took it too. Like, what was that?
Fuck me. Like, okay. This is the one point I agree with Jim Cornette on. I can understand the play kick shit when it comes to Orange Cassidy, because at least the guy can go, and at least the whole gimmick is he's supposed to be lazy and shit. Now, comparing him to Ricky Morton is dumb, but other than that, I can see a place for Orange Cassidy in wrestling. I can see a place for Omega in wrestling. I can see a lot of places that a lot of people, Jim Cornette, dislikes to be a part of wrestling. This guy's not one of them.
Yeah.
This guy is a fucking mockery of this business. And I never, ever wanted to see him on any wrestling brand. And now, every time he comes on, I have to shut off the TV just to show my displeasure. And then turn it back when he's off. Because I enjoyed the rest of the show, other than the few intergender matches, which I didn't really care for. But at least they were entertaining still. I can enjoy that, even if it's I guess, in a match pace setting.
This was stupid.
This guy can't fucking work.
No.
Literally. The only thing that's keeping this guy alive in this industry is his fucking cock.
Yep.
Where have we gone wrong in wrestling where a dude's dick gets over more than the dude's wrestling ability and promo ability?
Can you imagine?
He has neither of those.
Can you imagine? By the way, we showed someone this that doesn't or hasn't watched wrestling for years. They would look at us like, "Look."
I'd be embarrassed, and I'd have every fucking right to be embarrassed.
I'd have a right to be made fun of for watching professional wrestling.
I'd be gay. I'd be called home. Look. It's 2019. And that's fine. If you're gay, that's great. I don't have a problem with it. But when I'm a straight man and I watch this shit and you see a dude do a dick spot and then you have fucking people call me gay, guess what? I'm not gay. This guy is. I ain't.
Funny thing is, this is coming from a guy, too, that actually found that, like, Invisible Man versus Invisible Man match somewhat entertaining. Because I didn't go into it trying to take it seriously. This is just a joke.
You're making like a mockery of moves and shit. And it's like, it's fine. I've even said, like, Joey Ryan could do what he's doing outside of American television. But here he is an Impact. Why? Why sign a guy like that?
It gets worse because he took the atomic drop and doesn't sell it when he doesn't even know, like, it doesn't affect your crotch, it affects your knees. Like, it's ridiculous.
Fuck me. It's so... This guy has no psychology. He's just a mockery, man.
But then, yeah, we got to see, like, even Swoggle. Swoggle has a role in the business.
He
looked good, actually.
He was actually, he improved somehow.
Kylie Ray, it was good to see her.
He's been traded with Superhuman.
Kylie Ray, it's good to see her. You know, good to see, like, everything, that she's okay, and, it's happy to see her. Now, Vito, don't present information that you don't have the full information on, because you did the same, because you're trying to say the thing about Chris Jericho.
Oh, fuck it, yeah, fuck off.
And no one, because, you know,
an idiot.
Yeah, that was,
you're actually an idiot.
Sabu looked good. He did some stuff with the steel chair. It's crazy Sabu's still alive.
I'm shocked that he's still even breathing after all the punishment he's taken.
But then Madman Fulton, he looked good. I liked it. He looked like a badass. It came down to him.
He looked great.
Eddie Edwards and, what's his name? Mahabla Shira.
Yeah.
Madman Fulton gets eliminated, so he gets mad and choke slams Edwards on the apron, and now it's just a typical one-on-one wrestling match at this point, and then Eddie Edwards wins with the Boston Knee Party.
Going the distance.
Yep. Which I was fine with. It's fine with Eddie Edwards winning. With the way that I would have had the main event finished differently, which we'll get into that, if Eddie Edwards was going to win the Battle Royal, but we'll get into that in a second.
I wouldn't, and I'll explain why.
The match, though, was good. 3 stars, I guess. I mean, I missed most of it, but I was the only, so I'm giving it 3 just to be generous, because Fight TV shouldn't have to have Impact suffer. So
I'm gonna just give it. I give it a 3 just because of Ryan. Like, it would have been a 4, but I didn't dimming it down a star because of that fucker.
Then we had the Impact Knockouts Championship. Impact Knockouts Champion Taya Valkyrie with Johnny E. Bravo versus...
What a fucking match this was.
Pretty damn good, yeah. I thought it was pretty good.
I really like this Knockouts title match. Tennille Dashwood, holy shit. Does she look alive here, by the way?
Yep.
Holy hell, it looks like she's got her passion back. And she had a hell of a match with Dashwood.
Johnny Bravo, I really liked how he came up with a dog, and they called the dog Mundo, referencing, Mundo leave at Impact, and since she's, his wife's in this match, so that was pretty damn funny.
I like that.
But Taya Valkyrie gets the advantage early. Anytime Tennille Dash would try to get any momentum, she would immediately get cut off either by Taya Valkyrie or distracted John E. Bravo. Tennille Dash finally made a comeback. She hit the high crossbody, like in the corner. She hit the tarantula. She hit the running Shining Wizard, but doesn't get the win.
Yeah, it's not the shiniest wizard.
because Johnny Bravo distracts the ref. Tyler Valkyrie does a pretty crappy package power driver on the apron. Looked pretty damn crap.
Yeah, that's about the only bad thing in this match, probably.
And then, eventually she tries to use a chain because Johnny Bravo's distracting the ref. Tenel Dashwood ducks, but still loses with the cross-face chicken face slam, which is a finish. I forget the name of it. But it's pretty good. I gave it 3 1/4. I thought it was a pretty damn good.
3 1/4. This was great. I enjoyed this. I wish this was the opener than what we got.
Yeah. Then Rhino and Rob Van Dam are backstage. They talk about how they're going to win the tag team championships, even though the North has been trying to pit Rob Van Dam and Rhino against Rich Swann and Willie Mack.
This was the shocker of the night, and we're going to get to it in a minute.
Then we had the Impact Tag Team Championship match. Impact Tag Team Champions, the North versus Rob Van Dam and Rhino versus Rich Swann and Willie Mack. The reason this match is happening is because the North, had won the tag titles. I like how they're kind of reverse heels, where they talk about how they care about doing things the right way, but they really don't. And they're also heels because they kicked LAX out of Impact Wrestling. So there
you go. And by the way, talk about Willie Mack and Rich Swann. Before we even get to it, I'm going to tell this story real quick before we continue. I heard the greatest shoot last night.
Okay.
And it was by MJF. So he was in character, but this was legitimately a story because for some reason I could tell when something was legit. So he just got done with a House of Hardcore show for Tommy Dreamer. He had a triple threat match. He goes back into the curtain, and there's a there's biker gang that's acts as security for the night, right? And so Robbie E, who's also there at the event, is getting friendly with the bikers, and MJF was initially nervous at first, but he's like, oh, maybe these guys aren't so bad. So he's taking drinks, and then Kenny Dykstra, after the bikers leave, was like, or somebody in the group was like, hey, you know what we should do? We should go to the bikers clubhouse. And MJF was like, I ain't trying to die. I ain't trying to die at all. And then the wrestlers are just like, no, it'll be fine. So he's trying to tiptoe out of the room, and as everybody's leaving, he's like, Kenny Dykstra just looks at him, and he's like, yo, kid, where you going? Well, Kenny, I'm just going to hit the hay, no, you're not. Throws the keys at him. He catches. You're driving. Great. So they're driving to the clubhouse, and he's having a fucking anxiety attack, and the wrestlers get patted down, and then all of a sudden the guy goes, it's the wrestlers from the bar, it's the wrestlers from HOH, and they start hugging him and everybody. They bring him upstairs. MJF and Willie Mack. This is why I said I wanted to bring this up now, because it involves Willie Mack in this match. They go into the bar they go into the bar stool, and they're having a conversation with the barkeep. And MJF is cool now. He's like, no anxiety. This is pretty cool. All right, nice. And then he looks over to his left, and there's a big-ass Nazi symbol. And him being a Jewish kid, he had to cover up his Star of David.
Yeah.
Because he has it tattooed on his arm, right? So he's like, I don't think they know I'm Jewish, but they damn well know Willie Mack is black. And then he just goes, Willie, what you want, fool? What you want? Willie, look over there. Stop kidding around, man. I'm having a good time. I'm like, great. And then on the corner of his right eye, a big fucking burly, scary-looking biker comes up, like right behind Willie Mack, and he just mouths to the barkeep, what the fuck is he doing here? And the barkeep's just like, don't worry about it. Because he was chill about it. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But that was enough for MJF to be like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta get the fuck out of here now. So he goes to Kenny Dykstra, and he's like, hey, Kenny! I'm glad you brought me out here. I really appreciate it. Maybe it's time we should go. Oh, don't be such a party pooper, man. We're gonna stay here all night. Kenny, we should go right now. Mike Mondo goes, yeah, man, I'm pretty tired. And by the way, Mike Mondo and Kenny Dykstra are part of the Spirit Squad. Mike Mondo's like, yeah, I'm pretty tired. MJF's inner monologue. Thank God. And they're all getting in the cars and they're leaving. And MJF is like, it's time to leave. And he's backing up. And then all of a sudden, one of the big Nazi bikers has him roll down the window and he's like, okay, just so you know, do not text and drive while you're pulling out of here. Because the last time somebody got pulled over by the cops, they ended up getting a ticket. And they ended up finding our clubhouse. And we had to change locations. And MJF's like, yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, you're the best. And so they go out, they get back to the hotel room. MJF's like sobbing. I don't know if it's real or not, but this is totally something I see him doing where he's kissing the ground and crying because he's like, oh my God, we almost died. And then he just sees Willie Mack doing the same thing. He's like, Willie, what the hell happened to you? And he's like, man, did you not see that big ass Nazi symbol? And he's like, and that was his night. This is the greatest shoot story I've ever heard. I don't care if it's real or not by MJF. It's the greatest thing I've ever freaking heard in my life. It's on the Steve Austin show. Check it out. It's amazing.
We're going to have to check that out, yeah.
That was hysterical. I didn't know that even. I don't know if it was real, but if it was, even if it wasn't, nobody's going to be able to top that shoot story. Even if it's fake. No one could top that. Like literally no one. I laugh. I didn't know whether to laugh or be horrified.
I know.
I was so conflicted.
So then, we have this match, triple threat tag title match.
Yes,
Obviously, you know my typical rant with all triple threat tag team championship matches should be tornado tag. I actually thought it was gonna be because Josh Matthews said those were the rules, but then it wasn't, so I was disappointed. So Josh Matthews, we could say, doesn't even know the rules.
Willie Mack and Rich Swann are a great team. Just want to point that out. They have a lot of great tag maneuvers. And so are the
North.
The North. They're a great tag team, too.
Ethan Page.
So I hope that's a tag team program going forward.
Ethan Page, and what's the other guy's name? I forget.
Ethan Page. I forget the other guy's name, too, to be honest.
Hold on. This is what we have the internet for.
Yes, it is.
Josh Alexander. Wait, what?
Josh Alexander, right.
Wasn't he just on, wasn't Josh Alexander just on 205?
He might have been. I don't know.
Let me look.
But anyway.
It
doesn't even matter. Point is, there was a lot of high spots in this match.
Yep.
If you want to see great six-man tag team action, this is the match for you. At one point, Willie Mack does a 6-star frog splash because, get it, he's fat. And
he's like in shock about this because it's his thing.
Yeah.
Do you think Dave Meltzer would give that 6 stars if it happened in Japan?
No, but according to No DQ, he'd give his own version 6 stars. Ask Aaron Rift.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. That's a legit thing.
But then Rob Van Dam and Rhino really work well together. Because they've teamed together before. Rich Swann and Willie Mack hit the neck breaker fireman's carry combination, which was cool. The North hit a spine buster penalty kick combination. But eventually, Rob Van Dam and Rhino are on a roll. Rhino goes for the gore, and Rob Van Dam turns heel out of nowhere and attacks Rhino.
And by the way, I don't know why he turned heel. I hope it's a good reason, but I can tell you it worked because that crowd booed him out of the fucking building. He turned into the biggest heel in one night. Roll with it, man.
Yep.
Roll with it. Like, this might rejuvenate Robin. He was already great anyway. He's already a bona fide legend. For him to turn heel like this is nuts to me. And he got the biggest heat out of anybody on the show.
And then the North hit the their double team finisher, which I don't remember what it is now because it's been a few days since I've seen this match. But
it's whatever. You get the point. They hit their double team maneuver after on a prone Rhino for the W.
No, Rich Swann.
I'm sorry, Rich Swann. It was a couple days since I watched it.
The best part about this was Rich Swann too. He takes this backdrop and he like lands face first, and he sold that excellent.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But at first I didn't like. At first I didn't like this because it's Impact going back to the '90s with the ECW feud. But this might work.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, but yeah. At first I didn't really care for this because Rob Van Dam. It's going back to the ECW of the late '90s. But this might work. I'm kind of interested to see Rob Van Dam and Rhino have a program. This match though was very good. Gave it 3 3/4. So there's that. Then we had my favorite match on the entire show, which was awesome. It was Michael Elgin versus Maru Fuji. The whole backstory and the reason that this match is happening is because Michael Elgin had been destroying people since he had come to Impact Wrestling, and he knew that Maru Fuji was going to be on Impact Wrestling, so he wanted him to feel his wrath, so it led to this match. Michael Elgin and Maru Fuji just put on a banger of a match.
This was awesome. I love this match.
What's your star rating to the tag title match before we continue?
Oh, is it a star rating? I'd say 4-star. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I give it 3 3/4. It was very good stuff. But then we had, like I said, my match of the night, Michael Elgin and Maru Fuji.
This was great. This was like 4 3/4 for me. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Like, probably more than I should. I don't know what it was, but it was like great.
Maru Fuji hits a suicide dive, and he just puts on a strand of moves together. Like he hit like a sliced bread number 2, running knee to the head. He was just Michael Elgin was like struggling for like 3 minutes to get a move on this guy. Like it was insane.
Yeah, this guy was super fast. I love it.
And then Michael Elgin he puts his power moves together. He hits a torture rack neck break or a power bomb.
It was honest to God the perfect matchup of speed versus power.
Yeah. And Michael Elgin wins, which makes sense because he's going to be in Impact longer. And this is what I like. This shows that Impact's changing because the old Impact would have put over Maru Fuji and nobody would have gotten over. But they did good business. It's proud of them.
They got both guys over and got the proper guy with the W.
Yeah.
That's what they did here. Fuji, whatever his name is, looked like a fucking star after even taking the loss to Michael Elgin. Took a lot to pin him down.
Yeah, 4 3/4. It was great stuff. Fantastic. Then backstage it shows Ashley Edwards, who we've seen before, and
Alicia Edwards for some reason. It's Alicia Edwards.
And
I should know. I have a poster of her that's signed.
Ace Austin comes up backstage and hits on her, so we know where probably this is going to set up now. It was kind of cringy. It's kind of bad.
Great.
Then we had the ladder match for the X Division Championship.
All right, so I don't like intergender. I'm sorry, I don't. If I was not comfortable with Vince doing it to Stephanie, I'm not comfortable with it. And I'm going to talk about this too. I saw the Sami Callihan match with Tessa. As good as a match as it was work-wise, something still uncomfortable with me with a man hitting a woman in any way and beating the shit out of her. I don't like it. You ain't going to see me hit a woman even if it's a work shoot, or whatever the fuck. So, no. Not for this. It's just not for it. That being said, though, Tessa Blanchard might be the best women's wrestler of all time. I don't even think it's close.
Yeah. So
honest to God, like this, she wrestled like she had a fucking death wish here, and it shouldn't shock you because she's the freaking daughter of Tully Blanchard and stepdaughter of freaking Magnum TA.
We had the X Division Championship match. It was Jake Christ, right? Jake Christ.
Jake Christ.
Well, freaking, I didn't know because Google sucks and corrected it to James Christ. So, the hell. Right. Versus Ace Austin versus Tessa Blanchard versus AC Romero. Remember
Yay,
him?
Big Chungus.
Versus Daga.
The weirdest name ever. Next, continue as we
Awesome
talk about
stuff.
this.
This was awesome stuff.
Yeah, this ladder match was
Ace
a lot
Romero
of fun,
actually-
despite the whole intergender shit.
Ace Romero actually he fell off. He got tipped over in the ladder through a table. I did not expect him, of all people, to take that spot. That was
Jesus
insane.
Christ. Like we can break this down spot for spot. Honestly, if you can get past the whole gender thing, which I had to like force myself, it's a car crash, but it's a fun car crash. Go watch this. This was fun. This was a lot of fun.
However, I don't like the finish. So Tessa Blanchard's fighting everybody off. She's fighting off basically everybody. And
Yeah. The finish can go fuck off. It should have been Tessa that won.
Tessa Blanchard, you would have thought, because she's been built up so well. But then Ace Austin comes in out of nowhere and hits her with a stick, and wins. It's like, what the hell?
I'm not a fan of that. I think Tessa should have just won.
If you
outright, to be
Now, I
honest.
get it. You want to set up a feud maybe between Eddie Edwards and Ace Austin, but just give Tessa a moment, and then if you want to put the pelt on Ace Austin, then you can do it. But the Tessa should have had this moment here. That was bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
But 1.25 stars.
If you're gonna put her in this belt match, have her win the championship. You know, like the girl's taking a beating. It's already uncomfortable enough for her to take the beating and not even win.
Yeah.
You know, it was just a bit much to me. It was a bit much to me in the Sami Callihan match. Then that had nothing on the line, but at least here you could justify it by having her win the belt and, against all odds.
I give it 4.25 just because of the finish alone.
Yeah, 4.25 was a good mark. And it was still a great match.
Moose gets interviewed, and him and his trainer, Frank Tigg, make fun of Ken Shamrock, saying, he's old, he's not going to be able to go with us. I don't get why Moose is a heel. Doesn't really work for me.
Yeah, I don't either. I enjoyed the match.
I'm surprised. I did not.
I don't know what it was, but it felt like a struggle. That's what it was. Maybe because it was a struggle for some people to even get through, but for me, it was like an actual struggle. Like it was like Ken knows he's very he's not necessarily in his prime, so he wanted to make it look like a struggle, which I thought he did fairly well in doing. It wasn't like the greatest match compared to all the other matches we saw, but I thought for what it was fine. It didn't offend me. Like a lot of other people took umbrage to this freaking match, and I'm like,
I did not like it
I
because
didn't mind it.
It was just slow. It was boring. And I didn't like that Moose had to do so much just to get the win on him. Like, Moose should have beat him clean in the middle of the ring.
The one thing that freaked me out, never do a diving plancha again, Ken. What the hell are you thinking?
I hope this is the last match of Ken Shamrock because he just looks old.
Yeah, he does.
I give it 1.
I think this is like a one-off anyway, though.
I give it a 1 star. I did not like this match.
I give it like a 2.5. I didn't mind it.
Then we had the ad for the next Shoot to Kill pay-per-view ad. Then we had the main event, which was a no disqualification.
Yeah, I love this main event. Now, here's what I'm going to do, because I know you didn't like who won, and you just talked about the X Division title.
Okay.
So that solves that problem now, correct? Eddie Edwards will now be taking on Ace Austin?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that in that case, no reason that Callahan needed the belt. I mean, he's a heat magnet. He's a heat magnet already. He literally will be over no matter what. You don't even need to put the title on him. Brian Cage, though, if you want somebody different, that guy's fucking different. He's the total package, which has been missing in wrestling. I don't even know how long. The guy's massive. The dude's athletic. I've always been the biggest Brian Cage supporter, and this match fucking proved it here, because this is a 5-star. I loved this match. This match was like the best. This was the best match of the freaking show. I loved it because Brian Cage is a freaking tank. He's an absolute tank. He could do it all, and he could talk on the mic to boot. this guy is legitimately the total package. I said he was the next Brock Lesnar, and they're fucking capitalizing on it. If no one else will, at least Impact will. I thought they had an excellent main event to close out this show here. I thought it was fucking great.
I give it 4, just cut to the finish.
I mind the finish. I like the fact that, you know, a finisher ended the match. You know,
he no-sold though, getting pile driven through thumbtacks, like in the thumbtacks.
Okay.
Like,
yes. However, here is my excuse to that. It wasn't like Wyatt where he no-sold everything. He no-sold one thing. And it's because he's Brian fucking Cage. You know what I mean here. Because you've seen him in Lucha Underground. This guy is a fucking monster. He just is. Look at the dude. Look at him.
He is a monster.
He's a meat. He's a big meatsicle. Okay? Fucking gigantic. Of course he's gonna no-sell. He ain't gonna fuck. All that's gonna do is hype him up. I can believe that. I wouldn't want to fuck with him. I don't want to put that dude through thumbtacks. He might come after me. Fuck that. I'm running for the hills. I'm running for Beverly Hills.
I thought they should have gone with Callahan just because he had done so much to get to this title. He's one of the most talked about things out of Impact because of everything he's done with the Agenda match, ripping off Pentagon Jr.'s mask. I think they should have gone with Sami Callahan. But the promo that he cuts, though, like in the video package, too, was just quite awesome. Like, where he's...
no doubt about it. But still, I don't think you need to yet. I don't think you need to. I know people are going to be like, you're crazy. Here's why. Because the first image you want to see is Brian Cage. The next image you want to see is Sami Callahan. It's not to say I don't think Sami Callahan will get his belt. And again, I maintain my point. I don't think he needs it. He's that fucking over. He literally doesn't even need a title. But, you know, it'd be great for him to have one. What I'm saying is they're probably going to save that for another event as they're going into this new era for Impact. Brian Cage is the total package. You want a total package guy as your champion. And I ain't saying that Sami can't be champion, but I don't think Sami should be the first champion on the Access era, if you get what I'm saying.
There you go.
That's what I'm thinking. That's my logic. Otherwise, I'd be totally with you. I'd be like, you know, Sami should have gotten the belt. But I think Sami's time is coming. I just don't think it's going to be here. I think it's going to be either on a future Access show or it's going to be on another pay-per-view. Or eventually
that was Impact Bound for Glory. Okay show. I give it a C+, a 77 out of 100. I feel like, you know, had they put the belt on Tessa Blanchard, the Battle Royal with Joey Wine.
Yeah, fuck that.
Don Callis' commentary throughout the show was pretty bad. So, in fact, but I'm not.
I rate it like an 84 out of 100.
I give it a 77 out of 100. Plus and obviously too, because I didn't care for Moose versus Ken Shamrock. So
is that like an 81.5 out of 100 or whatever?
Probably. John's not here, so I wouldn't know.
Well, there you go. That's what we'll go with.
Sure. And then
now we get the final show.
The best show, probably.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely the best show.
AEW Dark, Episode 3, which is called Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We had the host, Tony Schiavone.
And guest commentator Taz, yay!
With Excalibur. That commentator is awesome. Taz hasn't lost a step, too.
No, he's not. Got a little stuttery. That's about it.
But he hasn't done...
Otherwise, love Taz. Love to hear him again. I actually got retweeted by him, and I'm actually going to tweet him after we get done with this. And I'm like, it was great to hear you on Dark. Hopefully we can hear you more often, because I miss Taz. I don't know what it is, but I miss hearing Taz. Just
and he isn't gonna.
He's a hype man on commentary. I love him.
Very good at play-by-play too. Honestly, too.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah, he's great. He did great here in the 3 matches on Dark.
First one was Brandon Cutler versus Joey Janela. Pretty good stuff. Joey Janela looked awesome in this match. He hit a
Brandon
suicide
Cutler
dive.
looked really good too. Brandon Cutler
Yeah.
actually looked a lot better in this match than he did against MJF on national TV.
Joey Janela ran around and went off the steps and did a lariat. That was cool. Brandon Cutler hit a really cool springboard, like double stomp right across Joey Janela's back. Then Joey Janela hit the superplex, or the avalanche brainbuster, and actually got the win, which was pretty cool. And I actually like this. This shows Joey Janela is not just a hardcore wrestler. It actually shows he can go in between the ropes if he wants to. Pretty good stuff. I give it 3.25 stars. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, it was great. I love this match.
Then we had a new segment, I guess they started. They did it last week, but I didn't see it last week because I was there. But this week I saw it. It was from undesirable to undeniable. QT Marshall. If you don't know who QT Marshall is, he's somebody that wrestled in ROH for years, but he got a lot of hate because he wrestled too early. He broke his neck in ROH, and he tried to, after he left, make like a movie so that WWE would sign him, but because Vince is a prick, he didn't sign him. I mean, I don't know if I guess I can't call Vince a prick on that one because I don't even know if he saw the movie, but I'm assuming someone in WWE saw it and like
Vince didn't give it a time of day.
Yeah. Then Cody signed up and he did All In, and then now he's working backstage at AEW.
And now he's gonna be making his on-screen debut, from what I hear, on Dark next week.
Which I'm excited about. And so it's like you're building to future Dark episodes. Main event, take notes.
Yeah. Right?
And I like it too. He even talks about the time where he felt desirable and then felt undeniable, which is pretty goddamn cool. This is a nice concept. You're getting other people over and introducing your characters, which is something AEW does very well. They probably do the best out of anybody. The only one that rivals it is probably either NXT or NWA right now. So
yeah, legitimately.
Then we had the worst match of the night. It wasn't anything bad, just wasn't necessary.
It was pretty much a squash match for Nyla Rose. It was an over-glorified squash match. Librarians came out. Peter Avalon's a great heel on the mic.
He tried to get
apparently Leva Bates is the baby face librarian. Huh?
Peter Avalon tried to do the sports heat, but I think it didn't really work because I think this aired right after the main event, and the crowd.
The crowd were still booing though. He's still got a rise out of people.
Not booing as much as you would have thought though.
Yeah. But they did have a nice cool down squash match for Nyla Rose, and they did react for Nyla Rose pretty big.
She destroys Leva Bates and wins.
Yep.
2 and 3/4.
That 2.5.
I give it 2 and 3. I give it 2 3/4.
There you go.
The Dark Order have a vignette. I hope they don't win this week because I don't really want them to beat SCU, but that's just me.
I kind of want I know a lot of people like it's too predictable, but I kind of want to see an SCU versus Lucha Brothers match in the finals. I'm sorry, I really do now. They really sold me on that.
It won't make sense too if they don't do it kind of in a way too.
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody's like, well, what about Private Party? And I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, like
they already got over by beating one of the hottest teams in wrestling. All right, I'm coming down soon. All right, let's wrap this up because I do have to go and get some dinner.
Frankie Kazarian and Scorpio Sky get interviewed. They talk about winning and basically bury not SCU, Lucha Bros.
Yeah.
Pac gets interviewed. He cuts a hell of a promo. His face was busted open. He said,
"I love that. Yeah, you will regret ever betraying the bastard." And talked about all the times he helped, or what he perceives as helping Moxley when he didn't even ask for his help.
Yeah,
so that was awesome.
8-man tag. It was Private Party, T-Hawk, and Shima, who I didn't think we were ever going to see T-Hawk in AEW.
The Strong Hearts and Private Party versus the Rhodes Brothers and Young Bucks. This was
with Randy and
house show tag match. Absolutely fun house show tag match. MJF was also outside in Cody's corner and basically that whole team's corner, providing distractions when needed.
He teased like he was going to go for a dive, but it just flipped off the crowd.
I love that. He was great. This whole match is full of awesome spots.
Yeah.
We could call it all day, but one, we're running short on time because I gotta go eat dinner, and two, it's honestly something you legit have to go watch. There are so many fun spots in this that you literally have to see it for yourself to believe. The two spots we will cover: quadruple super kicked on everybody, and then a quadruple shattered dreams as MJF distracts the referee, Rick Knox, and then Dustin Rhodes hits his curtain call finisher for his first win, counted up for the W column in All Elite Wrestling. Awesome show.
A minus 90 out of 100.
Yeah, A minus 90 out of 100. Great show.
Speaking of counted it up, let's count up the win-loss record. So, yeah, like we said, well, Shima's 1-5, so he's getting into loser territory. That's not good.
T-Hawk is 1-1.
No, he's 0-2.
Is he?
Yeah, he didn't win.
Yeah, that's right. He lost.
Cody's 4-1. Cody's 4-1-1. So there you go. Dustin has 1-3, so he got his first win. We're all proud of Dustin. Leva Bates is like 0-3, I think, but I'll get Joey Janela has his first win now. He's 1-3.
There you go. Well, technically 1-0.
Well, no, Joey Janela is 1-3.
Well, actually 1-1, because those two unsanctioned matches don't count. Don't forget.
Yeah, but he's had he lost the 6-man at Fight for the Fallen. And
Right. Sorry, Durr.
Yeah.
Right.
Then, like I said, Leva Bates is 0-3, but I don't think she's ever winning. So, Mark Quinn's 2-4, and so it's his partner, Isaiah Cassidy. Matt Jackson and both Young Bucks are 4-3. So there you go. Nyla Rose is 2-3. So I'm proud of that.
There you go.
And that's it.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So let's wrap this up. You guys.
Brandon Cutler. Wait. I forgot Brandon Cutler's 0-2 now. No, 0-3. He's 0-3.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. You know what? I'll try to eat dinner as fast as I can, because I forgot what I said we were going to talk about the Hardys debacle and the New Japan news quick.
We can just do that. We'll do that in the next rundown Saturday because we'll have more time.
Okay. So, as usual, my announcement failed, but you'll get it next week. Anyway, let's wrap this show up then.
All right. So subscribe to my channels, this channel, Owen the Talkinator, and CM Brothers. And then best announcement, from this point going forward, you're going to see that the show is going to be recorded Saturdays.
And then uploaded Sundays, which you can find right here on this channel. You can also find me on youtube.com/user/JHEBERTSIDE95. That's also my Twitter handle, @JHebertside95. And check out Weymouth East Wrestling, youtube.com/user/WYW Pride. That is it for us. What a week of wrestling. And now that we know what the schedule is going to be like, it's going to be a lot smoother from here on out. Yeah. I'm going to get some dinner. Peace out.
Peace.
Typically, I would probably do an edit of a time warp, but at this point, I'm so shot editing this that I can't be asked to do that. So, right to the next segment of New Japan, which was recorded Friday. So, yay. Fuck Skype.
That being said,
And on a positive note, New Japan is coming to America, and they're touring. It's gonna be great. I might actually go to a show if they come to Boston.
Same.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be called New Japan Pro Wrestling of America. Although Mike came up with a better name called New American Pro Wrestling. I think they should have gone with that, but
yeah,
I'm fine with it. As long as they're coming to America, I don't care.
When they say they're supposed to be launching in America, have they given a date yet? Or?
I don't know much about it, but I mean, actually, I probably could look it up real quick since
so that's exciting
show anyway.
Because New Japan, because it will give me my time to talk. New Japan Pro Wrestling, has been one of the most talked about things It's like the best type of wrestling that we see that's not at NXT or AEW. Some people even say it's even better than NXT sometimes. So it's exciting, and it's a good thing for New Japan Pro Wrestling because they've lost, they kind of lost a lot of top stars like Kenny, like the Young Bucks, and Trent. I was gonna say best friends, but I forgot. Technically, it's only Trent. And many they're gonna lose Jericho for a while since he's the champ, and they're gonna lose Moxley's really not gonna be doing much probably. So I actually like the fact that they're gonna go to America, and more eyeballs will be on it. And I'm actually excited about it. I actually kind of can't wait to see what New Japan will bring us when it comes to America.
All right, so here's what I got. This is from a report from 411 Mania. More details on plans for New Japan Pro Wrestling of America. As we reported earlier this week, New Japan Pro Wrestling announced NJPW of America, an expansion that will tour the U.S. starting next year with around 27 events. The latest edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter has more details on the announcement and the plans for the subsidiary. As of now, the plans of a multi-day tours, similar to what they do in the Northeast and the Super J Cup on the West Coast. The U.S. dates would happen between Japanese tours at first, instead of while the Japanese tours are happening. However, they could run split crews at some point. The company launches next month on November 9th and 11th, with shows in San Jose and Los Angeles. While I'm gonna butcher the name of this guy, while somebody who I cannot pronounce, I am sorry, had hired Harold Meji to lead these plans, neither he nor Michael Craven are part of it. All the U.S. shows have been promoted by the Japanese-speaking side of the company, which was by design. This is due to fans who complained that Meiji had been trying to Americanize the promotion and not give us fans real thing. Barry was an employee for, or Bahari was an employee for Bushi Road, who owns New Japan Pro Wrestling. It was moved to New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2018. Before that, he had no experience with wrestling. There are some who believe he's being groomed to be the backup for Harold Meiji. So far, they have sold out around 1,700 tickets for San Jose and 2,500 tickets seat building, and plenty left at the Globe Theater. The new company is based in Southern California, in Carson, at the Los Angeles Dojo. Bushiroa and the owners of New Japan Pro Wrestling, the owners of New Japan Pro Wrestling, which I'm not going to be able to pronounce, will also be the chairman of the U.S. branch. O'Hari is listed as the CEO, and Michael, I'm not going to be able to pronounce it, is CFO, which I believe is the chief financial officer. As of now, they plan to run more tryouts and camps to develop stars in North America that would be trained by Shibata, that would run shows in arena with 2,000 fans or less. Well, you can't start out any better than having fucking Shibata train your guys.
Yeah,
that
right.
much is for sure. So, yeah, I'm happy about this. Very happy about this. So it sounds like it's primarily going to be on the West and Mid Coast. So sadly, no New Japan in Boston. I said. At least I got to see New Japan in G1, so there's that. But still, I want to see it in Boston.
But we're going to end up with one positive note, because everyone's wondering, what's the channel going to look like now with no main roster talk? So let's kind of talk about...
So by the way, before you get to that, we splice back. This is now the ending. I think the other stuff we talked about, which is the main roster and the New Japan stuff, I'm probably going to put that in the middle of the show.
Yep.
So I guess that
And
means.
then, you know,
Does that mean I have to do time travel again? No, fuck it. I'm gonna do a new segment. Splice. All right,
Yeah.
Splice back. Now we're here.
wait, do we have to? Do we have to do time travel because we have to go to like back to Wednesday when we
Okay, yeah. Okay.
yeah, because remember
I ain't doing the woe thing then. All right, here we go. Time travel. Let's wrap this show up.
Alright, so subscribe to my channels, this channel, Owen the Talkinator, and CM Brothers. And then best announcement, from this point going forward, you're gonna see that the show is gonna be recorded Saturdays.
And then uploaded Sundays. Which you can find right here on this channel. You can also find me on youtube.com/user/JHEBERTSIDE95. That's also my Twitter handle at jhebertside95. And check out Waymatese Wrestling, youtube.com/user/WYWPride. That is it for us. What a week of wrestling. And now that we know what the schedule is going to be like, it's going to be a lot smoother from here on out. I'm going to get some dinner. Peace out.
Take that work week off, 5 days in the bucket. Fuck it, you got a boss who's a jerk who doesn't. Throw on some Wu-Tang, bring the motherfucking ruckus. There is no pretext. We are living and we love it on a budget. Never mind, we just nudge it to the side. Give the kids a little time. We are living till we die. Focused and we hustle, but we still be getting high. No exception to the rule. Do what you do to get by. Cause I keep ticking like a metronome, and my thoughts keep telling me to get me home. But my